Nation. It's game day, and this is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Well, there is a lot of Rider green and Bomber blue right across the city this weekend as two provinces, one incredible rivalry. We welcome you to the 60th annual Labor Day Classic, first meeting of the regular Bombers as they look to bounce back after their second loss of the season to Calgary last week. We are live in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. Of course, I'm Teagan Witko alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Boys, I don't know about you, but there's a different air around the stadium today. This is a big game, Justin.
It's huge. You can feel it in the city, and we're going to have Stuart Johnston on during the Rider Nation Hour. I think it should always be the first time that these two teams play in the season is Labor Day. It gives it that much more of a big game feel. You know, I like the little details around the city, too. Like at Hotel Saskatchewan, they have the old school Rider logoed flags, 3 of them on there. That's where the Bombers are staying, so every time they walk in the hotel, they see the green and white, not to mention it sprawled all across downtown Regina, and I'm sure across the province as well.
Wes, this has got to be a date circled on your calendar every single year. Having known all of the inner workings of this massive showdown, how are you feeling heading into this matchup?
It's Labor Day. Let's go, Teagan. Yo, this is the game of all games. It's the game of the season. I don't care where you're at. I don't care who you play for. If you know anything about the CFL, Riders against the Bombers, Labor Day weekend, classic, best show across the country for sure, maybe even in the world. This is the type of matchup you live and die for as a player, as a fan. You can't help but get excited for this game. If there's one game you're going to show up to, whether player or fan, and get your best game day face on, it's today. So I'm excited for it. I know both teams are going to come out ready to go. Hopefully the Riders bring all the energy early. And just make it a fun atmosphere. I know the fans are going to show up. It's going to be a party. We just got to go ahead and get that dub in the process.
Let's go. It is the biggest crowd of the season here at Mosaic Stadium, possibly the biggest crowd ever expected here at Mosaic Stadium. Could even be a record-breaking 50-50, gentlemen, so make sure that you grab your tickets while you can. Iconic showdown, so much to get through, so let's jump right into it. What is trending? Brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire Assiniboia, truly local.
For what's trending, we have to start with the fact that it's Labor Day, the second edition of this game that head coach Corey Mace will be involved in.
If a kid's never been to a CFL game and they happen to go to their first one on Labor Day, you're hooked. You know, it doesn't matter where you're at, but certainly if you're here in this rivalry, you're hooked. I don't care what that is. As a former player, you've come here and just, you know, in a non-Labor Day game, and you know what Rider Nation brings, and then to see it and have them cheering on your side during a Labor Day game, you know, it's incredible.
Is excited, as you heard earlier. Wes Cates is jacked up, but I doubt there's anybody more excited for this game than a Joe, just with the energy that he brings coming back from NFL training camp. I asked Trevor Harris what having a Joe back means for the green and white.
He's big. He's physical. He's good in the run game. He knows he can block, and he is one of those guys where he can go up and make contested catches. Very, very strong hands. And he brings an element of, joy and passion and emotion to this offense that, I think this is great to have at times. And, sometimes you're like, Joe, chill, bro. The game is 4.5 hours away. Stop doing the Dougie and dancing and just chill, man. But he's great, man. It's excited to have him back. And, 6 weeks ago before he left, he goes, hey, man, I hope not, but I might see y'all soon.
The two biggest stories of the week have to be a Joe coming back to the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and baby fever is in the air. Brett Lauther and his wife welcomed their baby girl, Towns, to the world this week, actually a day earlier than a lot of people thought. She was born on Wednesday. Brett Lauther had left practice on Wednesday and early on Thursday. Some people assumed it was Thursday, but as Brett tells us, no, it was on Wednesday.
We kind of had that planned. I think people thought maybe it was going down then. It happened the day before, but the plan was just come, kick the field goal period, get back to the hospital so I could get my wife and her home. We kind of had a checkout time, and she was good with everything, and so was the team. So that day, she had been here for maybe 24 hours, and I just slid over from the hospital for about an hour, got some kicking in with the guys because Jorgen was going that day, and then got back over to dad duty. It's been up and down, but just mentioned before, honestly, like, I don't want to pretend like it's easy mode right now, but she's been a great sleeper. She doesn't cry. I know things will probably change, but so far, so good. So we're just trying to keep it rolling. Me and my wife, she had a bunch of different names, and, you know, until you go through it, I don't think a lot of people, you know, you relate someone you knew back whenever, maybe you didn't like that name or this name, and this one kind of from the start just stuck the whole way through, and we waited till she came, but we just really like the name, something a little different, but nothing that's too meaningful behind it. Her middle names, though, each of our grandmothers that meant a lot to us. Lost mine last year, and she was like a mom to me, so the Mary Ann, that's for each of our grandmothers, definitely has a little meaning behind that.
Brett Lauther trying to balance being a new father with getting on track in terms of putting the ball through the uprights. And I asked Trevor Harris if he ever shares any of his mental approach with his teammates, including Brett in this instance, if they're going through a difficult time.
Brett's aware. Yeah, he's an aware guy. He's very, very smart. He's intelligent. He's aware that it's been a little bit of a tough stretch, but he's the kind of guy that we know he's mentally tough, and we know who Brett is and who he has been as a kicker. I mean, rewind a couple years ago, opening kickoff of the Labor Day Classic, you know, dribbles the kick, recovers an onside kick. He brings in an element to this team that not a lot of kickers can, and so. To say I pull him aside or anything, I just kind of let him know that I love him and I believe in him, and that's really what it's about. Because, like I said, I don't think Brett's needs to try harder or anything of that nature. I think he needs to more just relax and be himself, because who he has been as a kicker has gotten him to this point. And if he starts, second guessing himself, then I think he'll do himself and this team a disservice. And so if he goes out and beats himself, he'll be just fine. But I think we have kind of all talked to him and just told him, like, hey man, we love you, we believe in you, and he knows who he is.
And, of course, a big congratulations going out to the Lauther family on the newest addition to their family, of course. Now, there's a lot more to get to rather than just talking a Joe, Trevor Harris. So much more on the docket today, as Justin alluded to. We will have the CFL commissioner swinging by the Sports Cage Lounge a little bit later on. Gary Brotzel from the Regina Red Sox is going to come chat with us about the celebration that is the WCBL champs right here in the Queen City. Brendan Taman going to be stopping by. Glenn Suter, CFL analyst and rider great, who I'm sure has a few things to share with us when it comes to this Labor Day Classic matchup. And Jeff Fairholm, of course, we're going to chat with him as well. Coming up next, we're going to be hearing from a legend in the making, whether it's his game-winning OT to clinch the national title or starting his WHL career with his hometown Regina Pats in just a matter of weeks. Maddox Schultz is in the building. He's making a splash in the world of hockey, and he'll be with us in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break here, streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Another full slate of sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Antiques and collectibles, collector tins, signs, and much more. More tools being added every day. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th, and we're taking consignments of farm equipment, cars and trucks, and industrial items for that one right now. Come on out and have a look. It's easy to register, it's easy to bid, and everything's here to be inspected at 2SAuctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seiuwest.ca.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
It's game time at Two Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It is not just a game, it is tradition, it is history, it is the Riders and the Bombers in the 60th annual Labor Day Classic in front of a sold-out crowd at Mosaic Stadium as we are getting you teed up for this huge matchup. Of course, we're now jumping into our homegrown segment. It is brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. And joining us now, WHL first overall pick, Telus Cup MVP, who led the nation with 33 goals and 70 points in 30 games, a scoring machine, Regina Pat's own Maddox Schultz. Thank you so much for being here first and foremost. Are you excited for the game?
Yeah, super excited. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you taking the trip across the parking lot here to hang out with us here. Pregame, of course, at the Sports Cage Lounge, streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTubes as well. So now I want to ask you how it feels just overall being selected by your hometown team in the Regina Pats. Like, that's got to be a pretty incredible experience for you. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, pretty cool. Obviously, you know, I grew up watching the Pats in that Brand Center, and, you know, this year I'm going to be putting on that jersey and playing in that rink, so it's going to be pretty cool.
Did it sink in right away, or did you have to kind of pinch yourself a little bit?
I had to pinch myself. I thought Edmonton was going to get the first, and then, you know, as soon as the Regina popped up, I, you know, jumped up, and my family was super excited, and tears were running down my parents' face, so yeah, it was a pretty cool moment for sure.
I can only imagine. Now, jumping from, of course, the U18 level up to the WHL, what are you doing in the off season to prepare mentally?
Yeah, mentally just, you know, I'm probably not going to have the same scoring touch that I did last year, so, you know, just staying with it and, you know, sticking to what I do best, and then physically in the gym, getting bigger, faster, and stronger is what I was doing this summer, and, yeah, just doing everything I can to, you know, compete with the best of the best.
And Maddox, what did you do in the summer in terms of training with the best and former NHLers, I understand?
Yeah, I was in Toronto for about 3 weeks, you know, trained with some pretty high-level players. Some played in the NHL, Quinton Byfield, Robert Thomas, at Gary Roberts Performance, and in Regina, this past couple of weeks, I was at level 10 training with Dan Yaskowicz, so that was pretty cool. And yeah, just been in the gym nonstop. So yeah.
How did you get hooked up with Gary Roberts to go train with him?
My agency, actually. So I was there for about a week before, training with all the guys from my agency. Actually, Liam Pugh's in it too. So that's where we kind of bonded as well. And then after that, I stayed there for about a week and trained with them. So yeah, it was really cool.
What's that going to be like for you playing with Liam Pugh on the Pat Canadians and the Regina Pats and developing that connection together?
Yeah, even in the captain skates we had with the Pats before camp, our chemistry just kept evolving, and I think through these next couple of years it's just going to get better and better.
Do you guys think that you can be the two key players on this team to help turn the Pats around?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a team game at the end of the day, so I think everyone needs to be buying in and playing to their abilities, and whoever's on the team, they're on the team for a reason. So they need to play their game, and I think me and Liam can help guide all the other players in that direction too.
What have you noticed about the difference in the jump to the WHL and your short time skating and being with the Pats?
Yeah, I haven't played a game yet, so I think that first game will be really cool. Obviously, playing in front of my hometown, but I think it's going to be really fast. So the jump from the U18 to the WHL is, there's bigger, faster players, and they're going to be looking to take a couple guys' heads off. So you just got to be ready to, for that. And yeah, I think just like I said earlier, just being in the gym and preparing for that moment.
There's been a lot of talk about WHL players going to the NCAA, like Gavin McKenna is the most notable one. Have you been paying attention to that?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, Gavin McKenna being paid that much money, and him helping Penn State out is real cool. And yeah, I thought about it a little bit, but yeah, that's about it.
Does it seem like far off for you to potentially have that decision in front of you?
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously it's not that far down the road, but obviously some we'll talk about for sure.
And how do you view the WHL as a great development place to get ready for the NHL?
Yeah, obviously there's so many players that have been, played in the WHL before and then made their way up to the NHL. So, WHL is a great place to play for development, and they've been doing a great job of developing players for a long time.
Okay, Maddox, I got to ask you some questions about growing up. So what age do you think you kind of started to realize you might be a little better than the rest of these guys I'm skating with out here?
Yeah, I was probably about 9 years old, and I was up playing with the 10-year-olds and at the brick hockey tournament. So I was younger than everyone else, and kind of just competed with, the age group above me, and that's when I kind of realized maybe I'm better than some guys my age, and then yeah, I kind of just started training. I think you got to love the game, and that's what I do.
So are you a Rider fan? Did you grow up a Rider fan? You said you went to a couple games when you were younger. So how do you feel about the Labor Day Classic and just the Riders in general? You got a favorite position?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest football guy, but when I come to Riders games, it's always a blast. And I remember when I was younger, me and my uncle went to the old stadium and watched the Labor Day Classic. So, that was a really cool experience for me. And, coming to this game today is going to be really fun as well.
You said your dad actually is from Winnipeg and tried to get you to be a Blue Bombers fan. How did that go down?
Yeah. So my mom's from Saskatchewan, so she always wanted me to, be a Riders fan. And obviously her family loves the Roughriders too. So, my dad was from Winnipeg and loved the Blue Bombers, so he still chirps me to this day about it. But, yeah, I'm a Riders fan for life.
The Bombers, or sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, did your dad, who was your idol kind of growing up? I'm sure your dad played a big role in you as a hockey player, but do you have a player that you kind of looked up to or modeled yourself after?
Yeah, I'm a huge Edmonton Oilers fan, so Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl are probably the two players that I look up to most. Some players that I model my game after are probably Braden Point, Nathan McKinnon, Macklin Celebrini, all those guys. Obviously 200-foot game, super smart, can score. So, yeah, that's probably what I model my game after the most.
Have you ever had the chance to meet Connor?
McDavid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I met him 2 summers ago actually at Gary Roberts' training facility. So that was really cool for me. Obviously, you know, watching him on TV when I was younger, and then finally getting to shake his hand was a really cool moment.
Did you skate with him there?
I didn't skate with him, no. I just met him the one time. He was doing his own thing.
What was that like for you? A guy that you watch on TV growing up idolizing, and now here you are training at the same place. I know it's a year later, but after you met him.
Yeah, obviously big smile on my face. You know, super cool. And obviously the run they've had the last 2 years with Edmonton has been cool. You know, I think they can get it done here in the next couple of years.
You had a great run with the Regina Pack Canadians last year in the TELUS Cup, and if you're watching on our YouTube channel, you can see some of the highlights. You just absolutely dominated. What was it like for you to win that national championship?
Super surreal. Obviously, it was a goal of the Patsies for a long time, and yeah, just to experience that moment with, you know, all the guys, and you know, I've known a lot of them growing up too. So to finally lift that trophy and see that goal in overtime is pretty cool. So yeah, it was really special.
You know, there have been a lot of folks in the media who have compared your game to a Sidney Crosby-esque type of player. Would you consider yourself to have that style of game, or is there anybody else that you think that you really model your play after?
I think Sidney Crosby's probably going to go down as one of the best players to ever do it. So it's hard to compare myself to him, but you know, there's some other players, like I mentioned earlier, Macklin Celebrini, Braden Point, that are super special too. So I think maybe keep myself humble a bit and you know, model my game after those two.
Do you have a favorite Regina Pat player of all time?
Sam Seal, probably.
Yeah?
Yeah, I watched him growing up. He actually made a video about me when I got drafted, just reaching out and saying congratulations. So that was obviously really cool. But yeah, probably him.
Well, you've had a heck of a career so far, and you only have up to go. So really looking forward to seeing you on the ice at the Brandt Center this season. Thank you so much for coming here. And by the way, I'm really glad that your mom won that argument with your dad, and you're actually a Rider fan. Yeah. Just want to throw that out there.
Dude, looks like you could be a running back in football. Your legs are huge, bro. What do you think, Wes?
What other sports did you play outside of hockey? Did you?
I never played football.
Yeah.
Actually, I played football at recess, but that was about it. Yeah, I played golf in the summertime, and I played 1 year of baseball.
So, yeah, okay.
There you go.
I might have to go grab a pigskin, throw around the ball with Wes there a little bit after.
Might have to. Yeah.
Maddox Schultz, thank you very much again for your time and for coming to chat with us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Teagan.
Of course, this is Labor Day on the Prairies, a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. The rivalry is 6 decades strong, and 2 teams ready to write the next chapter tonight with a kickoff scheduled for just after 5 o'clock. Coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, we chat with Rider great Jeff Fairholm. Hang tight. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTubes, live in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as well. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Per is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Crowd to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
For the past 60 years, this game has been about more than just wins and losses. It's about legacy. And today, a new chapter is written in the Riders Bombers saga as the 60th Labor Day Classic is here. The Riders and Bombers' first meeting of the regular season, the first of many. This is the countdown to kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Yes, it's a sellout crowd at Mosaic Stadium, the biggest on record as they even release standing room only tickets. This building is going to be absolutely electric. You can feel free to join us in the Sports Cage Lounge at the stadium, or of course you can always join us online, sportscage.com or on our YouTube. Happy Labor Day long weekend. Here to help us set the stage even more, it's time to go deep with Jeff Fairholm. It's brought to you by Zipper Lock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore at 1-888-692-5515.
Jeff Fairholm joins us. And Jeff, last week you were at the game live in Calgary when the Stampeders convincingly beat the Riders. What did you see?
Well, what I saw was, I've been saying all along, and I don't think it's any secret that on defense, we go as our defensive line goes, and the pressure, especially with the front seven. And we just didn't get any pressure on VA like we needed to, and he just picked us apart. And then when we had a couple injuries in the back end, we had a lot of holes, and we couldn't play defense like the way we normally do. Now, is that a function of Calgary's offensive line doing a good job, or did we just have a bad game? I don't know. But we've got 2 losses, and they're both against Calgary, which hurts, I think. And on the other side, we had, our offensive line really struggled. I'm sure everybody saw that play where Hardrick looked at I think it was Brammer, and looked at him and what the heck, and then our quarterback gets drilled. So, that hasn't happened. Hopefully it's just a bad game, but, we go as far as our defensive line and our offensive line goes, and everything is off of that. I know it's cliche, and it's games are won in the trenches, but with this team, it's really holds true.
definitely has been true for the Riders all throughout the season because, for the most part, Jeff, the Riders have dominated every other team that they've played in the CFL except for the Stampeders. Looking forward to the Labor Day Classic matchup. The Riders get Mario Alford back, who's been out for a little while dealing with a hip injury. How impactful can Super Mario be?
Well, I think he can be really impactful. I mean, McRae had his struggles in a couple of games, and he cost us the ball in a couple of them. And he fumbled, and we can't do that. I gave him a pass on the first one, and told you to get back to basics and things like that. And second game, he just didn't do any better as far as I'm concerned. So Alfred gives us that breakaway speed, and he gives us a big play opportunity, and you see teams kicking away from them. So hopefully he gives us a spark because we need it on special teams. That's really where it's hurt us in the last couple games as well.
The biggest news in Rider Nation has to be a Joe coming back to the team after being released by the Indianapolis Colts. Now, it's fast. He's literally only had one practice and gotten into the playbook as much as he could leading into the game. On the depth chart, at least, he's listed behind Tommy Neal at slot back. How much do you anticipate him playing, and can he get back into the flow of the offense that quickly?
I don't see how he can get back into the flow that quickly. And I will say, I've never seen a player that has gone down to the States and come back halfway through and played well in the CFL. I can name all kinds of players that have tried it, come back, and just weren't the same, at least for the rest of that year. Having said that, and we're talking about a kid who didn't play that much last year, right? I mean, he went down, and hopefully he got some really, really good coaching, and he's going to come back, and he can do something. He's got really nothing to compare to. I mean, his bank of work really isn't that much. I mean, he's a physical specimen, great guy. Looks like he's always got a smile on his face, and the fans love him. I don't think he'll have that big of an effect on the game. I don't see him playing more than 10 or 12 offensive snaps, but who knows? I think the coaching, the experience is not going to do nothing but help him because he was a first-year pro last year, and going down there, at such a young age and coming back, he's just going to be better at his craft, and I think that's a good thing. He just adds another opportunity to play a Canadian, and if we get in trouble somewhere else, then it gives us a chance to start another Canadian, and that's always a good thing in the CFL.
Joe rejoins the Riders for the biggest regular season game that the team will play every single year, the Labor Day Classic. Jeff, do you have any fond memories playing in this game?
Can I give you one good and one bad?
Yes, please.
So the bad one is that my first Labor Day Classic, I was lined up in the slot, and I thought I knew everything by game 9, and Benny Thompson was the halfback, and Benny went down and played in the NFL, and he was this big guy, and boy, one time he jammed me so hard he almost knocked my teeth out. It was just, he brought me in the Labor Day Classic really fast, and that's the one. Luckily I had a pretty good game against him, and of course, the other one, I shouldn't say of course, but the other one, the big memory I had was my 107-yard touchdown where Kent threw it on a blitz, and I was able to catch it and literally lit my way into the end zone because I pulled my hamstring halfway down. So, that 107-yarder I think is still a record. So that's a big memory for me.
Did the crowd help you finish that 107-yarder?
Yeah, that is always the big thing. The crowd is insanely good on Labor Day, and nothing ever has compared to the Labor Day crowd. You bring Winnipeg fans in, and they just get so hyped up for it, and it's wonderful. And it's a great game for the fans. It's usually nice and hot. People are excited about it, and yeah, man, just the atmosphere in old Taylor Field was amazing, and it's even better now in Mosaic Stadium. So yeah, it's just a great game. It's as close to a big college football game as you're going to get, and that's a lot of hype. So it's good.
How much extra juice can the fans give players?
Oh, it's amazing. You can get a lot more juice. Just the excitement and coming out on the field, and you just get a little extra bounce in your step. You're playing in your 11th game of the season and starting to get a little old, and when the fans are there going crazy and it's a big rivalry game, it gives you that adrenaline that you can carry through and hopefully finish the year with.
Thanks for the time, Jeff. Enjoy the game.
Oh man, I look so forward to these games. It's so much fun to watch. I wish I was there, but yeah, let's go. We need a couple wins against the Bombers and set ourselves up for the rest of the year. But yeah, this is gonna be fun.
And that was Justin Dunk with Jeff Fairholm going deep. And now we're going to shift gears just a little bit here with Today in Rough Rider History, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Now, the Labor Day Classic is a rivalry that runs deep between Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Now, in a video presented to the Rider players ahead of tonight's game, Rob Van Stone was explaining some of the history behind this iconic matchup. Now, before it was even officially called the Labor Day Classic, this matchup was first held September 5th, 1949. Winnipeg in Regina, the Riders won 20-0 in front of a sellout crowd, which was actually a record at the time, believe it or not, with 7,500 people at Taylor Field. And again, that was the first Rider-Bomber matchup post-Second World War. Now, it wasn't always the Riders versus Bombers either. Sometimes the Riders played against Edmonton, Montreal, even BC. 1982 is when the rivalry matchup was solidified on the prairies. 1988 is the first time that we ever heard the term Labor Day Classic. Now, that was thanks to the Regina Leader Post. And here we are at the 60th annual.
I think one of the cool things about this game, it always has that Grey Cup feel in September, or in some cases, such as this year, late August. You just feel like you're going to something that's monumental, that could be memorable. And I think that contributes to that type of crowd. I think there's many years the crowd could have reached or exceeded 44,910 had the seats been there, because there's just such a demand for it and such an appeal to it.
Anything goes, Glenn. Anything goes on Labor Day. Teams struggle, they come in here, they can play like world champions.
Sarka, one way. It'll be Butler again. Touchdown Riders. Get Brian Roberson on first down. Butler to roll out right. He's got Cedric Shaw. Can he get to the outside? He's still on his feet. Down inside. Touchdown Riders.
Why not? Give it to him. That was excellent. He reached. You see that effort? That's instinct, baby. That's Hofstra all the way.
Butler now the quarterback. Let us see. He's open. Milwaukee Butler. Touchdown Riders.
Hey, Glenn, they wanted to contain him, but they gutted him right in the middle where you saw that hole, buddy.
His third rushing touchdown of the game, and the fans are loving it.
You look at 2002, and Roughriders started Rocky Butler, a quarterback, he was a four-string quarterback at one point in the season. He started in the Labor Day Classic against Winnipeg, rushed for 3 touchdowns, and Roughriders won 33-19. The Roughriders won 8 games that year. It wasn't a magical season for them by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a magical day when Rocky Butler had that game. People still talk about that. That's 23 years ago now. In 1986, I remember going to Winnipeg for the Roughriders' second game of the year, and it was 56-0 Winnipeg. So, Labor Day that year, August 31st, 1986, you're thinking, geez, I don't want to see a repeat of what I saw in Winnipeg nearly 2 months earlier. Riders won 34-30. Total miracle ending. Joe Pow to Ray Elgard for a 56-yard touchdown in the final minute. Riders win 34-30. That's what can happen on Labor Day weekend. You just never know.
So he's getting the chance to come up big when it counts. Less than 30 seconds to play. He's open. Going long. Elgard got it. Touchdown, Saskatchewan.
All the records go out the window on Labor Day weekend, but you'll never dispense with the tradition. You'll never dispense with the fun, the vibe, the energy, and in many cases, the memories.
Like they just move it into the middle of the field for Kanji. Wilson calls quarterback. Look out! Gary Joseph, touchdown! There's the right option.
And, of course, that was a look back at this iconic matchup, the history behind the Labor Day Classic between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It's going to be a big one tonight. Kickoff scheduled for just after 5 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we jump into Cates' corner. That's right, the Wes Cates analysis is straight ahead. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hear that? That's the sound of lost revenue. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings don't have any bolts, so you don't have to worry about water leaking and spoiling your fertilizer or grain. Plus, your valuable farm equipment will stay nice and dry. We promise that you'll get the Zipperlock building that suits your needs, with no bolts, no leaks, no BS. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person,
Unit Assistant,
Finance Officer, Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker,
Medical Laboratory Technologist,
Power Engineer, Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist,
Medical Office Assistant, File Clerk,
Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician. The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Another full slate of sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Antiques and collectibles, collector tins, signs, and much more. More tools being added every day. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th, and we're taking consignments of farm equipment, cars and trucks, and industrial items for that one right now. Come on out and have a look. It's easy to register, it's easy to bid, and everything's here to be inspected at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Not just the best deals, best selection, and best savings on indoor furniture, but now on outdoor too. Ashdowns has over 6,000 square feet of patio furniture to choose from. Pet-proof, kid-proof, and all built to last in southern Saskatchewan's extreme weather. And it gets better. Ashdowns is now the new full-line Napoleon barbecue dealer. Create your own outdoor oasis at Ashdowns Furniture right here in Moose Jaw. Hurry in today and get set for summer.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Crofty Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And it's Teagan Witko alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. You know, every game matters in the West, but this one feels even bigger. It's the 60th Annual Labor Day Classic. Riders, Bombers, 5 o'clock tonight. Sold out Mosaic Stadium. We are live in the Sports Cage Lounge in the building, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube as well. Right now, though, we got to dive into Wes's corner over here with his analysis. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Battery at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you. Wes, you've played in your fair share of Labor Day Classics, and this one kind of feels like a must-win game, doesn't it?
Did I, Teagan? I never missed a Labor Day Classic, 5 of them with the Riders, and yes, I won all 5. And that's the type of game that this is, Teagan. This is a must-win, need to win, have to win type of game. The Rider fans, they show up, they show out, almost always a packed house. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it always is a packed house, right? If there's one game that the fans are going to make it to, it's going to be Labor Day. There's one game that the fans are going to go ahead and make sure they got some ducats for the beer tub, is today. So there's going to be rowdy. Fans are going to have fun, and it's always going to be a serious game for the players. I felt like it definitely was a must-win, and that's the way we treated it. One way or another, we always found a way to win. Obviously, we saw the video before with the classic Kerry Joseph in 07 running up the middle. Never forget that. When I was on the field, they were so scared of me that they made the linebacker chase me. Then Kerry had the little seam, and he was a great athletic quarterback. So he went on ahead and took care of business, put it in the end zone, come back, win, last score to go up. That was classic. And then even in 2011 when we weren't good, we went into the game 1-7, Winnipeg 7-1. We came out, handled business. I think we won by a couple of scores. So this game means everything to just the season and the fan base. There's one game you got to win on the regular schedule, Teagan, it's this one. So I surely expect this Riders team to show up early and find a way to get a win one way or another. Now, how are they going to do that? That is the question. I feel like we're going to lean on the defense. It's always about the defenses in this game. I feel like, you know, you get your big plays here and there, but it's a grind. I don't think I ever rushed for 100. And that's what we need to do to Brady Oliveira on the other side. He's a serious back in this league and catch the ball out of the backfield. So one way or another, we know that the Winnipeg Bombers are going to get the ball to him. You know, they're missing Jeff Stearns. He's one of their main go-to possession receivers. They did get shown back, so we're going to see how that plays into it. But Brady Oliveira, we got to stop him on the ground, obviously close off all the gaps. The D-line for the Riders has been playing great. But these linebackers up front, you know, we're talking about Thurman, C.J. Revis, A.J. Allen. These guys are going to have to play some good ball. They're going to have to get off blocks, and they're going to have to know where Brady Oliveira is, and they're going to have to go make plays, wrap him up, and tackle him before he gets going, and understand that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers like to get him the ball any and every type of way. So screens are going to be something to key on. And then just seeing him get out of the backfield. He's not a deep threat, but he will get into the flats and into the middle of the field, catch the ball, and then make guys miss and break some tackles. So I feel like these linebackers for the Riders are going to have a lot of action, and they're going to have to make some individual tackles to slow Brady Oliveira down and get this Winnipeg Blue Bombers team off the field.
You said that you were 5-0 in the Labor Day Classic, and it was
Correct.
tough sledding on the ground for you, but in 2010, we have the highlights live on our YouTube channel coming up here. You scored 2 touchdowns in that game, major factor in the W. Take us through that whole scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we were airing it out. Durant was prime double D at the time, and I think, you know, the receivers were getting loose. I think Fantus got us down to the 1 once, and it was either Getzlaff or Dressler got us down to the 1 another time. And we had the heavies in. Luc Mullinder out there at tight end, maybe doing a little motion, kicking out on the outside, I think. And, I got in real easy a couple of times. But we had a goal line set, a couple of D linemen that got to go in, get a little action. Look, I see Luke over there chasing me to go celebrate. I think I even hit him with a little John Wall on the second one and had the little, muscle up. I don't know if you basketball fans remember the John Wall dance. He used to flex his muscle and then twist his wrist. That was always a party. That was big back that year. That was one of the top celebrations in the league. So we had a lot of fun, man, and we always found a way to go out there and get the win on Labor Day, and the fans always showed up and made it easier. So
there was an interesting backstory to that one, too, you said, because Paul Appelese had been your offensive coordinator the year before, and then he came in with Winnipeg after taking Darius Bowman with him. And you put it on the Bombers that day.
Darius Bowman was, I thought, one of the best receivers in the league. We had him as a rookie in 08 and then in 09, I think. I can't remember if it was 09 that they left at the end of that season. But anyway, LaPolice was the head coach in Winnipeg in 2010. Ken Miller was still our chief and running the show for the Riders before he moved up to management. Yeah, so to see those guys come back in and hope they could, play spoiler and get a win in a familiar place. We shut that down nice and early, handled our business, and sent them home packing, and probably went there and got a win on Banjo Bowl day too. Like, maybe not, but anyway, I split there. I think I was 2 or 3 or 3 or 2, but whatever. Labor Day, we handled business.
According to Rob Vanstone, you are the Riders' 5th leading rusher in Labor Day Classic history with 266 yards. You talked about how it was difficult to get going on Labor Day. Like, what was it for you? Were they stacking the box?
Yeah, well, they were trying to hate on me. Come on, JD. It wasn't like I was some slouch. They was game planning for you, boy. Now, come on. Let's be real. No, but seriously, I mean, it was just such an intense game. And they typically they might start off slow. There was a big play here or there. But the defenses came ready to play, obviously rivals. So we're seeing each other 2-3 times a season at least, or 3 times a season. Well, I always forget about the 9 teams. So back then it was 8 teams. Winnipeg was in the East. But we for sure saw them for Labor Day and then the turnaround at the Banjo Bowl. But for sure, it was just one of those defensive scenarios. Even, you go back to the 07 Grey Cup, it was just 2 defensive battles until things kind of opened up in the second half. So that's kind of how that matchup has traditionally gone. And, it was tough sledding to get those rushing yards, but we got critical first downs, moved the sticks when we had to. Obviously, we're pretty efficient on the goal line runs because I was back there. But
and Luc was kicking it out for you, too. Yeah. Can you take us through a player's mindset going into Labor Day and then experiencing it? Like, what would you say as advice to some of the younger players who are playing in this game for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really just about being loose and ready. I mean, you're not going to have a hard time getting hyped up for this one. Just coming out, feeling the electricity in the stadium, the atmosphere. I mean, I'm coming from a position of remembering old Mosaic at Taylor Field. But, the fans just make it electric from start to finish. So, you're going to have the crowd behind you. You know that, it's going to be a nice warm day. Winter's coming when Labor Day hits, but it's still nice and toasty usually on Labor Day. So it's not hard to get loose and get ready and get excited because as soon as, you pull up 2-3 hours before, right? And the fans are already, walking in with you and excited, just as excited about the game as you are. So you're like, oh, I got to get my mind right. I can't have the fans out here more hyped than me. I'm about to go handle my bit, right? So this is one of those things, one of those games where you love the atmosphere. You just appreciate how special it is for the Rider fans. And so you try to show up and perform for them. And most of the times we get, well, I always got the dub, but most of the time the Riders get the dub.
You're so humble. I love this. You talk a little bit about the mindset of a player coming into a big game like this. It's no secret. Labor Day is massive. But coming off a loss to Calgary last week, having a player like a Joe return, what does that do for that locker room?
Oh, Joe is instant adrenaline. Like, he was I loved him as a player when he was here. I'm glad to see he's back. But he's one of those guys, he's high energy, has fun. Trevor Harris talked about it in his interview. He's just a ball of energy, and to be that big and to be the type of athlete that he is, I think it's also great to have him on the roster as an option at receiver, right? We've had a plethora of receivers out there catching the ball for Trevor Harris, and so I think he's going to find the open guy and find the right guy to go to. But at the same time, when you have a big guy out there that can also run down on special teams and get you a tackle or help with the kicking aspect of the game, and then he's going to be an energy guy that's up on, standing up on the bench on the sidelines, talking to the crowd more than he's talking to the receivers in the huddle, just trying to add to the atmosphere. And that's the type of player he is. And you need guys like that on your roster, right? Everybody's not high energy party guy, but when you have a guy like that can still stay focused in the moment and make the plays, it's great. So I'm excited for this Riders team to have another guy like that to play alongside him.
All right. Anything else we want to grill him on there, Justin?
One thing real quick. According to CNC Productions, you're 3-2 in the Banjo Bowl.
Yes.
Winning record.
I'm winning. That's what I'm talking. Hey, don't mess with me.
I know my
JD.
man's a winner. I'm not questioning it, bro.
Yeah,
the 266 in 5 games. I'm like, this isn't the usual Wes Cates.
Yeah, hey,
so
man.
I had to ask
they was keying on me. They knew I was, I was X Factor. They had to try to limit me. But then but if you check, I probably was at about 2-something in receiving too, Dual threat, baby. Let's go.
It's no ordinary Sunday. It's Labor Day football right here in the Heartland, and we are only, 2 hours away from kickoff here. We're already starting to feel the buzz. Party in the Park is very busy right now. You can find us inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as well. You can also stream us on YouTube as well as sportscage.com. Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we're going to chat with a guy who knows this rivalry well, having worked for both sides. Brendan Taman will be joining us in just a few. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. It's on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
That's not a half-bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick's Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick's Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates getting set for the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. Countdown to Kickoff, of course, brought to you by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. Again, 60 years of tradition. Today's game might be the loudest yet in front of a sellout crowd as Regina welcomes in, or welcomes, I guess is a pretty loose term, as the Winnipeg Blue Bombers come to town, screaming 33,000 plus fans getting set for this one. Right now, though, I got to toss it over to JD because it's Thoughts with Justin Dunk, brought to you by Taco Time. It's a Rider game day.
Extra point.
Oh, it's the extra point. Well, never mind. We're actually just going to pivot real quick here. It's for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament, Moose Jaw Lake Center, Lanigan.
Indeed. So we got Brendan Taman on the line, who's been on both sides of this rivalry, general manager of the Bombers and the Riders. But what I want to talk about off the top is, some mourning in Rider Nation and really across the CFL with the passing of Craig Smith 1 week ago on Sunday, August 24th. And Brendan, it's almost fitting that these two teams are the first CFL game to happen since that passing, with how integrated Smith was there. But can you share some of your fondest memories of Craig Smith?
Yeah, Smitty was an awesome guy, as you've all heard already. But I don't know if I've ever met anybody that loved football as much as him at all levels. He treated the Canadian juniors as well as the NFL people, and he just lived life every day around the world of football. And if there was any game on a Tuesday night or a Thursday night, he was going to find it and watch it. So just a classy guy too. I met a lot of youth sports coaches throughout my days, and they always said so many good things about Craig and how he represented the Roughriders when he was working there, and the Bombers and whoever he was working with. But just a really, really outstanding guy. And Kat, obviously his wife was right along for the ride most of the way with him. So he was a really good guy to work with and a really good employee of any team he worked for, I'm sure.
Craig Smith was 69 years old when he passed away. And Brendan, as you know, he had made Regina home for quite a while. I believe it was after his time with the Roughriders, or after he came to the Roughriders. Is that correct?
Yeah. We brought him over in 2010, and he never left. So I think it was, just a shade over 15 years he was there. So he loved it there. He loved being in the football hotbed. And, the one thing I also say about Craig, and I mentioned the junior program before, and I don't know if this has ever happened in CFL history. When we won the Cup in 2013, Craig was a big reason why we did, because he put a lot of good players on the field. But the one thing that was a little bit out of the norm when we put our team together was, and it was all around Craig's findings and workings and scouting, was we had 3 junior football players on that team literally playing in that Grey Cup game. Greg Newman, Zach Evans, and Dan Clark. So, and that's all because of Craig. He went out and worked those kids out, and he insisted on they coming to camp at various points. And the next thing you know, they were all part of our winning Grey Cup team, which, again, have 3 juniors on a Grey Cup team. I don't know if that's ever been done.
That seems pretty rare. Craig was hired by the Riders as their director of player personnel in 2010, and as you mentioned, Brennan had such an integral part in that 2013 Grey Cup championship team. How should Rider Nation remember Craig Smith?
He was a very quiet, under-the-radar guy. He didn't want the spotlight. He didn't crave it, but he loved working for them and represented, like I said earlier, I couldn't find a better person to represent our club and our organization when he was on the road. So just, I guess the word would be class. He was first class, and he was good at his job, but as good as he was at his job, he was as better as a human being. So a big part of our team, and a guy who should never be forgotten.
Brendan Taman joins us live. He's a scout currently with the Ottawa Red Blacks, but of course was a general manager for both teams involved in this Labor Day Classic with the Riders and the Bombers. And I just want to share a quick note on Craig Smith, because he was a proponent of mine when I was coming out of the University of Guelph as a quarterback. He thought I could play in the CFL as a receiver. And Brendan, I believe you were in on the interview that I was in at the CFL Combine at that time. But he was honest. Like, he was always honest with me about what I needed to do to potentially to be able to make that jump. And then he also helped me understand the league when I started to cover it and how important the Canadians were that were in it. And on a day like today, you know, and I think if we have a CFL game going on, there's a great, you know, OUA game going on, Guelph and Western, you know, Regina and Saskatchewan played on Friday night, both had wins. Like, he would have all those games going on at once and take in so much football. Like, how was he able to do that and then process the information to you and the rest of the staff?
I don't know, to answer your question. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. You know, he had names upon names upon names. You mentioned the experience of you in the interview with us. He did say a lot of good things about you, so I was starting to wonder if Craig was good at his job. So that was a little iffy. And when he said you could play quarterback for us, then I knew he was off his rocker. But seriously, no. He, like I said, he had 3 juniors on our team, but he had lists upon lists of every available Canadian, American. He went to every youth sports school across Canada. That was his main role for us when we first hired him. But I don't know, you know, good scouts like him can bank it in their heads, even with memory, or they have a system in place where you just snap your fingers and he's got names. But very efficient at what he did. And like I say, his passion helped him get through all that stuff, because if you don't like what you're doing, he's not watching all those games at the same time, and obviously he did.
Craig Smith will certainly be remembered fondly by not only Rider Nation, but I believe many around the Canadian Football League. Brendan, I want to get your take on the Labor Day Classic and some of perhaps your favorite memories, let's say, from being on the Riders side.
When I was at home?
Yeah.
Well, those weren't as good as being on the road with Winnipeg coming over there, because, you know, being at home with Saskatchewan, it was sort of, you know, we were always usually going to win those games anyway, right? So it was pretty... From my personal point of view, it was obviously loud and a great environment. But when I was with Winnipeg, now that's different, standing over on the other sideline by far. You know, I got booed on both sides, home or away, but I really got booed when I was on the way with Winnipeg. And we had guys like Westwood, who, as you know, would stoke the fires even though we're probably losing by 30 points. He'd still do it, which made it worse. There was one game, and I don't remember the year. We were losing by probably 10 to 15 points, middle to late fourth quarter, and he grabbed a whiteboard, and I honestly don't know what he wrote on the whiteboard. And then he turned his back to the field, and he hosted the whiteboard towards the east side stands, I guess is what they were, the visitor side, I guess you can call them. And I don't know what was on there, but he then initiated a whole bunch of crap getting yelled at us, which was way worse than it already was because we were losing. So we had instigators like him, but most of the times when I came there from Winnipeg, we lost. So it wasn't that fun, and we were in the sun, and it was a brutal day. But with Saskatchewan on the home side, you know, we were usually going to win those games. So that was always fun because the momentum was going, and, you know, obviously winning is nice. But the fans with the home team, they're pretty calm, actually, but towards the visiting team, it's not pretty at all.
You're talking about Troy Westwood, the former Bombers kicker there, because Wes Cates is sitting here beside me going, I didn't hold up a whiteboard. What's going on?
No, Wes wouldn't do that. Westwood was wound a little different than Wes.
What's up, Brendan? I actually wanted to, you know, with your player personnel positions, and then actually you were the GM with the Riders for a couple of my last years, but Jeremy O'Day started as assistant GM with you, and obviously you groomed him to some extent. So what do you think about Jeremy O'Day now, what he's done with this Rider team since
you guys know J.O., you know, often, you know, during your career, Wes, especially you, but J.O. had, another guy that had passion for the game, and he loved scouting, and he still does, I'm sure. I didn't have to teach him a lot. He's a very bright guy, and he knew the business from being a player rep with the PA and whatnot throughout his playing career. So he was, I knew he was going to be a good GM when we brought him into the football ops business. Ken Miller and Jim Hobson, God rest their souls, they were the big opponents of bringing J.O. in. And, you know, he picked probably a trick up or two that I did, but he knew a lot on his own, and he's taken it and run with it. And Again, good person, good people, works hard, surrounds himself with a good staff. You're going to win games and win more than you lose with things like that. And I think J.O. puts a lot of value on that. So I'm not surprised. Made a great hire with his head coach. And I think that's a big part of your success when you do stuff like this as a GM. You got to have a good head coach. And I'm pretty sure they have a great working relationship, which was huge. So not surprised that he's doing well because, again, another guy that just loves what he does.
Brendan, tell us a little bit about Nick Dembski and what you saw in Nick. Did he turn out like you thought he would, or what you saw in him initially?
That's a good question. When he came out in the draft in 2015, there was a lot of scuttlebutt internally on who to pick at the time because, Nick's a Winnipeg guy, as you know, and there was a guy named Addison Richards who was in Regina, who was a big Rams guy who had a good career. And so there's a lot of that going on in between the walls, but Nick was a guy we just felt was really versatile, that, obviously as a receiver he was good. We knew we could put him in the backfield a little bit. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think his first touchdown was this time in 2015 when he took a punt return back. I think it was his first touchdown for us, or for them. I was gone by then. But he was a guy that we really had our eye on, and Coach Dice, who's here in Ottawa with us, had a really good relationship with Nick back in the Winnipeg days. So we had a good feel for him, and to say he was going to be as good as he's turned out, I'd lie to you and say I knew he would do that. But I knew he'd probably be a pretty good Canadian in this league, and he's just taken the ball and run with it. He's had a really good career, and he's a headache to play against. I know that much.
Well, Brendan, you know this rivalry well, so really appreciate you taking some time here to help us tee up that game, and I hope you enjoy watching it tonight.
Yeah, we're missing Labor Day out here in Ottawa. It's sort of weird for me because I'm just watching practice, not a 30,000 game, but it'll be fun, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy it.
We'll really appreciate the conversation there. Brendan Taman joining us, of course, on the telephone here. So we are getting you set for that 60th Labor Day Classic Rider Nation, getting closer and closer to kickoff as we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming live and on YouTube, sportscage.com. We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Another full slate of sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Antiques and collectibles, collector tins, signs, and much more. More tools being added every day. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th, and we're taking consignments of farm equipment, cars and trucks, and industrial items for that one right now. Come on out and have a look. It's easy to register, it's easy to bid, and everything's here to be inspected at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Quality Tire.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. It will be a sold-out crowd tonight, the biggest ever in this building as the Riders come off a loss to Calgary last week. The Bombers on a 2-game win streak, and this is the first of 3 matchups between these two rivals. It's going to be a good one. But it's time right now to turn things over to Thoughts with Justin Dunk. It's brought to you by Taco Time. It's a Rider Game Day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
All right, so this segment is inspired by our callers into the postgame show because, as you guys know, last week they were asking, like, what NFL cuts should we be tracking? Well, there are 2 main ones Riders fans should be keeping an eye on. That would be 3rd overall pick from the 2024 CFL draft, offensive lineman Kyle Hergel. And the other one is City Sow, a 6th-round pick by the Riders in 2023. Why should Riders fans be keeping an eye on these guys? Well, both have been waived by their respective NFL teams and are currently free agents. Let's focus in on Hergel first, okay? Because I think he's a very intriguing pro. He's not even a prospect anymore. I was going to say prospect, but he's a guy that spent last season with the New Orleans Saints, was able to make their roster out of training camp as an undrafted free agent, played some snaps on offense, played some snaps on special teams, 45 on offense to be exact, 26 on special teams, and then spent the rest of the year on the practice roster. So he's earned a little bit over $600,000 US, and it seems like, based on what he's doing at the moment, he's going to potentially wait and see if there's any injuries early in the NFL season, because he could be a first-in type of guy, right? Wes, you know this very well. NFL teams have their ready list that they keep, that if there's injuries, the guys that they're going to call. So it makes sense potentially for him to go back to New Orleans if there's some injuries along the offensive line there. But if an opportunity doesn't play out, Corey Mace told me that he keeps in contact with Hergel. City Sow would be in a very much of a similar position. He's a guy that was selected in the 4th round by the Patriots in the 2023 NFL Draft, has actually started 14 games for New England, but was waived after training camp. He is a free agent. The difference with Sow is how much he's already made in the NFL. It's a little bit more. About $2.4 million USD approximately. So he can be a little bit more patient, but I think he would be in the same boat. He could be a first-in type of guy if there are some injuries early on in the NFL season. But if he wants to play football and is feeling like that opportunity is not going to come in the NFL, similar to Hergel, those are 2 guys that potentially could make their way up here to the Canadian Football League, and the Riders hold their exclusive right. So I asked Corey Mace directly, have you had contact with Hergel, City Sow, and Trevor Reed?
I know we've spoke, but that he doesn't he's not here, so I don't know the answer if he's planning to come up or he's waiting for an opportunity down there, and if that's his choice, rightfully so. But Kyle and myself, truthfully, since we drafted him last year, we keep in contact every other week throughout the process. So. Yeah, man, he's a Rider fan for sure. He watches every game, even when he was nowhere near the province. So, we'll see. But our focus is with the guys who are here now. City. I haven't spoken with him. I don't have a relationship with him. That happened. Him being drafted was prior to me getting here, so I haven't had any chance to share a relationship with the guy. I think I met him in passing when I visited the Patriots or something last year, but I can't give you an update on that, Duncan.
And what about Trevor Reed? Do you think that he could come back to the team?
Anything's possible, but same thing, with his, I know was, I believe, an injury issue, which led him to where he is right now, so I haven't personally gotten any updates on that, but he was a great player for us, so you never want to say no to anything, but as of right now, I haven't had any contact.
You heard Corey Mace say it there. Anything is possible to channel my inner Kevin Garnett. And if anything is possible for the Riders' offensive line, let's say you get Kyle Hergel back up here, okay? On our live stream, you're going to see some highlights of this guy. He's an absolute mauler. He's played mostly guard in the NFL. That's where he spent his time at Boston College as well when he was in the NCAA. This guy is physical. He would definitely help in the run game, and I could see him being an upgrade at that left guard spot if he were to ever come to Canada and play for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So let's picture this, okay? Down the stretch, Hergel comes up here. He slots in as the starting left guard next to Logan Ferland at center. And then right now you have Jacob Brammer at right guard, but it would be interesting to see what the Riders would do in terms of shuffling these guys along the offensive line. Hergel would have an immense impact, I believe. And then you look at City Sal, who goes about 6'8", 315 pounds. He played tackle at Eastern Michigan, could potentially be viewed as a tackle in the Canadian Football League. Perhaps he could slot in at left tackle. Jamarcus Hardrick has that right tackle spot locked down. Or if you like Peyton Collins there, plus you have Daniel Johnson, perhaps City Sal could slot in at right guard. Then we're talking about a massive upgrade potentially on the Riders' offensive line. That's why Rider Nation needs to pay attention to what happens with Kyle Hergel and City Sal. 2 draft picks that the Riders rolled the dice on that could potentially pay big dividends for this football team as soon as this current season.
So there you go. Take notes. We can have that conversation more at the post-game show next time someone tells you that we need to bring in some new players here, right? There's options. There's options. But that, of course, was your thoughts with JD. The Riders and Bombers, we're getting ready for that kickoff. 60th Labor Day Classic just after 5 o'clock. They're fighting for more than points. They're fighting for pride here at Mosaic Stadium. And coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, our next guest, Glenn Suter, will be swinging by to help us set up this game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small-town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, it is Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, and our next guest also joining us here inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. 60 years of bone-crunching, crowd-roaring Prairie Pride. This is the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. Riders and Bombers clashing again, and kickoff is scheduled for just after 5 o'clock. Now, as I mentioned, our next guest is with us, Glenn Suter, and this segment is brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-888-362-6525. Glenn, Labor Day Classic, massive game. So having played in these before, what are you thinking heading into this matchup between the Riders and the Bombers?
Well, the downside for all the green jerseys in here is that the records don't really matter in this game. And I can go back and give you tons of examples. In fact, one of my fondest memories as a player in the Labor Day Classic was in 1984, my rookie season. Tom Clements was the Bomber quarterback. Joe Poplawski, James Murphy, Rick House. This was a championship team. They were 7-2, I believe, or 7-1. We were 6-1 at the time, and not very good. And on Labor Day, as Trevor found out when he walked through Costco and everything else, there's a different buzz And you almost as a player feel responsible to make sure that you're the best you can be on this day. Now, we would say that about every game for sure. I mean, you're a pro and you have to show up ready to play. But you can't measure. It's why the playoffs in hockey is so much higher intensity than the regular season in hockey. If you could switch that switch on in the regular season, you'd be the best team in the league. But you can't, it's a natural, organic lift of juice when it comes to the Labor Day Classic. And in a bigger picture, I look at this weekend and I think this is what's possible in Canadian football. In the big picture, this is what's possible. We could have this for 9 home games. We just have to keep messaging about the players and the game itself and what's great about it. Make sure those narratives, it doesn't mean ignore the bad news, but it just means put together the right narratives. And why can't we do this 9 times a year in the summer?
I'll take it a step further. We could get the Canadian University football involved. We could get Canadian Junior football involved.
Love
CJFL.
Love it. Absolutely. And then combine at the end of the year for Grey Cup the U Sports and the Vanier and
Hey, talk to TSN about that.
I know. Hey, listen, I know the guys in the trenches, just an aside on that, I know the guys in the trenches would love to have it back. I mean, we would love to have it back. I think the decisions are made above that group, though.
From what I've heard, U Sports needs to get on their knees and apologize for what they did back in 2013. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
But it should happen. I mean, you could have a great Labor Day weekend of football. And I know it's all around the country, but, like, why couldn't you have, I'm just spitballing here, but on Saturday, you know, the Huskies play the Rams.
Oh.
And then on Saturday in Alberta, you got the Golden Bears playing the Dinos.
Yes.
And then you even do that out east in Ontario, right? On the Saturday, you got, like, McMaster playing the University of Toronto.
Yeah, I love it. And, UBC versus, I was going to say SFU, but that's another story. Don't even get me started on that one. But anyway, but it's again, this is what's possible. Why this weekend do we talk 100% about the game, and then on other weekends we talk about trying to fix the game that doesn't need fixing?
Great point.
Let's just talk about the great players and the games, and there'll be some bad news along the way we got to deal with, but I don't know. This is what's possible, and I love it. It's going to be the biggest crowd ever in this building, I think. And I'll tell you what, that makes for a heck of a great TV show.
Trevor Harris even understands the rivalry between Regina and Saskatchewan. He referenced the Rams and the Huskies as being a rivalry. And I thought last night, actually, I was like, there's so many people already in town on the Saturday. If those two teams played, I don't know if you're going to play in Saskatoon or Regina, that's to be decided, there would be a lot of people at the game.
A college section. Let's have a college section in the stadium and sell a whole side of just college kids for a great price.
We used to have the college section at Taylor Field.
Yes.
Hey,
yes, and that's where we played when, did you ever get, no, you wouldn't have.
I didn't know, man. I thought I was going to be able to talk my way into a contract that might get me in here, but no.
Okay, so
I didn't make it in the
So you and I both we only experienced Labor Day in the old Taylor Field.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of flesh and blood and everything else on that turf when it ripped up.
There are always tough games, though. Was there anybody that was like the Labor Day guy? You know what I mean? I remember we used to call Chris Getzlaff Calgary.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because he always balled against them in Calgary. But was there a player that stood out for you?
Well, I remember that.
Day?
I remember that '84 game. Elgard had a big night. Or a big day. I remember that. I think back to think that Tom Clements was their starting quarterback, and I think, wow, we beat Tom Clements, and a guy who's in the Hall of Fame. But I think of the other games, and it was sort of the best players.
Leveled up a bit.
Yeah, they leveled up. That's a good way to say it. The best players leveled up, and you saw them take control of games. Yeah.
I got one for you, Glenn, because there's a lot of talk about NFL cuts.
Yep.
And I forget who actually said it the other day. I'll try to remember the name, but they said, like, I've never really seen somebody come up from NFL cuts and do well in the back part of the season. The fans get all excited about it. Mm-hmm. But can you remember anybody that's come back from the NFL and lit it up to the degree that we would expect. You know, I think of a guy like Matthew Betts, had a huge season, goes down there, comes back, doesn't do so well. It takes like that year or half a year to get back into it. Is there anybody that actually comes to mind for you that came back from the NFL and lit it up?
Yeah, not really, no. And I've seen many, many examples of great players that have gone down, come back, and taken a half a year, sometimes a year and a half, to get back into the swing of Canadian football. And, you know, I think partly, again, back to that, they're human. And if you could bottle the intensity of this regular season game or a playoff game, you have a great regular season. You just can't. It's organic. It's the same can be said from that NFL tryout. You go down there thinking, if I make this team, I'm doing basically the same thing I'm doing up there. I'm catching the ball, running routes, getting hit, doing the hitting. You know, you're doing basically the same thing fundamentally, but you're getting paid 10 times more money for it. And it can be life-changing money. And when you start to allow yourself, I think, to get down that rabbit hole of making the team millions of dollars, I might not have to work again in my life, and then it doesn't happen, I think that hits people, and it's hard to recover mentally until some time goes by. It's not that they're not trying, and it's not that they're not respecting our game. They're just trying to get over the disappointment of the possibility of life-changing money in the NFL. And I don't know that anyone's ever admitted that, you know, in front of microphones or TV cameras, but I just see players come back, they're giving it what they, you know, everything they have, at least they think they are, but there's just some spark missing, and it usually takes half a season to get back. Hopefully, like a guy like a Joe, it doesn't. He sounds like he's coming back with a real good, positive attitude. So we'll see. And he's so young. I mean, he's 23. He could take another run at it in a couple of years. And, you know, but he's got a lot to prove in our league. You know, he had, what, 30 catches or so?
20.
Yeah, 20 catches, 300 yards, you know, and showed some real cool stuff. I mean, I mentioned on the cage this week, what I loved about a JoJo was a couple of those runs where he was swatting DBs away like the old Elgard days. And just like a man against boys for a second going down the seam. And I thought, wow, this guy's got some athletic ability and strength that most receivers don't have. And he started to sort of separate himself. In fact, one game against Winnipeg last year, early in the season, was, I think, his best game statistically. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him back on the field, and we'll see how he transitions back to Canadian football. But, Justin, you're right. I think it's – and let's be honest, even if you played Canadian football your entire life and 3 downs, coming back, you still have to get back used to the motion and the waggle and the timing – the angles on the field. I mean, maybe for a running back, not quite as drastic a change either way, but for a receiver, running it out and finding the spots and zones, different than the NFL. Different field, different number of players on the field, and you have to get your head around that again. So there is a transition time. Let's hope Ojojo can contribute early.
Well, Jojo certainly a fan favorite and became one in a hurry, with his time during his time with the Riders. I'm curious just to get your take on this real quick here, Glenn. Brett Lauther, obviously we now know that he is a new father, just had a baby. Do you think that played into his mental psyche? Because obviously he'll be the first to admit hasn't been playing his best ball.
Yeah, it's a great question because I think it has. And when I heard that news, it was a surprise to me because usually you find out that one of the players' wives is pregnant somewhere along the way. I didn't know that, and it makes sense. And I think if any father can relate to this, when you're worried about your wife or your partner, you're worried about her health as much as you are the baby's health. I mean, those are real-life worries. Those are real-life concerns. And it causes you, as any parent can attest to, it causes you to lose a ton of sleep. It's hard to maintain your concentration on things. I mean, we can say that Brett's a pro, and you have to figure out a way to stay strong in those moments mentally. but he's human too. And his wife was going through this pregnancy, and I'm sure that was on his mind a ton. And it's sort of, I don't think it gives you an out. It doesn't give you an alibi. You have to perform in this game. You have to. But it gives you a little bit of, okay, this has been on his mind for the last month and a half. He hasn't been consistent enough for the last month and a half. And let's see now that they're both healthy and happy, if that weight is lifted off his shoulders and he can go out and honestly, like, I don't cheer for teams. I'm not allowed to. But I cheer for these kind of things. I cheer for a guy to come out, go 5 for 5 in the game winner would be just fine by me to see Brett bounce back like that. Because I still believe he can. I still believe he will.
And what better game to do it than Labor Day Classic,
Yeah,
right?
no question. And that extra pressure, now he can relax and go out and play.
So do you think, I mean, he did miss summer practice this week. With that being something that he could, obviously we all agree, can be a distraction, and him missing some practice, do you think it was smart that he's planning to kick today? Or do you think this was an opportunity for Campbell Fair to see what he could do?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, yeah, there's two sort of angles to that. And Campbell Fair, this would be an interesting look if you wanted to throw him in to say, hey, here's the pressure cooker. If you're going to fold under it, then we know what we got. If you're going to stand up to it and play great, then we know what we got there too. That's one side of it. But I'm glad they are letting Brett play, because I think, again, he can get through this. He's been here before, by the way. He's been in slumps before and come out of them. And bringing in the young guy was the right thing, because at the end of the day, Wes, as you know, Corey Mace has got to make a tough decision if this inconsistency continues. No matter what's going on, if this inconsistency continues, then Corey Mace is going to have to make a move. But he didn't trade for a kicker. He didn't go out and try to find a veteran kicker. He brought in a young guy, bring in the competition, get a guy that if you need to, you can go to. Still lots of football to be played before we get to the playoffs. But giving Brett one more or two more opportunities to bounce out of this slump. I think Corey Mace has handled it very well. I mean, that's exactly, I think, the way to go. Competition gets the best out of everybody.
Right.
So he's got that competition in camp. It's a young guy, so you're not replacing Brett. You're just saying, hey, we're just covering. But you know everyone else in the locker room's going, hey, if I play that inconsistent, are you going to be that patient with me?
Right, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So at some point, Corey Mace going to have to make if this continues, he's going to have to make a tough call. And I'm sure he will.
I think
he has to.
Part of Campbell Fair coming in, too, was the fact that if Brett Lauther was going to be there for the birth of his child, that he might have actually had to play.
Yeah,
like it could have been last week in Calgary, right? The timing worked out well for him to actually be on the field.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. Yeah, no, I cheer for comeback stories. I cheer for guys to fight their way out of slumps, because we've all been there.
Right. No,
we have all walked across that stripe and thought, oh, that was an awful game. I know there's a couple fans said, yeah, Suter, you had a few of them.
But a lot of picks to make up for it, man.
But you know what? I love to see the redemption game, and they make the big plays, or they make the big kick when they need to, and because it transcends the game to me. If you're having a tough day at work and you see your favorite team or player bounce back from adversity, you can say, why not me? I think it's important.
Why not Brett?
Why not Brett?
Why not Brett? Well, 60th Labor Day Classic on deck for us tonight. I hope you have a great call there, Glenn.
Can't wait. Oh, and by the way, tonight, the team that is most disciplined probably wins this game.
Okay, can we sneak one in real quick?
Yeah.
How come you didn't do a game last week? Like, Paul Apolli's flying around the country doing 3 games.
I went fishing with my son. For the first time in 30 years that we didn't do the game, of course, there was the pandemic year, but for the first time, I've taken a weekend off in the middle of summer to take my son fishing, and we caught a ton of salmon within the limits. If there's any DFO, if there's any department
for the record,
if there's any Department of Fisheries, we were within the limits. The right type of coho, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't get that time back.
But I love it, and he's going to be starting his own family probably soon too. So get a chance to be out there on the boat with your son, it's big. So first time ever, and Lapo had to do 3 games in 3 nights, so I appreciate him filling in.
Sounds like someone owes him a beer.
Yep, I do. I owe him a big one.
Glenn Suter, thank you so much for stopping by today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Of course, we are live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for this sold-out game, Riders and Bombers, just after 5 o'clock tonight. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949. Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience. Here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Ways Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best. Multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Next time you have a squeak, or you can't loosen a nut. Stupid thing. So when these things and more happen, reach for the homegrown solution, Penetrating Oil from Milligan Bio. Made with locally sourced canola, Penetrating Oil gives you the best of both worlds. Tough on rust and grease, but non-toxic and fume-free. So say goodbye to WD whatever and say hello to Penetrating Oil from Milligan Bio. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium, getting ready for the first meeting of the regular season between the Riders and the Bombers, the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. Oh yeah, it's going to be a good one. This is a game a lot of fans, I think, have circled on their calendar. But right now it is time for the Rough Rider Community segment, brought to you by Saskatchewan Senior Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all. Visit skseniorsmechanism.ca. Joining us now is Gary Brotzel, president of the WCBL champion Regina Red Sox. That's got to feel pretty dang good.
That sounds. I like the ring of that.
Yeah,
it sounds really good.
You put in the work this season, Gary. First of all, congratulations on the title. I mean, you persevered. And there's also going to be a big change in this offseason with the Regina Red Sox now falling under Queen City Sports and Entertainment. But let's back it up to the start of the season. A very emotional start for the club when we heard news that Jesse Lubanicki, number 33, unfortunately passed away on his trip home to come play for the Red Sox.
Yeah, that was tough. That is a call you don't want to receive in the middle of a night for any reason. But yeah, and he had so many close friends on our team, like Xander Odie Singer, one of our local pitchers, went to school with him pretty much from kindergarten on, and it hit a lot of our local players really hard, and I'd be lying if I didn't say it threw us for a tailspin for at least the first month. Yeah, it sucked.
You dedicated the season to Jesse, however, donning those number 33 patches and even winning the title. I know that his name was brought up quite frequently, Gary.
Yes, yeah, our players really got behind it, and some of our new players that didn't know him, every game they always huddled up, and when they broke the huddle, it was always Jesse 33, same at the end of the game. And I'd be lying if I didn't think there was some higher powers at work for us winning this year.
Well, it was a gritty, emotional season, and triumph did not come without heartbreak. There was also quite a bit of adversity with the lineup. But can you tell us a little bit about some of the roster moves that you had to make?
Yeah. We certainly didn't want to have to go through 14 roster changes in the second week of July, but we kind of battled through it. We were able to replace about half the roster, so instead of having a 32-man roster, we were down to 23 heading into the playoffs. But it's just one of those things, when your team's dealt adversity all season, everybody just kind of rallied. And I know our coach talked to the team, I think right before we beat the Berries twice at the end of the season there, and said, hey, this book isn't finished. We can write this chapter the way we want to write it. And that was kind of the theme heading into the playoffs, and that's what they did.
Nice. Your team has had some support from the Riders, see some of the guys going out to the games. What's that relationship been like?
Oh, it's been awesome. I can't say enough about, our dealings with Craig's been fantastic. Every year we have a Riderville Day, and it's probably one of our biggest attended games, which is no surprise. And, yeah, we got a lot of players out, and, they get behind it. And I think they enjoy just getting out, watching something different and football for a change, and get to watch a little baseball.
Down south we see with some of the NFL teams, they have like a softball game for charity and for fun. Do you ever think we could see the Riders doing like a home run derby or throwing out a first pitch, or...
Yeah, actually, Corey phoned me, and before that game, there was some talk about having some of the players come out and do some BP with them, and I kind of joked with them. I said, okay, everybody but offensive linemen can come hit. 'Cause at the time, they were having a few injuries on the O-line, so they never did take me up on it, but, it would be great. I know Jamarcus threw out the opening pitch for that game, and he would have wanted to get in there and hit. He thought he could hit one out.
How was the pitch? Was it a strike?
No, it wasn't good. He said he actually didn't play much baseball growing up, and that was plain to see.
One of the Sox should have helped him out.
Yeah.
Should have been practicing.
Yeah.
So, Gary, you mentioned Craig Reynolds earlier. Do you guys share president problems? Do you guys call each other up and complain about what's going on?
I think his problems are probably bigger than my problems.
No, fair enough. So what really got you into loving baseball or wanting to be a part of the Red Sox organization?
Well, the funny thing is I never played an inning of baseball growing up. I was a competitive fastball pitcher, but my son played college baseball. So when he came home, there wasn't any really good ball for him to play over the summer, and there was at that time there was probably 10 or 12 Regina boys that were playing college baseball. So I thought, let's get a team in the league and let's go. That was 20 years ago.
You know, we were just talking about rivalries, and obviously this game tonight between the Riders and the Bombers, it's kind of a big rivalry. Talk a little bit maybe about the Saskatoon Berries being so new to the league, and some of those games got quite intense this season, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had one little, well, I wouldn't call it a true bench clearing, but yeah, the bench is cleared. No punches thrown, but it was all good.
A lot of posturing.
Yeah, just a little misunderstanding.
And I guess another one here, I just want to get your perspective now that the Regina Red Sox, going from community-owned to now falling under the umbrella of Queen City Sports and Entertainment, same ownership group as the Regina Pats. How excited are you for that change heading into the 2026 season?
Yeah, I'm super excited. As you know, we've been running as a non-profit, and it's very few people doing all the work, and it's a lot of work. So just having all those resources at my disposal now, and a professional organization and all that talent from their head office helping us, it's only going to make things better.
To help you repeat?
I hope so. It's hard to win in this league. I know Okotoks actually won 4 years in a row, but they're kind of the New York Yankees of our league. They got a massive budget, and but yeah, it was nice not having them win for a change.
So a few people doing a lot of jobs. Did you get involved with the player personnel? Like, are you a big baseball player fan? Do you do some of the scouting, or how do you get involved in that?
My job on that side is basically putting the coaching staff in place, and our head coach does all the recruiting. I just kind of question him. Do we want to sign this guy? His ERA's a little bit high. And in the end, I'm just the guy that executes the contracts and kind of interacts with the players, make sure they get to Regina in one piece, and yeah.
Okay.
All right, really quick here before we let you go, Gary, give us a quick plug for your 50-50. I know the draw is going to be coming up here shortly.
Yeah, we have a progressive 50-50 we've been running for a couple months, and the draw's Labor Day, well, actually tomorrow night at 7, so it's not too late to get a ticket. You can go to our website right in the home page there and grab it, and we do have an unbudgeted expense now of some rings, so we need to raise every dollar we can raise here in the next day or two to,
What's this
to
ring
buy.
you got on?
That's 2011 rings, so I thought I'd wear it today. And
Tegan's got to go here.
Okay.
Got to hit the hour.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much for joining us. Gary Brotzel, who is the president of the Regina Red Sox, the championship title went to them this year. We'll be back on the other side with Stuart Johnston, the commissioner of the CFL. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When you're looking for new batteries this summer, go see Prairie Battery. They have options for your everyday battery needs, whether it be your boat, motorcycle, tractor, golf cart, scooter, or even your watch. Prairie Battery's got you covered. They have high-end AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, and their automotive batteries have warranty options to fit every budget. They'll even test your old car battery for free. So when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Another full slate of sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Antiques and collectibles, collector tins, signs, and much more. More tools being added every day. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th, and we're taking consignments of farm equipment, cars and trucks, and industrial items for that one right now. Come on out and have a look. It's easy to register, it's easy to bid, and everything's here to be inspected at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and Liquid Logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today. nicksservice.com.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Well, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder will be joining us shortly here. In the meantime, we do have a special guest joining us inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Streaming live at sportscage.com on our YouTube as well. This is it. 60 years, 2 teams, 1 game that never disappoints. We are getting you set for the 2025 Labor Day Classic. Joining us right now, of course, Stuart Johnston, CFL Commissioner. First of all, welcome to your first Labor Day Classic in Regina.
Thank you, Teagan. You know, I started off my time as commissioner at the season opener here in Regina, talking to both of you, and I think you and everybody else said you have to come back for this game, and I couldn't be more excited.
I mean, you can definitely feel the buzz and that energy in the building. There's nothing like a Labor Day Classic in Regina between the Riders and Bombers. But I do want to ask you, in terms of home games, it was announced that the Toronto Argonauts, due to FIFA and the scheduling conflicts that are happening out east there in 2026 with the season schedule, they will be playing a number of games on the road, but they're home games. So I'm just curious to see what led to that decision and what those conversations look like.
Sure. You know, obviously we'll start with, it's pretty cool the World Cup's coming to Canada, right? Let's go with that. That's the biggest sporting event in the world, and we get to host it. We get to show off our country. And so as much as it's going to cause issues like it did from a scheduling perspective, maybe some commercial issues as it's a big event that's going to kind of take over everything, I'm thrilled that it's happening. But yeah, really some complications for both Toronto and BC. And so MLSC, you know, evaluated a number of options. Meanwhile, they're preparing for the World Cup. They're preparing a lot of renovations to BMO Field, which are going to last after the World Cup and be a great benefit to the fans of the Argos moving forward. And honestly, they just looked at all the factors that would give them some options of where to play, and landed at this as the model that's going to work best for them. The league did its best is going to schedule a bye early in the season for them, so it limits the number of games. We're going to give them more home games at the back end of the season, but this is where we ended up. It's trying to make the best of a tough situation.
So there will be, again, those 3 games that will be played on the road that are technically home teams for the Argos. One here in Regina, there's one in Winnipeg, there's also one taking place in Hamilton. So what does the revenue sharing look like in terms of, now Saskatchewan has that additional home game?
Well, that's you'll have to ask the folks at MLSE. They're the ones who worked it out with each of those clubs, and it's been a great collaboration between them, and I think they both feel like they've landed in a good spot.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Stuart, it's not like the model where the league buys the game for Touchdown Atlantic and then puts it on.
That's correct. These are their home games. This is MLSE's home games. They're going to work out how to manage that for those 3 games, and the same with BC and the games that they've got relocated for.
Even in talking to some Rider fans who are excited about having the extra home game, some of them are also saying, well, we would like to go to Halifax, or, for the Argos fans' sake, how come these games weren't potentially played in Guelph? The Ticats played a season there, or in London or Windsor. Were some of these other locations looked at?
Well, yeah, I think that the team at MLSE looked at all of them. They really did evaluate that. I think once you go, I think they looked at venues that might be temporarily built. They looked at venues that are currently in existence. And then there's some venues that sound great off the bat, but then, when you put an actual regular season CFL game there, it's not the best. So they looked at all those factors.
Is probably arguably the best from a professional and financial perspective, though. Is that fair to say?
I certainly would say from a professional perspective. These are professional CFL stadiums. They're going to have a great fan base in all of them, and I think the games are going to look good.
And then in terms of knowing the Argos are going to play these road games, are you close with a 2026 CFL schedule, or do you have one done already?
No, there is not one to be announced today. There's no reveal here, Justin, on the show. I would have given you a heads up before I was coming armed with that. No, it's we're working on it. We're working on it, and we're trying to get out ahead of that faster and faster, and that's the plan. And we're going to hopefully have something to announce in the next number of weeks.
And Stuart, now there's been some good buzz around the league this year. A lot of it good, some of it maybe not so good. You think of a guy like a Luke Wilson, who said some controversial things. He called one of the earlier games in the season hot garbage or something along those lines. What do you think when there's attention brought to the league on a statement like that?
Well, I mean, to start off, there's certainly a lot of conversation has been created.
Yes,
there's no doubt about that. And I come from a background working at TSN, so I've known Luke for a long time. And I think that he developed from his first time on TSN airwaves as an NFL broadcaster or commentator to where he has through last NFL season. I think he's one of the best I've seen. He really is a great X's and O analyst, but he breaks it down in a way that I think the audiences really appreciate. And he's very relatable. And I think that comes across on his sideline work, which brings another element to the game. The way he's analyzing the game is fantastic, and he brings a real football perspective, an X's and O perspective from field level. So I've really enjoyed his work on Friday nights, and then social media. Sometimes you walk a line, and I have no problem with anyone having an opinion and expressing opinions. Sometimes I prefer different language when they do express that opinion, but that's fine. I want people talking about the CFL.
Yeah.
And it comes from a place of passion. As long as we're doing it with respect, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, so for sure. So as far as your role thus far, you've been the commissioner. What aspect of your role has brought you, I guess, the most enjoyment, right, about just getting hands-on in this league and seeing it, kind of trying to push it forward?
Well, how about something like this? Getting to experience the Labor Day Classic here in Regina, and going out to visit all the markets, which I did very quickly when I started here with first game of the season, and then on to the other markets. It's been amazing. Meeting fans, meeting players, meeting the staff at each one of those clubs, and of course working with our own league staff and our Board of Governors. all of that's been amazing. The passion of our fan base is incredible, and you can see this sea of green and the little spots of blue that I'm looking out on. You can see it here more than you can see it anywhere else. So really thrilled about that's brought me the most enjoyment, I would say. But I'm also enjoying the games. Games have been looking good. Our ratings are up. Overall league attendance is up. Our commercial partnerships are up. So things are the business of the CFL is heading in the right direction.
I just want to jump back for 1 second because you teased us there about the schedule. You said in the coming weeks.
I said I hope as well.
Okay, good.
There was no commitment. There was no commitment to that.
That's why I was circling back on it. Could it be out before Grey Cup?
I honestly, Justin, I don't think so. But you certainly, I would love to see it out before Grey Cup. We have the extra complications that we've talked about already. But I can tell you the motivation of the league and the motivation of our clubs is the faster we get that out, the better it is for the fans who get to know when the schedule is and when they want to go and see those games.
And then what about the 2027 Grey Cup? I think we asked you about it before. You're into your tenureship a little bit more now,
yes.
But do you have any idea on the bid process, how that might play out and the timing of the announcement?
Well, we're in the bid process right now. So we expect that that should, final bids will be due probably within the next 30 days. Then there's an evaluation, probably some back and forth with ironing out some details, and ultimately an award. Again, I would love to get that announced sooner rather than later.
Can every team bid, or is there a finite amount?
No. Anyone's available to bid. We have very clear parameters upon which a bid has to be based, with some expectations for what that bid has to deliver. But yes, it's open to any team.
And then one of the moves that I think a lot of fans were intrigued by, and me specifically, but was to make the negotiation list public. How did you convince all the general managers to do that?
Well, I just didn't tell them. we just took the veil off. No, I talked to the general managers and I said, this is a fascinating piece of our business. It's not a huge piece, right? It's the negotiation list. But I think it's something the fans would be really interested in understanding. And I simply came in as someone maybe too naive to understand why we hadn't done it in the past. I said, let's just make this available. Every day at 5 o'clock, let's announce who's been put on the list, who's been taken off the list, and let the fans have some conversation about that and have some interest in that. And to be honest, it was a very quick conversation. The GMs, the presidents, they all said, great, let's do it. And within probably 1 month of me starting, we had it up there.
What else can you do so quickly? What's on your list?
Well, just you wait, Justin. It's coming. Just you wait. You know what? I've really enjoyed speaking to the fans and the teams and the management at the teams, listening to what they are loving about the league, what they think could be improved with the league. That's the way we market, promote. It could be the game on the field. It could be certain rules. It could be anything to do with the league, and it's been great for me to take that in. Of course, at the league office, we do a lot of research, talking to fans, and we're going to gather all that up and continue to try and push this league forward. And opening up the negotiation list was the first time, a step towards that.
Certainly making some progress here in your young tenure as the CFL commissioner, as Stuart Johnston joins us here at Mosaic Stadium inside the Sports Cage Lounge. I do just want to follow up on a discussion that we briefly had last time that you joined us during the regular season opener for the Riders. There have been some issues with the CFL website. Now, how has that process moved along? Have you seen, I'm sure as someone with your media background, you can certainly appreciate that, fans would like to have the most up-to-date, accurate information on there. So have we moved the needle at all?
I think we've moved the needle for sure on the stability of the stream. So those issues we had on the live stream of the pre-games, preseason games, I think we've stabilized that. So that's positive on CFL Plus. But we had an issue earlier this year with stats on one particular night, and very honestly, that was human error. And so that was not our back end. That was just a human error, caused a problem. We've addressed what went into that, and we're going to make sure that never happens again. At the same time, we can't relieve our focus on this. This is too important. So yes, my background is digital. My background is entertainment and content delivery. And if fans can't access what they want at the time and the place they want it, we're failing. So we've got to make sure that we are delivering to our fans that way. A lot of work still left to do.
A lot of fans have, been let's say, less than pleased with Genius Sports. So is that on them, or is it the league? Is it a collaboration in terms of the stats?
You know, right now, Genius is delivering our stats in a way that I think is actually as effective as any other league. So sometimes you hear the word Genius and this partnership we have, and not everyone knows. Even I've been learning about it since I've come on board, and I've been aware of it in my other role leading into this tenure as commissioner. So we feel very comfortable with them as a partner. They've developed a lot of stats for us. They're delivering it on time. We've meshed our system so it is there. They have a lot of experience. They work with the NFL. They work with the NBA. So it's not just the CFL that they're partners with. And then all of us are pushing this forward together. So, I think we've gotten to a place now where the stats delivery from Genius to CFL is stable and at the place where we'd want it. And now let's push it, expand it, have some more advanced stats, and let's make sure the CFL back end is delivering it to our fans in the way that they deserve.
There were some fans, too, that pointed out what you said, that they work with the NFL and the NBA, and thought, oh, maybe they focus on those leagues because of how many teams are in them and they're so much bigger. Do you feel like you get the proper amount of attention from Genius?
I personally have had a number of conversations at the senior level of Genius, and then at the operational level, I know our teams are talking every day. So we've got a great relationship, and looking forward to seeing where that can go from here.
The next step for stats might be the historical stats a lot of people would like to see online. Is this one of the things that you're going to be able to do in a month? Or is that on your list?
You know what? It is on the list. It's not on the month list. But I get it. That's what we should deliver. We should deliver that for our fans. But no, that isn't on my immediate priority. But let's put that into the mix of everything that we want to look at.
We talked about it a little bit with Glenn Suter, and there's been some chatter online. Luc Wilson's brought this up. I'm talking about the collaboration between potentially TSN and U Sports, or the CFL and U Sports. Is that something that we could potentially see in the future? Is like the Vanier Cup with the Grey Cup again, or some more collaboration to help grow that brand and at the same time would help grow the CFL brand?
I'm all about any initiatives that grow the game of football. And that starts, I think we talked last time about flag football. We talked about community programs, getting footballs into kids' hands, and then that goes all the way through high school or community level football into youth sport for sure. So I love the concept. I wouldn't say that I've been involved with anything that between TSN and youth sport to that level. I can tell you, when I was at TSN and we had Vanier Cup matched with Grey Cup, it was outstanding. And one of my favorite weekends is just Vanier on Saturday, Grey Cup Sunday. It was so special. So I was incredibly disappointed when that kind of fell apart. And if there's a way to bring that together, and just how about let's take one step together. And whether that's TSN and U Sport directly or CFL can be involved in some capacity, I'm all for anything that gets us one step further to U Sport football on getting the attention that we all want it to have.
Are you through your 100 days of listening?
I am. I don't listen to anybody anymore. It's just done. I'm now just talking. That's it. Yes, I am. I finished that up probably about 2-3 weeks ago, and it's been fabulous. Of course, I'm going to continue to listen. It doesn't stop there. I was out at the party in the park and talking to the fans and having and again, they're sharing their experiences, sharing their passion. But yeah, now I feel like that's was really good for me, and I've been able to settle in, and we're working on a number of cool initiatives, and hopefully we'll talk about those again soon.
Sounds good.
Well, thank you very much for stopping by. CFL Commissioner Stuart Johnston live on set with us. Enjoy the game.
Thank you. I will.
First Labor Day Classic right here in Regina, as the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town for the 60th installment of this massive rivalry, and it's all going down in front of a sold-out crowd, the biggest crowd ever, right here at Mosaic Stadium. We'll be back on the other side with not only Dave Thomas, but Luc Mullinder. They join us next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland's T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow. It's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Next time you have a squeak, or you can't loosen a nut. Stupid thing. So when these things and more happen, reach for the homegrown solution, penetrating oil from Milligan Bio. Made with locally sourced canola, penetrating oil gives you the best of both worlds. Tough on rust and grease, but non-toxic and fume-free. So say goodbye to WD whatever and say hello to penetrating oil from Milligan Bio. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You've got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk. You also have Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder joining us now live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, heading into what is a complete sellout, biggest crowd at Mosaic Stadium. Yep. Rider Green, Bomber Blue. It's going to be all over the place. We are streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTubes as well. But why don't we just jump into it, boys? Dave and Luke set the scene for us. It's brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
So cool. You've been getting stopped, Luke, for autographs all the way down here today. You were mistaken for Wes Cates.
Yeah.
So our apologies to Wes for racking up. Yeah, we racked up.
I got called Wes Cates today.
Yeah. But
it's a pretty good day, you know.
To be fair, it was right after we racked up his tab over at the AGT Lounge, so we're good.
Yeah.
But Labor Day Classic, man, it is just special. How special was it for you if you reflect back in your career?
Well, it was a game when I first got to Saskatchewan that they talked about right away, in training camp. If guys are lucky enough to make the team, there are certain games that really stick on the schedule, and this is one of them. But I'll tell you what, you hear about it all week, you get juiced up, but there's nothing like walking into the locker room on the Labor Day Classic game and seeing the retro jerseys and retro helmet in your locker. It's one of the best feelings in the world because you know how much it means to people in Saskatchewan. You know right now there are tons of guys out there, hardworking farmers that are doing everything they can to feed Canadians and feed the world, that are listening to this game, that they think this is a special game. You have everybody in Rider Nation here excited about the game, and it gets you juiced as a player. But again, there's nothing like going in there and seeing those retro jerseys and understanding what that retro look and all of the players that wore those jerseys in the regular season, what it meant to them. You know what I mean? And what it meant to the folks that are fans of the organization, that are hardworking farmers out in our fields right now. So it's a real honor to play in, and it's really cool to be part of the broadcast team now watching the game.
Very cool to see Trevor Harris walking in today in a Ron Lancaster jersey, not only paying tribute to the great quarterback, but also his offensive coordinator. Let's break this game down. You look back at last week, it was an opportunity to make a statement in Calgary. The statement was made in the second quarter, but not a full 60-minute effort. How big of an opportunity is this to make a statement this week?
Well, listen, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are a lot better team than their record shows. They've lost a couple games to the Calgary Stampeders, the team that has beat us twice. And I think that today you come in, and as a player, it's an opportunity to create some separation in the West Division, right? You just dropped one to Calgary to a really good Stampeders team that I don't think a lot of people saw coming. But this right here, if you are able to steal these two games, this one in particular, and then go in there and finally win a really important sort of Banjo Bowl game final, I mean, that's two games you're putting yourself up on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, right? Never mind where Calgary's going to finish the year. At least you can control this outcome at the moment. But it's not going to be easy. This is a tough, gritty Winnipeg team. They're very much like the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They are an offense that is based on the run, just like the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and they're not looking to make a big play. They're looking to chip away at you, get down the field, and convert, obviously, but it's a tough physical team. I'm excited about the matchup.
Going to be a good one, Teagan.
That is Setting the Scene, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partners of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So now let's talk about the weather forecast. It's brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Here's Precision Weather Forecast with Phil Spivak.
Warm temperatures will continue. Even with the evening game time today, it's still going to be quite warm at game time as temperatures start to back out of the high 20s and low 30s, likely mid-20s around game time. And we do run the risk for a few showers. A weak disturbance coming through will hit during those later daytime heating hours. So the chance that there is a pop-up shower or thunderstorm is about 20% for game time. The shower threat lingering not much past sunset, so we should be in pretty good shape later on. And then the temperatures do back off a little bit more. Later evening will fall back through the lower 20s, even upper teens possible by late evening. Go Roughriders! I'm meteorologist Phil Spivak.
And that, of course, was your weather update for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. It's not just a game, it is a tradition. It is the 60th annual Labor Day Classic between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We'll be back with more in just a bit. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Footwear from Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Because you need impeccable style. You want original looks and the highest quality. For the office, a night out, from casual comfort to formal dress. Because shoes matter. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland's T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new F-150.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,975 in total price adjustments on eligible 2025 F-150 models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium in what will be the biggest crowd at Mosaic Stadium yet for the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. Every game matters in the West, but this one just feels extra special. So why don't we dive right in with the injury report to start off. It's brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association that provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province. Dave?
Well, 2 new additions to that injury list. Nelson Lacombo went down in the first play last week in Calgary, got rolled up on, has an ankle injury. They're hopeful that it's not long-term. It will keep him out of today's action, as will Dre McRae, who suffered a head injury on that big hit where he fumbled the ball in Calgary. He's also out today. But a couple of good news stories for you. Kian Schaefer-Baker has been much more active than he has been in the last month. So he's been out, he's been running on the sidelines, working out, and he says, I'm close. Thomas Bertrand-Houdin, same boat, getting very, very close to coming back. Also on that injured list, you've got Sean Bain Jr., Samuel Emelis, Lake Corte Moore, who announced that he is done for the season with a knee injury. Kadeem Carey and Daniel Johnson, the offensive lineman, is got a shoulder injury, going to keep him out at least another week.
So that is your injury report for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, providing cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province. So let's talk about who we are going to see on the field for this marquee matchup with the starting lineup for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. At Apple Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today. NotreDame.ca.
Well, let's start on the offensive line. Peyton Collins, Jamarcus Hardrick are the tackles. The guards, Zach Fry, Jacob Brammer, and then Logan Furland is at center. While the receiving corps will welcome back Ajo. He is not listed as a starter, however. Justin, you surprised on this one? He's only been here 2 days, but Ajo's on the roster, man.
Special teams body.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Joe,
no, wait a minute. Joe, I mean, this is Mark Mueller's second year as the offensive coordinator. I'm guaranteeing you that the terminology and things that they're doing haven't changed much. I wasn't surprised to see him on the roster just because he can be effective. I mean, they're still founded in the plays that made a Joe stand out, right? And so I'm excited. I think he's going to get some reps today.
All right, so rounding out the receiving core, Joe Robustelli, Dante Myers, Del Duncan Busby, Keyshawn Johnson, and Tommy Neild in the backfield. A.J. Ouellette with, of course, Trevor Harris, whom we'll talk about in a moment at quarterback. On the defensive side of the ball, the only change is the insertion of Jackson Ford, and what a story that is of Corey Jackson Ford, the Ford family, synonymous with the Riders. He will get the start. Of course, he made a Labor Day memory back in 2023 when he batted down a two-point convert attempt for Winnipeg, which won the Riders the ball game. Tavon Campbell, Marcus Sales, Roland Milligan Jr., and DeMarcus Fields also in the secondary. Should put an asterisk beside Marcus Sales. He is a game-time decision. He did tell me yesterday, though, he felt he was going to be good to go. A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, C.J. Rivas. So the linebacking core will up front, Malik Carney, Micah Johnson, Mike Rose, and Shane Ray.
So that is your starting lineup for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. You referenced it a little bit already here, Dave, but we should just jump right into the quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Trevor Harris, career start number 122. He is 4-10 in his career against Winnipeg and 1-3 on Labor Day. Looking to turn that around today as he comes in completing 74% of his passes thus far this season for 2,695 yards. Zach Caleros, he turned 37 on Wednesday. This is career start number 139 for him. He's 13-5 all-time against the Roughriders and 7-1 on Labor Day. So Zach Caleros will get the start for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers today.
And that is your quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. Luke, now we got to hear what the keys to success will be for the Riders tonight. It is brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 for a Big Crunch, $7.95 for a Big Crunch combo at participating Sask KFC locations.
Yeah, you know what? As exciting as this game is to be a player and to be a fan involved in the game, it's funny how the foundation of success in the Labor Day Classic will always be the same in my mind when it comes to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and Saskatchewan Roughriders. And that's the first key. You have to stop the run in this game. These are two offenses that are heavily based. Their success is heavily based on whether they're successful on first down, possession downs, via the run, right? Getting themselves into that 5 and 6 range. But more importantly, I mean, when you look at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they got one of the best backs in the Canadian Football League in Brady Oliveira. They want to run the football. If you're looking at Zach Caleros at the moment, he wants to be in those 2nd and 4 to 6 downs more than any year that he's had, right? And you got to get him off the spot from there. But again, this game comes down to stopping the run. These are the best defenses in the Canadian Football League at doing that, stopping the run. And that's where it's going to start. The second key here today is you have to know the Dembski downs, all right? Nick Dembski's had one of the best skill sets in the CFL for a really long time. I remember when he got drafted, right away I was watching film, and it's like, man, I was looking at a guy that literally will kill you in so many different ways. And that's what he's going to bring. But more importantly, he's the security and safety blanket for Zach Caleros in the important possessions. So if this game is getting close, if you have those really important, in the first, second, and third quarter where there's those important sort of momentum-shifting drives that need to continue, they're going to go to Nick Dembski. Zach Caleros is going to look for Nick Dembski. So you have to understand as a defense what the Dembski downs are and when they're probably going to be focusing in on him. And then the third key, I think that we saw it in Calgary, where the Saskatchewan Roughriders weren't able to flip the field in any way in the return game. And I think that you're looking at Trey Vaval in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers locker room as a young guy who's a threat in special teams, but we got Super Mario back. And I think that the winner of that is going to really help out his team. So Trey Vaval versus Super Mario today. It's going to be great to see Super Mario back, and hopefully he can get those possession downs a little bit more advanced than they've been starting since he's left. So I look at those. So stopping the run is the first and biggest key. Knowing and understanding when they're going to go to Nick Dembski, and winning the battle between Vaval and Super Mario.
So those are Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game for KFC. Okay, now we got to jump into what the odds makers are saying. Thanks to Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride every season. Justin, what are they saying right now?
It's been bouncing around a little bit, but the Riders 4.5-point home favorites in the Labor Day Classic. Over/under total 51.5.
I'm going under 51, and I'm taking all my money and I'm putting it on the Saskatchewan Roughriders at the. What'd you say, 4.5? Well, it's going to be a tighter. I think it's going to be a tight game, but I like the 4.5 at home. I like that. I'm going to take some money and I'm going to put them on the Riders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luke's spending his own money tonight. I like this.
Yeah.
Remember, you can share those winnings if you'd like. All right, betting the odds for Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride every season. We're going to take a quick break and be right back on the other side. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
Footwear from Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Because you need impeccable style. You want original looks and the highest quality. For the office, a night out, from casual comfort to formal dress. Because shoes matter. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back inside the Sports Cage Lounge at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. Going to be the biggest crowd ever here. It's buzzing for the Labor Day Classic, and we're buzzing because Dan Clark joins me live on set We've got like 3 minutes with you, man, so I want to dive right into it and break down the offensive line play. One of the key matchups in this game, Jamarcus Hardrick going against Willie Jefferson. We got some compatriots. Is this Evan Johnson?
That's
right
Evan
here?
Johnson.
Giving you the eyeballs.
Such
right
a handsome guy.
front.
No, you think about that matchup, that offensive line, you know what? I think the way they're playing together, they're gelling very well. You look at the matchup across the boards with the defensive ends. I think that's where they got to be very protective of the speed and what they bring. Inside, you look at that defensive line for the interior of them. They're going to bring power all day. The offensive line inside needs to learn to sit that and be able to protect.
When you're facing a guy like Willie Jefferson, what's the game plan?
Don't freak out. Like, he's so big. He moves in such a good directions everywhere across the board. He can take 2 gaps away from you right away. But the thing about it is just get in his face from the start and just bring the violence.
If you were Jamarcus Hardrick, he called Willie Jefferson an uncle. Like, he was at the hospital when his kids were born.
Yep.
How do you separate that from the on-field battle?
As soon as you step across that white line, it doesn't matter if it's my mom. I know the job that I got to do to win for our team, and I got to be able to produce in that. So after the game, and once the clock say double zeros, you can renew that friendship.
You would pancake your mom?
Yeah. If that makes us to the Grey Cup, anything is possible at that time to happen.
That's unbelievable. We're lucky to have Dan Clark join us. What are some of your most fondest memories from the Labor Day Classic?
Oh, man. We 2012, we were playing the Bombers. We were up a lot at that point, and Coach goes, Dan, you're in. So I go out there, first play, mistake. I'm like, oh, boy, can't wait to go to the sidelines. Go to the sidelines, just about to get yelled at. He's like, what were you thinking? And I just said, I was just excited, Coach. And he just stopped, walked away. But I think it's just the preparation for it. I know what it means to everybody in this province, all the Rider fans across Canada. We know that no matter what, we got to win this game.
What's it like as a player, and how do you balance the added attention with trying to treat it like another game? Can you actually do that?
I think it's harder being local. Like, you look at it, you know what it means to your family members, you know what it means to people in our province to be able to play this game, to be able to represent them, and it's always having high expectations. I think whether it's your first one or your second one, once you start to establish on who you are in this league, and you have to understand that this means everything to our fans, this means everything to our culture.
Trevor Harris said this week that he had a fan say directly to him, I don't care if you win another game the rest of the season, win Labor Day. Have you heard that?
Yeah, 100%. That wasn't even that's not heard from the fans. That's an expectation from the fans. So I can get it. I can understand it. And you know what? I think this team is very prepared. You look across the board on who they're bringing in, having a Joe back. That's just going to add another electrifying point for Trevor Harris.
Indeed it will, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate
you stopping by.
Appreciate
you, my friend. Thank you.
The one, the only Dan Clark will be back with you on the other side of the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to 18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out, or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow, it's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA Regina Lakeview, leader of the official opposition Saskatchewan NDP. Back to school season. It's an exciting time, but it can also be expensive. Scott Moe and the Sask Party government aren't helping with that. In fact, they're hitting parents right in the pocketbook with a 6% PST on children's clothing, groceries, even tickets to the green and white. We should be focused on building a bright future in Saskatchewan that everyone can afford. Contact me 306-522-1333.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Counting down to kickoff to the 60th Labor Day Classic between the Bombers and Riders. Going to be a gooder at Mosaic Stadium. Packed house on hand. The Riders expecting the largest ever attended game at the new Mosaic Stadium. One of the matchups I talked about in the last segment with Dan Clark, Jamarcus Hardrick, Willie Jefferson facing off against each other one-on-one for the first time in their careers. And Hardrick trying to set aside the personal connection between the two.
Going against him, Willie was the first one in, last one to leave, always working out. Just, man, great husband, great father, great friend. My kids call him uncle, so he's a great uncle. So me and Willie are close. It's weird going against somebody who I really love. A lot of guys over there I love, just like I love here. Excited to go against him. We still been talking. It's weird that we still talk all the time and we're about to go against each other, but looking forward to it. Got the green on. And I look over there, I'm going to try to take the number and the name off of him. Can't think about him as junior uncle. Can't think about the guys who showed up to the hospital when I had my kids. Just got to think about him as the opponent. But major respect to everyone over there, and let's do it in green.
Jamarcus Hardrick trying to do it for his team in green today. Trevor Harris as well, and he has to deal with Willie Jefferson, who goes about 6'7", has that long wingspan trying to throw around him. So we asked Trevor directly, do you change anything when you're throwing on Willie Jefferson's side of the field?
Not that it changes a ton of things, but he's been disruptive. I don't think that he's back to his old ways. I think it's just if you throw his way, he's going to get those big paws on the ball and bat it down, and it's not really what you want. But he does a tremendous job of it. And, I mean, I think somebody said he's like third all-time in CFL history of pass breakups, and he plays D-line. I mean, that should perk your ears up a little bit, and it does. But at the same time, we've just got to go out and execute. If we're worried about, a single person every single play and, changing sort of scheme and semantics and reads and whatnot, we just got to go out and play our game.
Coming up on the other side, you'll hear from head coach Corey Mason. Then it's kickoff for the 60th Labor Day Classic. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow, it's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's the Labor Day Classic, Rider Nation, Bombers, Riders, and one of the big focal points in this matchup is going to be the number one ranked rushing offense in Winnipeg going against the top-ranked rushing defense held by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and leading that rushing attack for the Bombers is Brady Oliveira, the reigning Canadian Football League's most outstanding player and most outstanding Canadian. The double award winner is fourth in league rushing. He's only played 8 games this season, was a little bit banged up to start the year, has 550 rushing yards on the ground with 98 carries, averaging 5.6 yards per carry. And we asked the defensive coordinator, Corey Mace, how he plans to stop Brady Oliveira for the coach's comment. That's brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. So, Coach, how do you slow down Oliveira?
Can't get lulled to sleep on what he's able to do out of the backfield. He's a more than capable receiver, and he can get north-south quick. You always got to have eyes for it, check down timing, make sure that we're rallying and get him out of 3rd and 1 situations. But that's a credit to him. He's an excellent runner, he's an excellent receiver, and he's a dang good blocker too. So there's a reason they keep giving him all these dang awards. He's a pretty dang good player.
Strength versus strength in the 60th Labor Day Classic. The Riders hold a 38-21 advantage all time on the Labor Day Classic. So it's time to get you set for kickoff. On the other side, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder have the call at a sold-out, packed Mosaic Stadium. There was a little bit of rain, but it seems to have gone away. A beautiful sunny day for this rivalry matchup. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Hello, Saskatchewan, and welcome to Labor Day Classic 60 at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. We're going to get down to the festivities right now. Let's go to Daryl Brace, our public address announcer, for today's pregame ceremony.
and Corporal Adam Carmichael from the RCMP. Holding the Trinity 4 flag today is Alan Great Sky McLeod, and holding the flag of Métis Nation is Zion Shaboyer. Today, your riders are proud to welcome and celebrate the members of our Canadian Armed Forces. Look up to the Champions Deck at the top of the north end zone, and please welcome our special guests, 150 members of the Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force. Following our national anthem, there will be a flyby from Canadian Forces Base, 4-Wing Cold Lake. Now, please stand if you're able and remove your headwear. As 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer. In appreciation for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, please welcome from the Royal Canadian Navy, Petty Officer 2nd Class, Cindy Hodchuck. Please join Petty Officer Hodchuck in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let's hear it, fans, for Petty Officer 2nd Class Cindy Hodchuck.
As the CF-18 Hornets start to make their way from the south end of the end zone, here they come. On the eve of Saskatchewan's 120th birthday, the word in the province is pride. Producers across the breadbasket of Canada have planted a seed, nurtured it, and are seeing their work come to fruition in the bin. Exactly what the Saskatchewan Roughriders have done leading up to this, the 60th Labor Day Classic. Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, Statsman John Hoffman to my left. Our technical producer Carter Berglund is at the controls here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, while Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century Studios in Regina. Well, way back 112 days ago, the Saskatchewan Roughriders started planting the seeds towards building a championship team through a 3-week training camp in Saskatoon. Like a typical Saskatchewan growing season, there were equipment failures and challenges along the way. 9 different offensive linemen, injuries in the receiving corps and running back room. But, like a good producer, the Riders found a way to persevere and succeed. An 8-2 record to start the season isn't by accident, and today a win over their arch rivals can allow them to harvest a much-needed win into the bin for some extra insurance as we head towards fall. For the visiting Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they're like that pull-type combine in the quarter of the Quonset. You know, it's done its job and done it well, but doesn't have one more season left in it. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers have been to 5 straight Grey Cups. We know that. And 3 of their 4 losses this season have been to the hands of Calgary. But the questions continue. Has their window to success closed? Today, the Bombers have an opportunity to fire up the old Case IH and prove that it's ready to run and has a ton of life left in it. Momentarily, we'll find out which team is satisfied with their yield here in the 60th Labor Day Classic, as the dignitaries are at center field for the Quality Tire coin toss. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca, as the Riders have won the coin toss and deferred. So it looks like the Bombers are going to take the ball while the Riders will be defending The south end zone here at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. Absolutely electric. And boy, how's that for trying to get to the broadcast booth, Luke?
Man, that was the first time where we were actually worried about potentially missing the start of a game coming from the Harvard Lounge. This place is electric. There are so many people in the building. And I got to tell you, this might be faux pas here to mention in the broadcast, but there are a ton of blue jerseys in the crowd, and it actually looks real good. It's a testament to the importance of this game moving forward, but more importantly to the importance of this game to both provinces. You always get the dignitaries involved. You always get the mayors and the premiers involved. But this game is going to be a special one. And the team that is victorious goes into the rematch of this game in Winnipeg, feeling pretty good about themselves, but not to mention a little bit closer in the standings.
So the Riders will be kicking off wearing their retro jerseys. That's the green top with the white trim on the shoulder pads. They've got the old vintage S on either side of their helmets with the white pants. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are wearing their road white jerseys with blue pants and, of course, the golden trim with the W on either side of the helmet as we count down to kickoff with Brett Lauther and the kickoff team meeting here on the near sideline at Mosaic Stadium. A little rain shower made its way through the Queen City about 40 minutes ago, but for now we've got partly sunny skies and we are getting set to go with the 60th Labor Day Classic here at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium.
This is one of those games that I call a numbers game, Dave. You get so juiced up during the week. I talked about what it feels like to see the retro jersey and the retro helmet sitting in your locker room as soon as you walk into the building on game day. And what I mean by numbers is as exciting as you get as a player and as excited as this fan base is, you have to keep it balanced. If you play your best football at a 7 out of 10, you've got to do everything you can in your power to get your focus level back to a 7 out of 10. You can't play this game at a 10 out of a 10. You can't play this game at a 2 out of a 10. So you have to figure out where your level is, where your best performance is related to that number, and do your best to stay there.
Right on cue, we're set for kickoff with Brett Lauther putting his arm in the air. Back to receive is Chris Ike. And Peyton Logan for the Bombers standing just outside their goal line. What wind there is at the back of the Riders here in the opening quarter is Lauther. Marks off the approach. Waits for play to be blown in by referee Andre Proulx. It is. The kick's in the air, and we're underway. And Labor Day Classic 60 as the kick is taken at the 6-yard line by Peyton Logan, far side of the field. He'll get up to the 24 and no more as the Riders cover team do their job. And here comes Zach Collaros and the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offense.
Do their job is an understatement. You saw backup defensive lineman Eric Patrick, first man down, absolutely levels the initial fullback, and there's nowhere to go for Vival after that. It's a great start, and the Bombers, again, field position is going to be important in this game, Dave. This is good. They're only starting on the 25.
74 yards on the Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It's 1st and 10 for the Bombers, at the Riders at their own 26-yard line. Left-hand hash. Riders fake blitz. They jumped offside, though, and faking is now Collaros over the middle, finds a man up to the 47-yard line. That's Dalton Schoen back into the lineup after missing an extended period with an injury. He'll have a first down for the Bombers, punting the penalty.
Yeah, the Bombers are going to decline this offside call. Riders came out with a 3-man front and then blitzed both linebackers, so you have a 5 on the line of scrimmage. Unfortunately, C.J. Rivas left early.
1st and 10 for the Bombers now at their 47-yard line. We're just underway in Labor Day Classic 60 from a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. Ball between the hashes for Collaros, who's in the gun. Brady Oliveira stands to his right in a 5-receiver formation. Clean snap. Handoff to Oliveira. Tries to get outside, but Malik Carney's right there to wrap him up. Tackle for loss. Big play by Scoop Carney.
Well, this is a fantastic play by Scoop Carney. Stanley Bryant, the all-star left tackle, goes to block him, and he goes underneath to the inside and then uses his athleticism to get back down the line of scrimmage toward the sideline in order to wrap up Oliveira. That's a fantastic play. It was a risky one, too, though, because if he wasn't able to get back to the outside, Oliveira would have had the edge on the defense.
Riders are number 3 in second down stops. They've got a 2nd and 12 to contend with here. Caleros in the gun from his own 45-yard line. 6 receivers set for the Bombers with an empty backfield. 4 rushers for the Riders as Caleros settles, feels the pressure, dumps it underneath. It's complete up to the 50, but nowhere near a first down. Jameer Thurman in on the tackle for the Riders, and a kicking situation coming up for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Saskatchewan comes out, and what they do here is they put Scoop Carney over top of Gabe Wallace, the Bombers' left tackle, or guard, excuse me, and he beats Gabe Wallace. Zach Caleros has got to throw the ball a lot earlier than he wanted to, throws it low. Bombers punting on their first possession of the game.
Jamison Sheehan back to kick it for the Bombers, a 47.9-yard average, punting the football this season. Back to receive is Mario Alford, along with Dante Myers, standing on either side of the field at their 10-yard line.
Saskatchewan looks like they're coming after it.
There's a rush, but they don't get there as Sheehan's kick is off the side of his foot, and it's going to sail out of bounds at the Saskatchewan 16-yard line, and a flag comes out. The Riders will have excellent field position when we come back. Scoreless in Labor Day Classic 60, 12:34 to go in the opening quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Did you hear that late cheer when the Riders were running out onto the field offensively?
Yeah, they saw their boy Ojo getting in the game, and I know the Rider Nation is glad to have number 80 back. And again, he's a complete player. One of the things that I liked most about him last year in his rookie year was how physical he approached the football game. And he was a massive help when it came to the run game, when it comes to taking a receiver from outside the set, bringing them into the tackle box, blocking on the end man in the line of scrimmage. He does a great job of doing that.
Well, Joe will line up in the near side slot in his 6-receiver look as A.J. Ouellette now motions into the backfield on first down. 1st and 10 Riders at their 31. Handoff to Ouellette. Dances to the left, back to the right, gets up near the 35-yard line for a gain of about 4, almost 5. 2nd and medium upcoming for the Riders.
Yeah, and speaking of Joe, that's exactly what they do with him. They take him on the left side, he motions in and then goes across the field, blocking the end man on the line of scrimmage. So he's the initial bookend to the gap that A.J. Ouellette is going to run through here. Fortunately for Winnipeg, they rallied with their linebackers well and stopped A.J. with 4 yards.
Call it a gain of 4. You're right, Luke. 2nd and 6. Ball on the Riders' 35, right-hand hash. Winnipeg shows blitz, but only 3 down linemen. Harris to pass near side. That's complete to Tommy Neild, and he'll get the first. Bazandowski Agency's first down of the day, up to the Saskatchewan 43.
Well, you catch Winnipeg in man defense here to the left side. You got 3 receivers. You got Neild and Joe approaching the line of scrimmage, almost stacking each other. Joe goes about 8 yards up, but Neild goes directly into the flats, and Trevor Harris was looking for him the entire way. They are good on the conversion. First down.
Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. It's a first down for the Riders. They set it up at their 44-yard line. 3 receivers either side. Ouellette stands to the left of Harris in the backfield. Gonna hand it off. Ouellette looks for a hole, tries to find one as he gets across the 45 to the 48. A gain of about 4 again for A.J. Ouellette with his 2nd carry of the ball game.
You got Tommy Neild adding into the line of scrimmage now on the left side of the Riders' offensive line, and A.J. Ouellette goes right between the tackles, Winnipeg does a good job again of just maintaining their gaps. AJ still gets 5. That's exactly where the Saskatchewan Roughriders want to be. You get long 4 or 5 yards per gain with AJ's legs. It opens up. Again, we talked about how surgical Trevor Harris is from these 2nd and 5 to 6 spots.
Ball on the Riders' 49. Left-hand hash this time around with 3 receivers far side. Bombers run 4 at Harris. Can't find anyone. Pulls it down. Now escapes to the outside. Running and looking. Finally throws it just away as he couldn't get away as the onrush from Jake Thomas was coming from behind. Harris couldn't find a receiver and just pumps it into the Bombers bench.
Yeah, and you had Michael Griffin in pursuit there from his linebacker spot. Trevor Harris is flushed in this early in this rep. He does end up going outside, and it's not necessarily the pursuit of the D-line that forces Trevor to throw this ball. It's a great job on angle, running on an angle from their linebackers that talked Trevor out of trying to get that first down with his legs.
So on to punt is Joe Couch. He stands back to await the snap at his 35-yard line. Trey Vavel, who's returned 2 kicks for touchdowns this year, a punt and a kickoff return. He awaits at his 10. Clean snap, Couch gets it away. This is an end-over-ender just sailing up into the sky, and it sails out of bounds away from Vavel. We'll wait to see where indeed it went out of bounds as they continue to march it up past the 20 to the 25, and that's where Winnipeg will have the ball when we come back. 9:57 to go in a scoreless opening quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead, because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
More power, more output, more comfort. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ready to roll on your farm. The most innovative and modern combine on the market, the Fendt Ideal Combine has exceptional efficiency backed by the industry's best warranty. An unbelievably comfortable cab. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ahead of the game and the best in the game. The Fendt Ideal Combine is ready to roll on your farm. See for yourself at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You know, all I heard today was that producers were out in the field, and what a great sight that is in Saskatchewan when harvest season is on. And if you're bumping in the combine, we'd love to hear from you. Send us a text on the B&A Petroleum text line at 936-6262. That's 306-936-6262. Send us a picture. Let us know how it's going. We're cheering you on, producers, just like you're cheering on your riders this afternoon. B&A Petroleum, Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs.
And our producers aren't the only ones that are out and about listening to the game. Shout out to my neighbor Glenn and his Karen, his wife. They're listening to us in Barcelona, Dave.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, greetings to all around the world that are tuned in to the Rider Broadcast Network. It's 1st and 10 for the Bombers. There was a penalty for the illegal kick out of bounds to Joe Couch. The Bombers set up 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Right-hand hash, fake the handoff. Collaros feels the pressure, gets away. Now he spills to the near side. He looks for Dembski, can't connect, and he'll go out of bounds as the ball falls incomplete.
Saskatchewan is a heavy pressure team coming into possession down. So P and 10, 1st and 10. Here, they don't shy away from it. They're blitzing both outside linebackers. And Zach Collaros, I mean, he's a little bit older, but he's still shifty. Manages to avoid the outstretched arms of A.J. Allen, but is unable to connect with any receivers downfield. And this is where the Riders want you. 2nd and 10 in front of the loudest crowd in Canadian football, or in the Canadian Football League.
Rider Nation comes to life. 5 receivers set for the Bombers as here comes the blitz from the Riders. Collaros feels it, wrapped up, sack! Quill Plains Chevrolet sack. The Riders get home, and it's Malik Carney getting to the quarterback for his 5th sack of the season.
Yeah, Malik Carney's having an all-star season, and again, for the 2nd time in a passing down, they take Scoop and they put him over top of a guard. This time he's taking Patty Neufeld, and he beats Neufeld easy with an instep to the side and then coming back to the outside. Zach Caleros goes down, and I'll tell you, Scoop is having one of his best years of his career.
Quarterback sack attack for Quill Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena, taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. As Jamison Sheehan on to punt for the Bombers, awaiting the snap at his 15. Both Mario Alford and Dante Myers are back ready to return. This end-over-ender going to be fielded by Myers at his 28-yard line here on the near side. He'll start up and then blows a tire. Pardon me, that was Mario Alford. Got up to the 37, but no more, as Mario looks skyward saying, I thought I had that one. So first down coming up for the Riders, and they'll have the ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B grain trailers and tri-axle hopper trailers. These Platinum grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum grain trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko's on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
Well, we all know that Labor Day Classic is no joke, and boy, is it ever loud down here, but especially for Jamarcus Hardrick, offensive lineman. Over a decade ago, he got his first career start, and now he's taking to the field as a veteran, knows what this rivalry means. Right across the field there, a good buddy of his, Willie Jefferson, not just an opponent, but also a really close family friend. In fact, they're practically family. His kids call him uncle, but on game day, friendships take a back seat for Hardrick. It's about a win. No names, no numbers, just the jersey and the drive to take it to the house.
Very cool, Teagan. Thank you so much. We'll check in with her. 1 yard on the Eberassa & Sons punt return for Mario Alford. That has the Riders set up. 1st and 10 at their 36. Ball left-hand hash for the Riders, who put a tight end and an extra body in along the offensive line. Hand the ball off. Ouellette, best run of the day across the 40, up near the 42. Gain of 6, 2nd and medium again coming up for the Riders.
Yeah. Here the Saskatchewan Roughriders pull Jacob Brammer and, Logan Furlan, the center. Goes from his center spot out to the left. He has a receiver accompanying him as a blocker, and A.J. Ouellette just follows him. A.J.'s really good at just letting plays develop right in front of him. You got 2 of your guards out there. You got Neal blocking hard. Just let everything happen in front of you.
2nd down and 3 after a 7-yard gain on 1st down. Again, Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. Bombers rush 4. Harris looks to the near side. It's batted down at the line as the Bombers able to disrupt the throw right at the line of scrimmage. It's an incompletion and a kicking situation for Joe Couch.
You see a lot of that out of Winnipeg. Namely, one Willie Jefferson is just renowned in this league for understanding where he fits in the blitz and then blocking. It's been weird to see. Willie hasn't played, he hasn't been sort of vocal as yet here in the game. I know we just started this thing, but he's out there now.
It was Kyrie.
Punt safe.
Sorry, Luke. It was Kyrie Wilson on the 6-year pro. Is the punt is away, and it's going to be taken by Vavel. He's got some room to the 30. 35 makes a man miss. Going to be met there and wrapped up on the spot. As Trey Vavel with a nice return off that Joe Couch punt, but pardon me, it was Kyrie Wilson, the 6-year pro, that was able to bat that last one down from his linebacker spot as he encroached on the line of scrimmage. So the Bombers, after all of that, will have a 1st down at their own 37-yard line on the right-hand hash with 7:24 to go here in a scoreless opening quarter in Labor Day Classic 60.
Yeah, if you're Coach Mace, just continue going to the well with the things that are making you successful, and that's using your linebackers in on the line of scrimmage and the more second and 7+ situations you can force Zach Collaros and the Bombers into, the better off you're going to be. So,
48-yard punt, 18 on the return, 1st and 10 for Winnipeg at their 37. Right-hand hash, the backfield empties for Collaros. Looks to take a shot, dumps it off underneath. That's complete up near the 39-yard line. Just a gain of a couple as hauling it in was Kevin Sklercius for his first reception of the ball game.
It's a good job by Roland Milligan. He sees he has a receiver right in front of him here. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get this receiver to attract Roland Milligan's eyes and maybe follow him upfield in the slot. But Roland doesn't go with him, and because of that, he's able to get down into the short out route that they were trying to get open, and Milligan holds him to a 2-yard gain. It's another 2nd and 7+.
Ball just shy of the Bombers' 40-yard line on the right-hand hash for Collaros in the gun. 3 receivers to the far side of the field. That's where he looks. Now he'll dump it off underneath to Oliveira. Gets to the 40, upended there. Nice job by the Riders in peeling back, and Mike Rose to make the tackle up at the 44. A good 3 yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Mike Rose, again, hasn't gotten a ton of credit for is the athleticism that he brings to this front. His ability to get off block, get down the line of scrimmage, and add himself into the plays that have taken themselves outside of the tackle box, right? You don't normally see defensive tackles out and about, and, you know, odds are you always see 42 around the ball. That's a good thing.
Sheehan back to punt. Mario Alford, the lone returner, back at his 16-yard line for the Riders. Shadows encompassing the field on a beautiful night for football here at Mosaic Stadium after a pretty heavy shower just about an hour before kickoff. As Sheehan takes the clean snap, a spiraling kick that'll chase Alford all the way back inside the numbers to his 11. Cuts it back inside to the 20, 25-yard line and no more. And Trevor Harris and the Riders offense will have the ball with 5:27 to go in the opening quarter, and they'll have it when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more. Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the broadcast booth. Labor Day Classic 60 underway. And across from us on the far side, the Harvard broadcast and media booth is full to the brim as a celebration is on for our good friend Jason Hushy. His final day with Harvard Media was back on Friday. He has done a lot, including for me in my broadcast career and allowing me to have this opportunity. So a number of young broadcasters have been under his tutelage for an awful long time, and his leadership has not gone unnoticed. So to Mr. Hushy in the broadcast booth right opposite us, we're cheering you on today, sir, as you head into retirement.
I love Jay, man, honestly, and you talk about the influence he's had on your career and so many other careers. He's the guy who gave me my first shot as well. You know, I remember him sitting me down in Harvard studios and saying, hey, man, you know, we want you to take on the color commentary role, and I'll always be grateful for Jason for that.
First down, handoff to A.J. Ouellette as he stutter steps his way up near the 29-yard line. So just to maybe recap, what you're telling us is that Jason Hushy is basically to blame for this.
Yeah, Jason Husky is definitely to blame for having me in the booth with you. But you know what? Again, I have nothing but respect and appreciation for Jason, and he's not a bad golfer. So hopefully in retirement, there's a lot of golf in his future.
Just a yard on that punt return, by the way, for Eberassa & Sons. Everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa & Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at eberassa.com. That's what's got the Riders backed up. It's 2nd and 6 now at their 29-yard line. 4 receivers far side. That's where Harris looks, finds it far side flat, and it's caught up to the 41 for another Bazandowski Insurance's first down. It's Keyshawn Johnson with his first catch of Labor Day Classic 60.
Yeah, we got 4 wide receivers to the right of Trevor Harris, and every one of them have routes that are graduating towards the sideline. Keyshawn Johnson does a good job of essentially fitting himself into the space between the linebackers and the secondary and just staying available for Trevor Harris to his right, and that's where Trevor Harris finds him.
1st and 10 for the Riders, now at their 41, right-hand hash. Extra bodies in along the offensive line for the Riders on 1st down. Winnipeg with 3 down linemen. Harris throws it, far side, complete. Keyshawn Johnson up near the 48-yard line, gain of 7 for the Riders on 1st down.
Yeah, a very run-heavy set here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They end up throwing out of it, and it's Keyshawn Johnson again to the right. Just a little quick out route. Trevor Harris, accurate as ever. Playing at a tremendous clip. You take out Calgary's game with Trevor Harris, and it's really been impressive. Actually, you take out both Calgary games for Trevor Harris, and it's been a really good year. So hopefully that continues for him. 2nd and 3 now here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and you got your whole playbook here for you.
Ball is right at the Riders' 48-yard line, right-hand hash. Bombers show 5 along the line of scrimmage, including the linebacker, Kyrie Wilson. Riders hand the ball off to Ouellette, can't get free. Bombers get into the backfield to make up the tackle for loss, and it's going to be a kicking situation for the Riders.
Great job here by Winnipeg. You know, Jordan Younger now in his, I believe it's 2nd year as the defensive coordinator here. You've got 4 men on the line of scrimmage, and you've got number 19, Kyrie Wilson on the edge, and it's just a little bit too many guys on one side there for the offensive line to handle.
James Vaughter in on the tackle for the Bombers. First season with Winnipeg. He spent the previous 4 with the Calgary Stampeders. Joe Couch is on to punt it away, standing at his 31-yard line. Trey Vavel back to receive. Good snap from Hughes, and Couch is going to send a wobbling kick by design down to the 16 of Winnipeg. Vavel doesn't know where to go. Now he's going to try to stretch it to the far side of the field. Nothing doing. Riders get home and get there quick. Nice downfield coverage by Jaden Dahlke to get there first. And it's a long field ahead for Zach Collaros with 2:14 to go here in this scoreless opening quarter. And you know, the opening quarter has been very kind this season to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They've outscored their opponent by 35 points in the opening quarter, 86-51. The Riders are actually a -2 in first quarters thus far this season.
Well, we got a bagel on the board right now, so hopefully that continues after this drive.
49-yard punt, 2 on the return. 1st and 10 for Winnipeg at their 18, left-hand hash. Bombers in the huddle as the fans come to life, trying to make communication scarce, as Collaros has got both Peyton Logan and Brady Oliveira in the backfield as Oliveira settles in near the offensive line. Fake a handoff. Collaros pumps, looks downfield, has a man, it's up, and it's batted away. Tavon Campbell, what a great job of coming back to break up the play, as it looked like Carrick Weekfall was in behind him, but it falls incomplete as he bats it down.
Yeah, you've got Zach Collaros. He's able to adjust his pocket. He moves his launch point to the right and throws this ball deep. They have Clercius initially where they want him. They have him behind Tavon Campbell, but here's the problem. You cannot underthrow this ball because of Tavon Campbell's speed. And Zach Collaros underthrows the ball. Clercius has to come back to it, and that allows Jackson Ford and Campbell to catch up to Clercius, and they knock it down. 2nd and 10 in a loud Mosaic Stadium.
Remarkably, just the 4th credited knockdown of the season for Campbell at 2nd and 10. Collaros to pass, looking over the middle, and there it is, Dembski time. He finds Nick Dembski, who extends his game reception streak to 82 games and gets a big first down for the Bombers.
Well, we talked about knowing the Dembski downs in our 3 keys, right? And this is one of those Dembski downs. Here, he's just between the hash and the numbers to the right side. And Jackson Ford, you have to know where Dembski is. He's just too late getting over the top. Collaros puts it on Dembski as he gets over to the linebackers. He's underneath the safety. Jackson Ford is late, first down.
33-yard reception for Dembski. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 51. Right-hand hash as Rider Nation comes to life with 45 seconds to go in a scoreless opening quarter. It's a 5-receiver package for the Bombers as 2 now move in motion to make it 4 to the near side of the field. Fake the handoff. Calero scrambles near side, looks to load it up. Going downfield, it's up, and what a catch. Oh, my. As Kevin Clercius hauls it in down at the 8-yard line. What a catch for the Bomber receiver.
This is a well-drawn-out play, too, and this time, I think Dembski's the first receiver in the progression, but Jackson Ford does a great job of just coming down low and covering him right away into the flat. That allows Caleros to shift his eyes up top. Clercius is doing a good job of just keeping space with Marcus Sales, number 8, using his arm, not making it an offensive pass interference, but giving himself enough leverage to stay available for this catch, and he makes it on the Riders' 8-yard line. Fantastic execution.
1st and goal for the Bombers inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. The Bombers, number 5 in the league, as the handoff is shoveled underneath to Dembski, trying to find room. He'll be wrapped up at the 5-yard line, but a fake handoff, little shovel underneath, and that'll do it for the opening quarter as the Bombers are threatening inside the red zone. We'll find out how they make out when we come back on the Quality Tire scoreboard. After 1 quarter of play, we're scoreless. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Ag West in Yorkton.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. And scoreless opening quarter. However, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are threatening with a 2nd and goal from the Riders' 5-yard line to start this second quarter. As mentioned, in red zone offensive touchdown production, the Bombers are number 5 in the CFL, converting on a 61.5% rate. The Riders are number 6 when it comes to stopping the opposition in the red zone, as the opposition scores 63% of the time.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem for the Saskatchewan Roughriders right now. It's 2nd and goal, so, I mean, it's not a – but because of these 20-yard end zones and the way Winnipeg distributes the football, you're going to see them check in Chris Strebler right now, which adds another dimension, obviously run dimension, but it also restricts what they can do at the back of the end zone. So if they do end up throwing this, I would say that they're going to look at the crossing routes or into the flats, unless Strebler has just made up his mind here that this is going to be a run, and it does look like it.
Strebler in under center at 2nd goal from the Riders' 5. Handed off to Oliveira, touchdown Bombers. As he'll get to the 1 and extends the football in to open the scoring in Labor Day Classic 60. It's Brady Oliveira, a 5-yard touchdown plunge.
Well, Strebler comes in, and again, you've got your goal line offense, essentially, your big set here, and this is far too easy. I mean, you've got a fullback to the left. You've got a tight end, but Oliveira doesn't end up getting touched till about the 1 yard line. The gap is humongous on that left side. And credit to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. But that's what we talked about here in our 3 keys, right? Stopping the run was going to be the biggest key to the winner of this game. And right now, Winnipeg strikes first.
Castillo's extra point attempt sails through the uprights in the north end zone, and it's 7-0. Winnipeg out in front of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Just 35 seconds here into the second quarter at a jam-packed Mosaic Stadium, just like the B&A Petroleum text line. Colson was doing the math, says there's like 30 producers that are sending amazing harvest shots from across the province. So keep doing it, Saskatchewan. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, and Gravelburg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs, and that text number 306-936-6262. Luke, should we raise any alarm bells that the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense has not scored in 3 quarters?
Wow, I didn't even think of that. No. But again, this is a team, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I know that they don't have the best record in the Canadian Football League right now, but they're still a very good team. I'm actually going back and forth with my buddy Jordy right now, and he's a massive Winnipeg Blue Bombers fan. And, you know, I don't think the fan base is terribly enamored with their offensive coordinator and the job that he's done, Jason Hogan. But again, I was just telling Jordy, fortunately in this game, you don't need a big imagination. It's about running the football in Labor Day and again in the back-to-back sort of Banjo Bowl game. Those are 2 of the most physical games on your schedule, and it's because the winner is going to run the ball the best.
Castillo, end-over-end kick that'll be taken by Mario Alford back at his 4-yard line as he returns to the lineup. He'll dance up near the 20, finds a seam to the 30, still on his feet to the 35. A flag come down though late, as the Riders will get the ball following the Bomber touchdown, and likely a holding call coming up against Saskatchewan. The first penalty flag of the day against the Riders.
Very patient run from Mario Alford here. He's in about gear number 1 this entire play. Now, do you take the hold out of it, and you can see the patience here playing off. I mean, he's 1 step away from breaking this into a long run. And maybe for his conditioning's sake, it's probably best that he didn't break the long run and waste it out on an effort that was going to be nullified by a penalty.
So following the penalty, it'll take the ball back to the 19-yard line of the Riders. 1st and 10, that's where they scrimmage there, now trailing 7-0. 5 receivers set for Trevor Harris on first down, with A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. Bombers with 3 down linemen, 4 linebackers that creep up in towards the box. Harris to pass. Rumps goes, and now the ball's out on the turf, and it's still loose. The Bombers are going to scoop it up. Trevor Harris couldn't find a receiver as he went through 3 different reads, and then the rush got home, and the first Olympic RTM's turnover of the day goes the Bombers' way, all the way deep in Rider territory.
Well, the problem here is that nobody's able to get open against the Bombers secondary. You've got big number 96, Tanner Schmeckel, just bull rushing against Yoshi here. And because of Trevor Harris needing to get through all his progressions, they just run out of time. And then the ball just sort of careens off of, I think it was Yoshi, careens off his back and onto the ground, and turnovers. This is a Winnipeg Blue Bomber defense that doesn't create a ton of turnovers. They give it up more than they've been creating it, but timely one here. They're back on the 5-yard line.
Yeah, Bombers second last in turnover ratio this year. They're 1-0 though today as Streveler's back in. 1st and goal in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone from the 5. Handoff to Oliveira, trying to move the pile. He'll get a yard, maybe 2, as the Riders will do a nice job of keeping him out of the end zone. It'll be 2nd and goal from the Riders' 3.
Yeah, Winnipeg essentially lines up and tries the same thing that they did the first time. And I'm sorry, I gave Tanner Schmeckel credit, and I should have given Cameron Lawson the credit earlier for that tremendous bull rush. He was doing his best Scott Schultz impression. 2nd and goal on the 3.
Ball right almost underneath the goalposts, if you could imagine that, folks. The Streveler's in the gun on 2nd and goal. Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. High snap. Strebler fakes the handoff, goes outside, he's met there. CJ Rivas does a nice job, first man on the scene to bring him down. And now a decision for Mike O'Shea as it'll be third down for the Bombers at about the Riders 2.
I think if you're Mike O'Shea, you go for this. And the reason why is if you don't get it, you've pinned the Riders back essentially on their 1, and you're going to make it difficult for the Riders. But instead, he's going to elect to kick it, and I'm not sure why, but I get it. Take the points. You don't expect points to come easy in this game whatsoever. So really probably a reprieve for the Saskatchewan Roughriders here. So off a turnover and a fumble, the defense holds, and Winnipeg only comes out with 3 points when they got it on the 5.
So the ball is at the 2 of Saskatchewan.
You got to listen out, Dave, here for language that you're not used to hearing, because that is what keys you off to a fake kick.
10-yard attempt for Castillo. Sheehan on the hold. And he'll knock it through. Makes the lead 10-0 for the Bombers with 11:54 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new F-150.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,975 in total price adjustments on eligible 2025 F-150 models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca. Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder upstairs in the Riders broadcast booth for Steffes Auctioneers as we take a look at the 50-50 jackpot, almost at $1 million. Of course, it's all for the Riders Foundation. Get your ticket, whether you're in the stands or anywhere in Saskatchewan, at riders5050.ca and help support minors sports in our province. Again, $946,000 and growing. That's where the 50-50 jackpot is at. You can get on it now at riders5050.ca. So Saskatchewan will get the benefit of field position if there's anything good to come out of a fumble deep in your own territory. Yeah. It's 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line for Trevor Harrison crew with a 5-receiver set.
Haven't seen a ton of pressure on first down from Winnipeg, which is interesting. But they have been very wary around the line of scrimmage. They're going to bring 6 here.
As Harris throws it out to the far side, it's a Joe, his first reception of 2025. He'll go across the 45, near the 46 for a gain of about 4.
Yeah, and when we talked about getting a Joe back into the lineup, again, we were saying that it's not a huge surprise. I mean, this offense hasn't changed much from when he was here in his rookie season. Terminology is probably going to be the same. And so really it was just about familiarizing him with that terminology and the way things roll out here in Rider Nation.
2nd and medium for the Riders at their 46. Bombers show blitz. Harris going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. 11 and 10 counting to go in the second quarter. Riders trail 10-0. 3 receivers to this near side for Harris, who now snaps the ball. 4 rush from Winnipeg. Harris over the middle, can't find his man. Tight window, and it just bounced off the arms of Tommy Neal. That was a first down catch if he made it, but it's incomplete, and here comes the Rider punt team.
And this is the chess game of football, right? Trevor Harris hits him with the delayed cadence, so that gets Winnipeg to show their hand essentially and show that they were blitzing. And then when Trevor Harris audibles out of that blitz, what does Winnipeg go and do? They go back and drop into his own defense, right? So you're going to see a ton of back and forth today, and that's the chess game that is the Canadian Football League, offense versus defense.
Joe Couch to punt this one away, stands back at his 30-yard line. Trey Vavel for the Bombers waits at his 15. As now we've got flags, and it looks like there's a lot of finger pointing going on. Did someone jump? The officials confer at midfield. And the Riders' Jackson Ford is clapping his hands as he moves closer to that official huddle.
Yeah, Saskatchewan Roughrider offensive linemen, they're back on the sidelines strapping up their helmets, so they're convinced.
Joe Coach is jogging off the field. Kent Majuri is calling him off too.
Defensive offside, Winnipeg number 5. A 5-yard penalty will result in a first down.
Willie Jefferson jumped. And yeah, it was pretty predominant. And
well, here's
the question
the thing,
was, did someone draw him?
Well, more importantly, you're in defensive punt safe, right? And as a defensive line, you're not gonna sit there and blitz or look to block the kick. There was no reason for number 5 to jump offside there whatsoever. So that hurts them, and it's the first mistake the Bombers have made today.
First down of the second quarter for the Riders, brought to you by Bazandowski Agencies. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. 1st and 10 Riders at their 50. Bombers show blitz, they bring it. Riders hand the ball off to A.J. Ouellette, makes the first man miss, tries to spin away from a second and can't. It'll be a gain of maybe 2 on the play, 2nd and long upcoming for the Riders, but it looks like there's a shaken up Blue Bombers defensive lineman down on the turf.
You're seeing some solid play up front from the interior with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and big fella down right there.
I think that's Tanner Schmeckel, the Regina native.
Schmeckel.
Injury timeouts for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer.
Well, he's one of the guys who gets in here first and gets initial contact on A.J. Ouellette and slows him down. So, again, they rotate 3 defensive tackles here quite a bit in Winnipeg. Jake Thomas and Cameron Lawson start out, and Schmeckel gives them a break. And he's played well. He's made Regina proud with the career he's had over there in Winnipeg.
Yeah, came in with a couple of defensive tackles and a quarterback sacks in his 3rd season with the Bombers. The product of the University of Regina Rams, who no doubt was pretty happy with their season opening win back on Friday night in Calgary. More on that in a moment as we will take a break. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 10-0 with 10:10 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA Regina Lakeview, leader of the official opposition Saskatchewan NDP. Back to school season. It's an exciting time, but it can also be expensive. Scott Moe and the Sask Party government aren't helping with that. In fact, they're hitting parents right in the pocketbook with a 6% PST on children's clothing, groceries, even tickets to the green and white. We should be focused on building a bright future in Saskatchewan that everyone can afford. Contact me 306-522-1333.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Tanner Schmeckel makes his way slowly to the Bombers sideline on the far side of the field. While we do have a moment, Luke, we were supposed to be joined in the booth today by a good friend of community, Gordon Klim out Zenit Parkway. He went ahead and he helped out the community and won his way to spend an afternoon with us. I don't know if that's truly a win, but an afternoon with us. And we understand that, he's going through battle right now. So, Gordon, we want you to know that we are thinking of you today, and we'll get you up next time for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I've really actually enjoyed getting to know Gordon, and he's got a battle that he's going through, and we're going to help him get through it.
2nd and 8 for the Riders. Bombers show blitz. Harris has time. Pumps, then pulls it down. Does again. And what an opportunity for Keyshawn Johnson to go up. One-handed, tried to pull it in. It falls incomplete at the last second.
This is a play that all the college and high school kids want to make from the quarterback position. Harris is running to his left and coming back to his right. It's a really tough throw to complete. He gets outside of the pocket. Willie Jefferson's complaining that he's being held. Not sure if he wins that argument, but just a little bit behind Keyshawn Johnson, who was running an out route towards the Winnipeg Blue Bomber sideline.
So Joe Couch, who's been busy this afternoon, is on to punt the football away once again.
Golly, I'm hungry, Dave. Not sure you know what.
Fourth punt of the afternoon for Couch. This is a high one that's a winding kick that's taken it to 13 by Vavel. Gets away from the first rush, but then he goes back and he gets wrapped up by the on-rushing Riders from behind. He'll start 1st and 10. Will the Bombers at their 18-yard line.
Yeah, Vavel's been an explosive player for them. Winnipeg has always had good special teams. I mean, Winnipeg and Saskatchewan and Calgary historically under Killam, those teams are known for having great special teams production on both sides, return and cover. And we talked about the third key being today, Vavel versus Super Mario. Who flips the field the best for their team?
1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 18 after the return by Trey Vavel after a 45-yard punt off the foot of Joe Couch. Handoff to Peyton Logan in the backfield, and he'll be wrapped up immediately for a loss of a couple.
Yeah.
It'll be 2nd and long for the Bombers.
Yeah, unfortunately for Peyton Logan, the Saskatchewan Roughriders have overloaded their weak side, starting with CJ Revis as well as DeMarcus Fields. So what that means is essentially they are outnumbering, the weak side. They are outnumbering the Bombers, and that's where the run goes. It goes to the weak side. So with the Riders having the majority of the color over on that side, it made it easy for them to rally on the tackle.
A.J. Allen, Roland Milligan Jr. on the tackle, which was for a loss of 2. It's 2nd and 12 for the Bombers at their 16. Caleros back to pass. Pumps once, feels the rush, and the quarterback gets home. He's down on the turf. The ball is out. Riders say they have it. Andre Poole digs deep and signals Rider football.
This is fantastic. You're getting the Bombers in a situation that they're not comfortable in. 2nd and 7+. So this is 2nd and 12. You know that this team can get to the passer, and guess who? It's Scoop Carney, number 11. Again, mismatch. He's over top of Patty Neufeld. Defensive end beats Neufeld, the guard. Also separates Caleros from the football and then recovers it. Malik Carney, all-star season thus far.
Well, Olympic RTM's turnover for the Riders will put them inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Riders 1st and goal from the Bombers 7 after the fumble, recovery, and sack for Quilt Plains Chevrolet for Malik Carney. Harris is in the gun. 3 receivers near side. Hands it off. A.J. Ouellette dances to the end zone. You know it. Touchdown, Riders! Labor Day Classic 60 tally for A.J. Ouellette with the hammer of Thor into the end zone in front of Hill Country.
Riders' first opportunity in the red zone this game, and they go right to their strength, running the football. A.J. Ouellette does a great job. What you're doing is you're seeing down blocks from the right side, so Yoshi as well as Jacob Brammer and Fergan, they're all blocking down to the left, and A.J. Ouellette's really good at just understanding where those blocks are going and how it's going to make the run look. He follows Yoshi's hips, and it makes it look easy, so the down block gets him a massive lane touchdown, Riders.
Point after attempt to come from Lauther. Good hold by Couch. And into the south end zone, Towns' dad splits the uprights. And it's Winnipeg 10, Saskatchewan 7 with 7:46 to go here in the second quarter. Back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775 horsepower engine and featuring a 567 bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back to the sidelines with Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan.
Dave, Luke, I've said it before and I will say it again. The Labor Day Classic is not just your average game. I must admit, after that recent sack by Malik Carney, and then we saw that explosive run by AJ Oleg getting a TD for the team. No one was more excited than Sean Bain Jr., who even turned around, yelled at the crowd, who obviously reciprocated and tossed a towel right at a young fan. They are feeling the crowd in this building tonight. Let's just hope that they can turn that into a TD for their fans.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Teagan. That Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 7-yard touchdown run. One play. That was all it took after the fumble of Zach Caleros recovered by the Riders. As Brett Lauther has kicked it off to Peyton Logan back at his 9-yard line. Coming up the near side. Looks to make a man miss. Flags down everywhere as he's tripped up by Nick Weeb as he gets across the 35-yard line. Here comes the Bomber offense. But again, looks like this ball is going to move back.
Yeah, short fields for or for the Winnipeg Blue Bomb, long fields, excuse me, we got a player down. I believe that is Dalkey.
Yeah, it is Dalkey, you're right. And of course, it's another WorkSafe Saskatchewan timeout. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer.
Winnipeg number 26, a 10-yard penalty will result in a first down.
Jaden Woodby flagged for the illegal block, as there's some concern with Jaden Dalkey down on the turf, as the training staff for the Riders is helping him out right at the 40-yard line on this near side of the football field. 71-yard kickoff, 26 on the return, but Winnipeg will be moved all the way back to their 18-yard line to begin this drive, as Dalkey, who again came in this year and the team said, okay, listen, Jaden, we need you to be a linebacker. And Jaden attacked that in the offseason and really, I think, has done phenomenally well, as he's been rotated in on the defense at times, plays a lot of special teams, and has done terrifically well in my estimation.
Yeah, and I think that with Jaden Dalkey, he's always had that body type, but more ability, the skill set. So he's a linebacker body, but he's got a lot of speed about him, which allowed him to play safety, allows him to fit into the box. You can plug him into any situation, whether it be the weak side or the strong side in this defense. So an important depth guy for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Hopefully he's okay.
Well, and Jaden Dalkey, of course, a proud alumnus of the University of Alberta Golden Bears program. They didn't start the season that they would have wanted back on Friday night against the University of Saskatchewan Huskies. But how about the University of Regina Rams and Calgary Dinos in the final 13 seconds of the ball game? Calgary was able to erase an 9-point deficit, including a rouge on the kickoff to send the game into overtime, which the defending Hardy Cup champion Regina Rams overcame to win the ball game in Calgary. So how's that for week one in Canada West football?
Well, it's a big year, obviously, for the Regina Rams with the Vanier Cup being here.
So Zach Caleros and the Bombers will go to work as Jaden Dalkey is on the Riders sideline. For Caleros, it's 1st and 10, left-hand hash. Fakes the handoff, swings it out far side. That's complete to Dembski. Gets across the 20, stiff arms a man and pushed out of bounds right around the 24-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 6.
Good job. Good job by DeMarcus Fields. Getting off a block and just escorting Dembski out towards the sideline. Again, no surprise that they're going to Dembski early here in this game. They've been taking every possession, it seems, from the end of their field. Trying to get Dembski involved here. You get 7 out of that one on the quick screen.
2nd and 3 for the Bombers at their 25. Right hash, far side of the field. That's where 3 receivers will settle. Now they'll move in motion. Hand the ball off to Oliveira. He's got a first down and more across the 30, up to the 35 of the Bombers for a gain of 10. It's first down Winnipeg with 6:53 to go in the second quarter.
Bombers overload the right side. They run the receivers from right to left, but they end up zone blocking to the right side. And Brady Oliveira does a good job setting up the A-gap on his right to get that first down. 2 turnovers. Both leading to touchdowns, Dave. Both leading to all of the turnovers really leading to points in this game so far.
First and 10 for Winnipeg at their 35-yard line. 6:24 to go here in the second quarter. The Bombers lead 10-7. Caleros in the gun, frantically claps his hand to get the snap back. Now he swings it out far side, incomplete. Looking for Peyton Logan on the far side, flat, just beyond his fingertips. Second down upcoming.
Yeah, Peyton Logan starts out this rep on the left side in essentially a wing set, and they run him into the flat. Jackson Ford does a great job. I mean, I commented on him being late early on in the first quarter to a big play. Since then, he's been on his P's and Q's. He was in man coverage on Logan, didn't get lost in the fray that you usually get lost in trying to get from one side of the field to the other against a fast guy. I think he would have made that tackle regardless. Second and 10.
Ball right hand hash, 3 receivers far side. Caleros looks that way, fires, complete, but met right away. Great reception, but the tackle made immediately on Dalton Schoen after a gain of 6. It'll be third down.
And I think that you're seeing Zach Caleros with the clock in his mind sped up. I mean, all of the passes right now are quick passes. Obviously, this defensive front and the way they've gotten back there already this game in his mind, because on a 2nd and 10, the last thing you want to do is throw it to the sideline 4 yards and ask your receivers to get 6 of the yards afterwards against this flying defense in the green and white.
Jamison Sheehan on to punt again for the Bombers. 5:10 to go here in the second quarter. He stands back to kick this one away from his 29-yard line. Mario Alford back in his own zone, as this one's going to be kicked away from him on a line. It's going to take a bounce at the 17-yard line, trickle into the arms of Alford there. Tries to make a man miss. Flags come out as he's pushed out of bounds at the 23-yard line. It's Riders' ball with 4:50 to go, but another penalty now on special teams. Haven't seen many on offense or defense, all on special teams.
Yeah, it looked like an illegal block in the back.
Saskatchewan number 31, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, again, you know, we talked about Valvo and Super Mario. I mean, both teams really today have had incredibly long fields to deal with on their possession downs.
So Trevor Harris comes back out, completing just 50% of his passes. He's only thrown the ball 8 times so far in this game.
Yeah.
He's 4 of 8 for 33 yards. So the Riders will look to get something going on offense as they broke that 3-quarter scoring drought moments ago with a touchdown run after a fumble recovery. As the ball's going to be placed at the 8-yard line of the Riders to start this drive.
Yeah, Jay Person, Willie Jefferson's not out there, so the ends are Person and Vaughters.
So first down, Saskatchewan. Mario Anderson is checked into the ball game in the backfield for the Riders on first down. Extra bodies in along the offensive line. Handoff goes to Anderson. Stutter step to the left, cut back to the right, but that delay is going to cost him as he's wrapped up after a gain of a couple.
Yeah, non-needed stutter step here. I'm not sure what he saw initially here, but if he just continues upfield, he's probably got 3 or 4 more yards here. But he looked to get to the outside, and then the Bombers defense, they had brought their linebackers lower down, so he got talked out of the outside, and when he went back inside, there was too many guys there. 2nd and 7.
Ball at the Saskatchewan 11-yard lines. Right-hand hash for Harris, who signals for his receivers to move in motion. 3 to this near side of the line of scrimmage. Harris back to pass. Loads it up. Looks. Finds Dante Myers. That'll be a Bazandowski Agency's first down and more. Up to the 35-yard line. Nice pitch and catch. Saskatchewan Roughriders 28-yard. First down for the green and white.
You know, Winnipeg's just not able to get any pressure here on Trevor Harris. You got Willie Jefferson down low. We block him up. Anytime you're able to get number 5 blocked up, makes life a lot easier. Then you got Dante just coming back to the middle of the field at about 15 yards. It's a good completion there for Trevor Harris, and then Dante gets whatever he can with his legs afterwards.
Mario Anderson Jr., the lone back in the backfield for Harris on 1st and 10 at the Riders 35. Here comes the blitz from the Bombers. Riders fling it out far side, complete to Del Duncan. Busby gets across the 40, pushed out of bounds at the 42 after a gain of 7.
You know what? This is a really good 7-yard gain. I mean, I know that you always want more when you get these screens going, but the Bombers have the Riders outflanked here on their left side. You've got 3 defenders, Evan Holm being one of them, in front of 2 blockers. So to get 7 out of that shows you just how well the Riders executed that play despite being outmanned on the ball carrier side.
Ball just shy of the Riders 41 on this 2nd and long play. Harris in the gun. Bombers rush 4. Harris has time. Looks over the middle. Has a man. It's caught. Tommy Neal to the 20, 15, 10. Tommy, take it home. It's Tommy Neal. Touchdown, Riders. 69-yard touchdown reception.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are going to have to get a little bit more aggressive up front. They're only rushing 4 here, and nobody really gets off. Trevor Harris is allowed to step into this throw. It's up the seam to his left, just outside the hash mark. And Cam Allen is late getting over the top. Tommy Neal catches it and finishes because Winnipeg has no defenders outside of Allen, who was late to get over to the hash mark.
69-yard touchdown reception for Tommy Neal.
He's been good since he's been inserted in the lineup, and it's no surprise because the coaching staff has been really excited about him.
Point after from Brett Lauther, sails through the uprights, and the Riders take their first lead of Labor Day Classic 60. It's 14-10 with 2:36 to go. More in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning given to the benches for Brett Young's seeds in the final minutes or the middle of the growing season. Performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. And how about them yak yards from Tommy Neal on that 69-yard touchdown reception? Yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. It's Pump Jacks Cathedral as we await a kickoff from Brett Lauther. We'll get to that Nelson GM touchdown drive in a moment. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 4-play drive for the Riders. It started back at their own 8-yard line. A couple of passes, Tommy Neal hauling it in, and then getting the yak yards to wrap it up for Nelson GM on the touchdown drive that has the Riders in front. 14-10 with 2:36 to go in this second quarter.
More importantly, I think the opportunity to maybe put this game away here. And the reason I say this, you got 2:36, you got a 2-and-out here, and then you potentially score again going into the half. I don't see the Bombers having the offensive firepower to get back into it after that.
Logan dropped the ball, and the kick returned back at his 15. Fortunately for him, he gets that great bounce up into his arms. He then scampers ahead for another couple of yards, out of bounds at the 30 of Winnipeg, right at the Saskatchewan bench. And it's 1st and 10 for Zach Caleros and the Bombers, who will look for a response. 72 on the kickoff, 22 on the return.
And the crowd's going to get into this. And again, there's all sorts of time left on this clock. And again, I just don't see Winnipeg with the way their offense is built, especially when they're on the run. I think if they get down by a touchdown or more, I think it's game over. So big opportunity for Saskatchewan here.
Collaros calls for the ball, fakes the handoff, now pitches it far side, and it's short, incomplete. Intended for Nick Dembski, but Collaros felt the pressure coming up the middle.
Yeah, and more importantly, this is a Dembski down, right? This is an opportunity here that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers need to move the ball down the field. They've got to figure something else. So what do? They take Dembski, they get him from outside or inside to outside into the flat, and they just can't connect. So again, they're in 2nd and 10 for what seems to be like the 12th time in a row. And this is going to unleash Malik Carney on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers line. I think they're going to line up Carney again over another guard and let him go to work. That's what they look like they're doing.
He swaps spots with Jameer Thurman in coverage. 2:28 to go. It's 2nd and 10. Collaros back to pass. Pressure coming. Collaros escapes far side. Gonna lift it up. Looking downfield for Dembski. And it's incomplete. A pair of Riders converge and bat the ball away for an incompletion and a 2-and-out for the Bomber offense.
Yeah, and a quick 2-and-out. 2:18 left. It's exactly what we talk about here. Zach Collaros is forced out of the pocket. The pressure in front of him is collapsing him from the inside out. Excuse me as I mumble the way through this. But Scoop gets some good pressure, forces Collaros, and then he just throws up a prayer into double coverage with Dembski going downfield. So the desperation is beginning to show on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, you have an incredible opportunity to really build some momentum and close out this half.
Sheehan on for his 5th punt of the afternoon on behalf of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Awaits this snap at his 15. Riders have a pair of returners on this 3rd down play. Sheehan, high spiraling kick that Mario Alford will take at his 25-yard line. Looking far side, tries to find a seam, makes a man miss, but then gets wrapped up by the 2nd man downfield. 1st and 10 for the Riders up to the 26-yard line of Saskatchewan. So a long road ahead, but a lot of time to go with 2:08 to go. 55 on the punt, 7 on the return.
Yeah, there's so much time here for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They don't need to panic, right? Like, this isn't you don't need to come out here and be like, oh man, we need a big play here first. By all means, they can take a shot, but it's just not something right now where they feel forced into doing it. You only take a shot if you get the look that you want. You got a tight end set now.
1st and 10 for the Riders at their 27. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette, who comes to the near side. Gets away from the first tackle, but then the 2nd man in comes up to make the play. That's Jaden Woodby, and it'll be a gain of about 5, maybe 6.
Yeah, you got some good initial blocking here up front. You've got a pulling lineman. A.J. Ouellette just patiently approaches it. Zach Fry gets in front of him, and A.J. gets behind him once Fry finishes his pulling assignment. You get 6 out of that, 2nd and 4. Again, Trevor Harris, surgical in these downs.
Ball spotted at the Riders 33 with 1:53 to go before halftime. 3 receivers near side, including a Joe, Tommy Neal, and Dante Myers. Backfield empties. Harris looks far side. Can't find anything. Comes near side. Finds Dante Myers, but that falls incomplete as it looked like he had it right in the breadbasket, but it falls to the turf, and the Riders are going to have to kick.
Yeah, and that's an opportunity that's squandered there, unfortunately. I think Myers just had his mind made up where he wanted to start running before he caught the football. Winnipeg now gets the opportunity back. But again, I'm not sure how Winnipeg plans on getting – Saskatchewan's doing a great job on Dembski, right? They're bracketing him. There's a lot of attention being paid to number 10. How does Winnipeg figure this out? It starts with the ability in the punt return.
Joe Couch, sidewinding punt that Vavel's going to take as he dives ahead to take it on the fly, and he gets up to the 39. And here comes Zach Collaros with really no return on that punt as Vavel, his priority was to field that cleanly, which he did.
Yeah, it's all about ball security at that point, right, Dave? The Winnipeg Blue Bombers get an opportunity to start on their 38-yard line here.
38-yard punt for Joe Couch. Zach Collaros, and the offense comes on. Collaros, 9 of 14 for 135 yards. Brady Oliveira has ran the ball just 4 times thus far.
Yep.
For a total of 16 yards.
They've locked off the run totally. I wouldn't be surprised to see some linebackers coming here on this 1st down.
1:32 to go in the 2nd quarter. Bombers have it at their own 38. Receivers in motion, move far side, and Schoen and Dembski. Back to pass. Caleros near side looking for Oliveira. He finds him, but Marcus Sales right there to knock him out of bounds after a gain of maybe a yard.
Had a feeling the blitz was coming, and that's exactly what happens. You've got A.J. Allen, and you also got Roland Milligan involved from the boundary side. The pressure gets to Caleros. He gets the ball out, but again, it's only to Oliveira down low, and they barely get a yard. 2nd and 9. And more importantly, the clock is stopped.
Oliveira did step out of bounds,
yeah,
you're right.
You're potentially looking at another chance with a good return if they get this 2 and out for Saskatchewan to go into the dressing room with a score.
Bombers break huddle with 3 to the far side. Riders show blitz and bring it. Caleros to pass far side. That goes up and it's caught. Nice catch. Dylan Mitchell climbs the ladder. And the first-year Bomber hauls it in for a first down at the Riders' 54.
It's a really good throw here from Zach Caleros. It's a little bit high, but it's one of the first ones where he hasn't had pressure in his face. And because of that, he's able to wait for Dylan Mitchell to just settle down in the middle of 3 Saskatchewan Roughriders, about 20 yards upfield. And that's the first positive we've seen out of the Winnipeg offense in a while.
And right at midfield is where they spot the ball, dare I say, in Sergio Castillo field goal territory. First down and 10 for the Bombers. 3 receivers near side. Caleros to pass. Looks to this near side. Finds his man Schoen in the flat. And that'll be complete for a gain of about 4 to the Saskatchewan 51.
Good job by Schoen getting out of bounds. You're right. You're inching closer to Castillo territory here, Dave.
Well, he smacked a 63-yarder this season, right?
So what you're saying is they're already in range now.
I think they might be.
2nd and 6.
We know that for sure. Ball in the left-hand hash for Caleros.
Well, here, I mean, if you're Saskatchewan, the way you've been doing this, you don't need to blitz any linebackers, so you got extra guys in coverage now.
6 receivers set for the Bombers. Empty backfield for Caleros, who winds, fires quickly up near the first down stick as Mitchell. He'll be wrapped up, but the spot of forward progress will be extremely close to a first down at the Riders' 45.
Yeah, and does O'Shea use a timeout now, getting his big team on the field? Zach Caleros just wants them to go without worrying about, they're gonna mark it and take a look at if they've got it or not. Zach Caleros just wants to continue the momentum of this drive. Their first good drive in a long, actually feels like all game.
Well, interesting note, it is a day of milestones. Of course, when you can do that on Labor Day, it makes it that much more special. A couple of first half tackles by Jameer Thurman have been confirmed by the Canadian Football League. That moves him to 500 on his career. So congratulations to Jameer Thurman on that one, as the chains are out and it's going to be a first down. So Winnipeg will have it 1st and 10 at the Riders' 45 once they clean up the chain gang, as they'll come to this near side of the field.
Yeah, so the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are getting this call in right away, because as soon as the whistle blows, the clock's going to start, right? So Caleros wants to preserve as much time as they can here.
So the chains will reset. Rider Nation comes to life. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Rider 45-yard line. Saskatchewan in front 14-10 with 59 seconds left in the second quarter. Caleros in the gun. Oliveira stands to his right. Caleros back to pass. Can't find anything. Dumps it off underneath. That's a screen to Oliveira, and he'll get to the 40, take a shot, and then be stood up by C.J. Rivas when he gets to the Riders' 38-yard line. Maybe going to give him the 36, close to a first down.
Yeah, what you're seeing is a little bit of a prequel or a prelude to how I think Winnipeg's going to have to go offensively in the second half. Here, they allow the strength of the Saskatchewan Roughriders pass rush to work against them and throw a screen.
Tempo offense. Caleros steps back, feels the pressure, gets wrapped out, 3rd sack of the day. The Riders get home. Nice play by Saskatchewan. It's Ali Saad with his first CFL sack.
This is an all-out effort sack here from Ali Saad, the rookie draft pick, first rounder. He's lined up against Gabe Wallace, their left guard, and he just simply outworks Wallace to the point where he gets upfield a little bit, and as soon as Zach Caleros panics and tries to get outside, he's able to get off Gabe Wallace's block and bring down Zach Caleros for his first sack of his career. So Castillo now is kicking this from right at the halfway point on from the 50.
Good from 10 yards earlier. Now sets it up for a 50-yard attempt with 26 seconds and counting to go in the second half, or the second quarter, pardon me. Clean snap, ball on the tee. End over ender from Castillo, that's wide right. Looking for some room is Dante Myers, and he goes airborne up at the 2 with 11 seconds to go, and that doesn't happen every day with Sergio Castillo. A wide right kick doesn't result in any points, and the Riders still lead 14-10. Back to that Quill Plains Chevrolet sack. Of course, Quill Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena, taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains.
This is a great job here by number 47. Tanner Cadwaller. Dante Myers is trying to get a return out of it. Those are big opportunities when the long field goal teams are in the Canadian Football League and the kicker misses, right? So Myers probably gets a little bit excited. The Saskatchewan Roughriders will come out here and either kneel the ball or run the ball just to milk this clock out and get in up 4. They're going to kneel it.
Well, the Riders did win the coin toss, and we'll get the football presumably to start the second half. As play is whistled in, and Harris quickly takes a knee with 9 seconds left to go before halftime.
It would have been funny if O'Shea called a timeout there.
Well, I was wondering, would you ever think about it? Probably not.
Yeah.
So the clock is going to drain down to zeros. The YAC halftime report is coming up momentarily. With Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates and the crew as Harris takes one more knee. And at the half of Labor Day Classic 60 and on the Quality Tires scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca, it's Saskatchewan 14, Winnipeg 10. We'll take a break and come back with your halftime show in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium, and we are through the first half of this football game. So let's give you the highlights. Let's take a peek at this halftime rewind for Quality Tire, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Right on cue, we're set for kickoff with Brent Lauther putting his arm in the air. Marks off the approach. The kick's in the air, and we're underway in Labor Day Classic 60. Rider Nation comes to life. 5 receivers set for the Bombers as here comes the blitz from the Riders. Caleres feels it, wrapped up, sack! The Riders get home, and it's Malik Carney getting to the quarterback for his 5th sack of the season. At their 16, Caleres back to pass, pumps once, feels the rush, and the quarterback gets home. He's down on the turf, the ball is out, Riders say they have it. Andre Poole digs deep and signals Rider football. Riders first and goal from the Bombers 7 after the fumble, recovery, and sack. 3 receivers near side. Hands it off, A.J. Ouellette dances to the end zone. You know it. Touchdown, Riders! Harris in the gun. Bombers rush 4. Harris has time. Looks over the middle. Has a man. It's caught. Tommy Neild to the 20, 15, 10. Tommy, take it home. It's Tommy Neild. Touchdown, Riders! 69-yard touchdown reception. Tempo offense. Caleres steps back, feels the pressure, gets wrapped out, third sack of the day. The Riders get home. Nice play by Saskatchewan. It's Ali Saad with his first CFL sack.
It is the 60th annual Labor Day Classic right here at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. Of course, your Saskatchewan Roughriders, they're on top. 14-10 through the first half of this football game. We'll be back with more. This is, after all, the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. We'll be back on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Get the latest news and information on your team from our team anytime at sportscades.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders in front 14-10 through the first 2 quarters of this football game in the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. It's Teagan Witko here with Justin Dunk. We are in a jam-packed Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Biggest crowd, I think, ever in this building. And, man, you can feel it on field level, Justin. It is impossible to hear yourself think down there. The crowd losing their minds for this football team, and there are a lot of Bomber fans here in the building tonight. I think we had one actually walk across our set earlier in the day.
Sneaky Bomber fans. You said the crowd gets really excited for a Joe though every time they see the guy.
Yeah, every time that he is not just sitting on the bench on the sideline, anytime he was going out to hype up the crowd was just absolutely losing their mind. I mean, I think that he is a fan favorite for a reason, and I'd like to see him get a few more reps because I think he has, one reception in this game so far. Obviously his first of the 2025 season with the Riders after returning from Colts in the NFL, right?
Yeah, Luc was right. He's played a little bit more on offense than I think I expected. It's clear that he remembers the playbook from when he was here as a rookie, but he's been in there a little bit. They've kind of been rotating him and Del Duncan-Busby in the offensive sets, but it's certainly noticeable that the fans pay attention to a Joe.
Well, even Sean Bain Jr., you can tell that he's feeling reignited on the sidelines. Obviously, he's there to be that hype guy as well. At one point, I believe it was right after a Malik Carney sack, he got the crowd really fired up. He went as far as to throw a towel into the crowd because there was just a kid looking at him and wanted to get his attention, right? So it really does just go to show that this game is so much more than just football. It really is about the fans and the excitement surrounding this rivalry.
Indeed. Malik Carney has created the excitement in the building because the Bombers went up 10-0, and then Malik Carney creates that sack fumble. But what they're doing with Malik Carney is the most interesting part of this football game to me. Usually he lines up at defensive end, Teagan, but they've kicked him inside on some of these obvious passing downs and let him rush from the defensive tackle position, which means he can use his quickness against those, we'll call them thicker guards on the inside. So the first sack, he beats Pat Neufeld to create that turnover. The second sack, was a turnover when he beats Gabe Wallace and recovers his own fumble that he created on Zach Collaros, which led to an A.J. Ouellette touchdown on the very next snap. So Malik Carney getting moved around, but it's clear to me that Corey Mace and the defense have pinpointed that as a matchup that they believe is in their advantage. Malik Carney on the interior linemen, specifically the guards, for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's got 2 sacks in that first half, and he really changed the excitement level of this game, literally. Because the Riders were down 10-0. He creates the fumble, and A.J. Ouellette goes into the end zone, and then off to the races the Riders go.
So, of course, Malik Carney right now, as Justin just mentioned, 2 sacks in this game already. I believe that's, 6 on the season right now. He also had 3 defensive tackles in this game. Roland Milligan Jr. also stepping up defensively for the club. Do you want to talk a little bit about the offense, though?
Yeah, for sure. I think you have to mention what the offense has been able to do after a slow start in that first quarter. No points on the board, and specifically the Tommy Neal touchdown. I was up in the press box watching with Wes Cates, and he's like a baby Andy Fantus vibes to him. And I think part of the reason he said that is because, it looked like the Riders got the benefit of the doubt there because Tommy Neal might have been a step over the line of scrimmage in that halo zone, we'll call it, for the waggle. But motions from right to left, down that left seam, Trevor Harris fits it in there perfectly, and then Neal breaking tackles in the open field for a 69-yard score. So really intriguing to me that the offense has found a way, but I think the defense ignited it, specifically Malik Carney.
Well, and I also like to see, obviously, Rider fans like to see that Mario Anderson is back, and it looks like he wants to get there. He wants to explode. He did have a couple of carries already on returns in this game.
Mario Alford, yes.
Or
Super
Alford,
Mario
rather,
has
yes.
done his thing, and you can see that, it seems like it's close for Mario Alford to break one in this football game. He's broken a bunch of returns in his career, and I think the positive for the Riders in his first game back is it looks like the Mario Alford that we're used to seeing. He doesn't look timid. He doesn't look a little bit slower like you might think the guys trying to find their way into the football game. He looks like he's right back up to speed.
Absolutely. What are we liking, or what do you think the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are talking about in the locker room right now, thinking that they need to adjust heading into the second half?
I know they're talking about, hey, when Malik Carney gets kicked inside, we got to try to get a hand on this guy, because Pat Neufeld, for as good as he's been throughout his career, did not look good in that rep where Carney sacked Collaros, and then Gabe Wallace just had no idea what to do, and Carney beat him with his quicks to the outside on that rep, which to me right now is the play of the football game. I think that changed everything around. So those Winnipeg guards need to be more physical, and I think the tackles can help them out a little bit, perhaps get a hand on him to get a little more of a physical presence there on Carney. And I think defensively, if you're the Bombers, you just need to be patient, right? Like, they took a bad angle on that touchdown to Tommy Neal there, the safety coming over trying to make a play. That didn't work out, but Trevor Harris, as we know, can pick them apart. So I think from the Riders' perspective, there was a slow start there because Jordan Younger, he's known for rushing 3, dropping 9 into coverage. And we saw Trevor Harris with a first down here, a first down there in the first quarter, but he was trying to figure out, okay, what's this going to look like, and how are we going to deploy our receivers against it? So I think he got more comfortable in the second quarter.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders in front right now, 14-10, as we head back to the broadcast booth with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder for the second half of this football game, the 60th Annual Labor Day Classic. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now, or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. RedheadPowersports.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new Super Duty.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,835 in employee price adjustments on eligible 2025 Super Duty models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show. Sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan. 620 CKRM. It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back upstairs at the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. And I know you're supposed to expect anything on Labor Day, and if some way, somehow you had anticipated a bagpipe performance during a rock show at halftime, I tip my hat to you. I did not expect that.
Well, you know what? I think that every time you get the amalgamation of bagpipes into anything, it's going to turn out pretty good. It's just one of those instruments, man, that's probably pretty hard to play.
Yeah.
But just adds such an extra element to anything that you're doing. Unless it's rap. Don't add bad pipes to rap.
Fair enough.
These days, rap is bad enough anyway.
Well, we know what Luc's playlist is going to look like at the conclusion of this game, but what we don't know is how this game is going to conclude.
Yeah.
The Riders leading 14-10 at half. They will receive the football, defending the end zone to the south, which is our broadcast right. Again, the Riders in their retro Rider green today, along with the helmet emblazoned in that great iconic S logo. They've got the white pants with the green stripes on to do the Riders. The Bombers wearing their white road jerseys with the blue accents, the blue and gold pants along with the blue socks as we get the second half underway. It is the Quality Tire kickoff with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Sergio Castillo set to get this thing going as the Riders think to 14 unanswered points in the final 8 minutes of the second quarter, have a 14-10 lead entering the second half. Rider Nation comes to their feet. Castillo approaches the ball, and he hammers an end-over-ender that Mario Alford will take back at his 6-yard line. Alford veers to the left, now cuts back to the right to the 30, 35, 40 before finally being upended there. And here comes Trevor Harris and the Saskatchewan Roughriders offense. Harris, the first half that, got off to a slow start, but he's 7 of 12 for 132 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, slow start, but again, the Saskatchewan Roughriders continually pounded away and kept themselves into manageable second down situations, right? The more that they did that, the better things got. And I think that, again, coming out into this third quarter here, if you're able to get a score, you're going to make it really tough for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers because they clearly just aren't cut out right now to be a one-dimensional offense via the pass. So let's do that first and foremost. Let's extend this lead and see if we can just pound them out.
1st and 10 for the Riders as the flags come down deep in the Winnipeg secondary after a gain of a couple to A.J. Ouellette on the handoff. We'll wait to see what these flags are from Andre Poole, and he's pointing towards the Winnipeg sideline.
I'm not sure what this call is going to be. It is on the Blue Bombers.
Potentially too many men?
Maybe, yeah.
We'll see what Andre Poole has to say.
Too many players on the field. Winnipeg, 10-yard penalty first.
So the ball advances to the Saskatchewan 51-yard line for the first down of the second half for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. Ball set up on the left-hand hash for Harris. As mentioned, 7 of 12 in the opening half for 132 yards and a touchdown pass to Tommy Neild. Riders send 3 receivers to the far side. A.J. Ouellette hovers in the backfield with 2 receivers in Neild and Robustelli to the near side. Harris fakes the handoff. Pump once, now looking deep down the sideline for Robustelli. Almost had it. Got his arm on it, but couldn't haul it in. Tight coverage on this near side by Trey Vavel, who only allows 20% of attempted passes coming his way to be completed. He breaks that one up there, too.
This is really good coverage by Trey Vavel, too. One-on-one. Robustelli tries to get him with the fake in route and then get back up the field. Vavel stays with him step for step. That's excellent defense for the youngster cutting his teeth in the Canadian Football League, and it's a 2nd and 10 situation now for the Riders. Obviously, we don't like that. Big Willie Jefferson, he's getting longer in the tooth, relies a lot on his football IQ these days versus his outstanding athletic ability.
And he lines up on the right side of the defensive line, who rushes for the Bombers is Harris. Now going to flip it forward. That's going to fall incomplete as it goes off the back of Logan Furland as Harris was under duress as he had a man right in front of him. He dumps it incomplete, and it's...
Oh, we're talking about Willie Jefferson. He's on the right edge here of their defense, and he runs a defensive end and defensive tackle stunt. He goes inside, and he gets his big fella, number 99, to the outside, and Cameron Lawson. And Lawson's the guy who ends up getting the pressure and forcing that errant sort of flip pass that didn't go to anything.
Joe Couch on to punt, standing at his 37-yard line to send this one away. Trey Vavel back at his 6 for the Bombers. Look at this kick from Couch. Bounces off his foot, and it'll go all the way down to the Winnipeg 8-yard line near sideline. Vavel makes a man miss, then veers out of bounds at the 25. And here comes Zach Collaros on the Winnipeg offense. Collaros, 14 of 19 in the opening half for 172 yards passing.
Yeah, and for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, their problem is they haven't managed any success on first down. They haven't been able to run the football effectively, and that's put them in 2nd and 10 situations consistently, and they just haven't managed to get anything going when they have been in those 2nd and 10 spots. So Riders and obviously Malik Carney is a big deal and a lot to do with it. First down, this is usually where we see the pressure.
Ball on the 26 of Winnipeg. Caleros fakes a pitch underneath. Now he'll look to go deep on his own. Doesn't see anything and throws it out of bounds. Incomplete at the Rider bench.
Well, we do see a pressure. A.J. Allen lines up in his weak linebacker spot. He adds himself, but it's Mike Rose who's running a stunt internally here for the Blue Bombers that gets upfield and forces Zach Caleros into a throw that he really didn't want to make. And Zach Caleros, unfortunately, has spent a lot of time on his back today.
Bombers number 7 in 2nd down conversion in the Canadian Football League, converting only 47.5% of the time. They'll try to do it here, 2nd and 10, deep in their own territory at their 26. The ball on the right hash, 5 receivers in this formation for Caleros, who's back to pass. Looking, doesn't see anything, steps up, gets wrapped up. Riders get home, quarterback sack, Saskatchewan, it's Micah Johnson.
Yeah, this is a coverage sack. Zach Caleros is slow to get up. As a matter of fact, he's not getting up. Micah Johnson, man, this is just a grinded out play here. He's working as a defensive tackle, trying to stay alive in the pass rush. And Zach Caleros, he goes down and catches the back of his helmet on that turf. And obviously with his history, you always are a little bit more concerned when you see a play like that out of him. But a great 2-and-out early for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. But again, they're keeping them in 2nd and 10. Sorry, Dave, and Winnipeg just nothing to do against that defensive front.
My bad. 6th sack of the season for Micah Johnson. Quill Plains Chevrolet and Buick GMC in Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. And Micah Johnson kept his legs driving for the quarterback sack. 3rd and 14 for the Bombers, who will kick it away from their own 22. The Riders once again put a pair of returners back to catch this ball off the foot of Jamison Sheehan. He stands at his 8. Clean snap, low kick that's going to spiral right to the hands of Mario Alford at the 45. To the midfield stripe into Winnipeg territory, down to the Bombers 50, and that's where the Riders will have the ball when we come back. 14-10, Saskatchewan leads Winnipeg in Labor Day Classic 60. 12:07 to go in the 3rd quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Most farmers plan for success, better seeds, stronger inputs, smarter agronomy. But when it comes to insurance, too many producers still plan for the worst. Global Ag Risk Solutions believes that insurance should be all about your best case scenario. Their coverage protects your input costs and your margin, so you can make confident decisions all season long. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Owens & Schweitzer in Eston or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go back to field level with Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country, Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
In that first half of this football game, we did see Jaden Dahlke go down on the field, a little shaken up on the play, and afterwards he came back to the sideline, hopped into the medical tent, and trainers did check him out for a little bit there. Shortly thereafter, it was right after the 3-minute warning in that 2nd quarter, he slowly jogged off to the dressing room, and I now have confirmation that he's questionable to return tonight, gentlemen.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Well, of course, shaken up on that play was Jaden Dahlke. Shaken up on the last one was Zach Caleros, and we haven't seen him go under the tent on the Blue Bombers sideline. We'll keep an eye on that as the Riders break huddle after that 15-yard Eberess and Sons punt return for the Riders to set themselves up 1st and 10 at the Winnipeg 50-yard line. For Caleros has 3 receivers to this near side. Olet the lone back in the backfield. Fakes a handoff, pitches it out near side. Tommy Neal's got it to the 45, hurdles a man, and goes right on his head as he lands at the 43-yard line for a gain of almost 7.
Well, the Riders line up a Joe in the slot, and they give the look that they normally give when they're running the football and having the receivers act as lead blockers. But then what they do is they flip that look, and they go directly to the screen to Neal. And it's a good job by Keyshawn Johnson blocking to get this play on the roll. They get 8 out of it. It's 2nd and 2.
4 receivers far side on 2nd and short. Hand the ball off to Ouellette. Finds a seam across the 40 to the 39 for a Bazandowski Agency's first down.
No surprise, Winnipeg selling out against the run here. They're loading the box up. A.J. Ouellette starts this run out behind the left guard and then ends up cutting it all the way back behind the right guard and Jacob Brammer. First down.
Riders have the ball at the Bombers' 40 with 10:56 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front, 14-10.
Benefiting from a great field position given to them by a decent return by Mario, but also a great stand defensively.
Harris hands the ball off to Ouellette, makes the first wave miss, and then he gets down inside the 35 to the 34 of Winnipeg for a gain of 6.
And there's nothing fancy about this run. It's just resilience and determination here from A.J. Ouellette. You take the handoff, you make an initial cut, break 1 tackle, keep your feet moving, work hard, break another tackle. Outstanding stuff.
2nd and 3 as Ouellette comes to the sideline as Mario Anderson Jr. will come on into the backfield with Harris. 3 receivers to this near side. Harris calls out the cadence, looks to the far side to pass as a man. It's Keyshawn Johnson complete up to the Bombers' 26 for a first down, Riders.
Little quick throw here from Harris, not allowing that pass rush from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to get rolling. They're unable to block the ball, and it's a quick out from Keyshawn Johnson. Gets him another first down.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders, now just outside the red zone at the Bombers' 26. Far hash. Anderson the lone back in the backfield. 5 receivers in this formation for the Riders, including a Joe who moves in motion towards the line of scrimmage on first down. Fake the handoff, throw it far side, looking for a Joe that hits his feet as Harris was hurried from the onset as Kyrie Wilson got into the backfield.
Well, Kyrie Wilson, the weak side linebacker, adds himself low, essentially there to stop any run attempts. But when he sees a Joe crossing the field, he stops him up by just sort of approaching the line of scrimmage, getting in his way. It throws off the route that's going into the flat, and Harris can't hit it. So 2nd and 10.
Ball far hash once again. 9:10 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 4. 3 receivers to the far side of the formation. Harris back to pass, feels the pressure, steps up into the pocket. Now he pulls it down, slings it, incomplete. Had Tommy Neal, it would have been close to a first down, but it slips through his fingers, incomplete, and it'll be a 3rd down situation as Brett Lauther and the field goal unit run on.
You got a 5-man front here from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and Trevor Harris does a good job just extending this play. All right? Excuse me, a 4-man front. Harris gets to the outside of it, but then comes back in, trying to keep himself alive, allowing Neal to get across, but just can't hit. Lauther, proud pops from 34.
Ball right hash, 8:50 and counting. Coach with the hold, a clean snap. Lauther puts a foot into it and puts it right through the uprights. Make the lead 17-10 Saskatchewan with 8:45 to go in the third quarter. Back with more of Labor Day Classic 60 from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go, farmers. Time to huddle up. DeKalb's canola lineup just got deeper with our 800 series Liberty Link hybrids, bringing solid yield potential with straight cut plus, club root resistance, and the Liberty Link herbicide system. DeKalb has a hybrid that fits every field. If you haven't scouted the 800 series yet, it's time to get it in your lineup. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to find your fit. Always read and follow label directions.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick's Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick's Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Play Rider Drive nets a 34-yard field goal from Brett Lauther for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today. So Lauther's good. 17-7. The Riders lead the Blue Bombers with Winnipeg getting the ball back on their own 40-yard line with Zach Caleros back out onto the field after taking a pretty good shot the last time he was out for the Blue Bombers.
You're down by 7, and if you're the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, there's no time to panic. You just got to start winning some of these first downs. That's been the primary reason why they haven't had success. They just nothing from Brady Oliveira that's been consistent, and it's hurt them because they've been in second and long a lot.
Now the Bombers will bring 2 running backs in Peyton Logan and Brady Oliveira into the backfield on 1st and 10 from their 40. Riding to side as Caleros pulls it. Now he'll sling it near side. Dembski's got it up across the 50, near the 51-yard line for a gain of almost 11 and a first down.
It was a good throw here by Zach Caleros. This is Dembski coming. He's coming back at about 15 yards to the inside. Zach, a lot more of these throws now, Dave, are going to start becoming those Dembski downs we were talking about in our 3 keys today, just because they're fighting just to find something solid.
So 1st and 10 for the Bombers after that 10-yard-ish reception. Riders throw 4 down linemen here on 1st down. 5 receiver package for the Bombers. 2 move in motion near side. Fake the handoff. Caleros rolling to the near side, finds Dembski again into Saskatchewan territory, and finally hogtied by C.J. Rivas up across the 50 near the 45-yard line of Saskatchewan.
Got a corner route high that Zach Caleros initially looks to, but it's covered, and then your safety blanket and Dembski just hanging out near the sideline to Caleros' right. He's been active today. A lot of outside the pocket movement. And they're now threatening on the 45.
Bombers' first drive of the second half. There's 7:10 to go. Saskatchewan in front 17-10. The second drive of the second half for Caleros, who pitches it underneath to Wheatfall. Makes a man miss in Ray in the backfield. Then he runs into A.J. Allen up at the 42-yard line. Gain of 3 for Carrick Wheatfall.
Well, Wheatfall is really fortunate. This play could have been a potential fumble play here, the way the Riders were on top of this almost immediately on the Bombers' line of scrimmage. Ray just did a great job just bubbling Wheatfall early, and they're lucky to get 3 out of that. It's 2nd and 7.
So with Wheatfall tackled, would it be safe to say that he was swathed?
Let's do it.
2nd and 7 for the Bombers. 5 receiver set, 3 near side for Caleros in the gun. Riders show blitz. They're going to bring it. Caleros back to pass, looks to throw over the middle, complete. What a catch down to the 22-yard line. It was Dalton Schoen who made the reception for Zach Caleros, and will move the sticks for the Bombers.
It's a great timing throw here. They get Dalton Schoen coming over the top, and he puts this ball just inside the outstretched hands of Jameer Thurman, who's dropping in coverage. And now you're looking at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I don't know. Do you run a screen game here with Oliveira? You've got to loosen up that front somehow. You know, you're in Nick Dembski territory, obviously, with the importance of these possessions in the red zone.
Ball on the Saskatchewan 22 for Caleros. Back to pass. Here comes the heat. He pitches it into the end zone. Dembski touchdown. Nip Dembski hauls it in over the shoulder with Tavon Campbell trying to close the gap. Couldn't get there. And Dembski into the end zone for his 7th touchdown of the season.
Well, you saw this the whole way. We talked about this being a Dembski down, and it was just one-on-one versus Tavon Campbell into the corner of the end zone. But Nick Dembski at the top of this route sort of fakes like he's going to go inside. Then he gets outside and leverage on top of DeMarcus Fields. That's a tough cover for any cornerback or halfback in the league, and Nick Dembski finds the end zone.
Harris was being chased by a pack of riders on his way to tossing that over the shoulder of Dembski into the end zone, and with the point after attempt pending, the Bombers look to tie this game with 5 and counting to go in the third quarter. Castillo on to attempt, 25 of 27 on converts this season coming in. Clean snap, good hold, the kick is up, and Castillo nails it. We're tied at 17, 5:03 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say. Instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Capacity crowd at Mosaic Stadium, and look at this 50-50. Just surpassed $1.3 million in the 50-50 jackpot. You've still got time, Rider Nation, to get your ticket. No matter where you are in the province, go to riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca for the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation 50-50. Winnipeg Drive, 5 plays, started at their own 40-yard line. 3 passes to Dembski en route to a 22-yard touchdown reception by the aforementioned Nick Dembski, and the Bombers have pulled even with the Riders. We're tied at 17 with 5:03 to go here in the third quarter.
Well, you alluded to the fans and the crowd earlier. They just announced it. Over 34,000 people taking in today's Labor Day Classic.
Over 1.6 million in total have attended a Labor Day Classic hosted by the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
It's almost dollar for dollar with the current 50-50 at 1.329.
Castillo puts the ball on the tee at his 30-yard line to give it to boot to Mario Alford. He'll have to retreat down to his 4-yard line, turns his back on the return, and then starts up the field. Makes a man miss, but then is tripped up by his toes as he'll get to the 23-yard line, and Trevor Harris and the Rider offense will have a big field in front of them to try to answer a score with a score as a 76-yard kickoff fielded 19 yards by Alford. Of course, the teams will do battle in the return matchup 1 week from today at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, as we do have a shaken up Blue Bomber on the field. Injury timeouts for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan's workplaces safer, as it might even be a cramp right down on the 15-yard line. Hate to speculate on what has been a warm day and a beautiful day again after that almost sun shower about an hour prior to kickoff, but so far so good.
Little sprinkle on the lawn never hurts the grass, you know?
True.
Farmers always enjoy seeing the precipitation as long as it's not too much.
Yeah. Well, that's the key right now, right? With harvest in full swing. And again, we've heard from people almost corner to corner to corner in the province. And we're going to take a break as we have the player down on the play attended to. We'll come back in a moment. We're tied at 17 of the 60th Labor Day Classic. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have two. Actually, 3. Make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From Strasbourg to Feston, we hear you, Rider Nation, out in the fields combining, and we salute you along the B&A Petroleum text line. Always open at 936-6262. Brought to you by B&A Petroleum in Swift Curtis, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. And how about a shout-out to Quinn Wolf from the Liberty area, listening in to Rider Radio today, of course, out on the combine, and the latest winner of the 620 CKRM Country Cookout. Make hay while it shines, Quinn, and we'll be there very soon with a delicious meal for you to enjoy. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders as they look to enjoy some offensive success. Pitch it out near side on 1st down to Joe Robustelli. He'll get up across the 25 near the 26-yard line for a gain of 3, maybe 4.
Just keep the defense honest, right? That's what these 1st down throws do. You know, so much of the offense runs through A.J. Ouellette and their ability to go on the ground, but you just can't allow teams to sit there on 1st down and load up the box. So you got to keep them honest. You got to keep them agile. These throws to the sideline do just that.
4:20 and counting in the 3rd quarter. We're tied at 17. It's 2nd and 6 for the Riders at their own 27-yard line. 5-man receiver set for the Riders, 3 to this near side. Harris back to pass, time initially, now he'll throw it, near side complete. Dante Myers has got it, up across the 40 to the 41 for a Rider 1st down and a gain of 14.
And this is a really quick throw here, or solid throw from Trevor Harris in the face of pressure. He sees the collapse of his pocket to the inside by Cameron Lawson, and he's watching for Dante Myers just to run this dig route at about 10 yards, and they get Myers on a good throw and a very timely throw because Harris was under a lot of pressure there from Lawson.
So 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan now at their 42-yard line, left-hand hash. Jake Mayer runs up the sideline with a late signal seemingly for Trevor Harris. 10 to go on the play clock. Riders have just broken huddle. 3 down linemen for the Bombers and 1st and 10. 3 to go on the play clock. Harris gets it off. Hands it to Ouellette. Cuts back to the near side around the corner across the 45 up near the 49-yard line for a gain of 7 for A.J. Harris, who unceremoniously is wrestled to the turf after the play.
This run gradually ends up cutting to the outside, and Diedrich Nichols does a good job as the edge of the defense, the last guy essentially just forcing Ouellette back into where all his Bombers teammates are, but not before Ouellette has already gotten 7 yards. So 2nd and 3 now for the Riders, almost at midfield.
5 receivers set, 3 far side for Harrison, 2nd and short. Back to pass, looks to the near side, has Keyshawn Johnson, has a 1st down, up to the midfield stripe as Johnson will haul it in and move the sticks for the Riders.
All the pressure from the Bombers has come up the middle today. There's been nothing on the edge. So as long as Harris continues to get these throws off quickly, you should be all right. And here his safety blanket, Keyshawn Johnson, comes up big for him towards the sideline up near the center line of the field, and it's 1st down.
Ball right at the midfield stripe for the Riders. Harris is in the gun. 4 receivers far side. Robustelli isolated with Vavel one-on-one near side. Fake the handoff, now throw it. Robustelli, what a catch! Reaches behind him, pulls it towards him, and makes the catch in front of Dietrich Nichols for another Rider first down.
Well, the play action really works here, right? Because it sucks all the linebackers up when they think the ball's being handed off. And really, that's what allows Trevor Harris to get it in position, even make the throw. But Robustelli does a great job. It's thrown behind him. He reaches those white mitts out, comes up with the catch. Outstanding stuff from the second-year player for the Riders.
To be here to believe it. 1st and 10 Riders at the 39 of Winnipeg near hash. Extra bodies along the offensive line. Fake the handoff. Now throw it far side for Myers. Up to the 30. Down to the 26. Should be good for another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
You got Dante Myers one-on-one to the outside against Evan Holm. And the run action goes away from Myers. So essentially you've got like 11 Blue Bombers defenders running down to the left and Myers coming on the slant from the right. So there's a ton of space because of where the defensive back starts out the rep. And it's really an easy pitch and catch for a first down.
Historic pass reception for Trevor Harris. Tell you about it in a moment. First, it's 1st and 10 Saskatchewan to the Bombers 27. Bombers bring the blitz. Hand off to Anderson. Has room. 20, 15. Puts his shoulders down. 10, 5. Touchdown! Riders! Mario Anderson, 27 yards out. Runs it in for his first CFL touchdown.
This is a great job blocking by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You've got two pullers in Brammer and Furland. Furland takes out basically two guys. Brammer is up at the second level almost immediately. And Mario Alford does a great job identifying the initial gap as it's drawn up, and then he does the rest. This is a great job. He breaks one tackle on his way to the end zone, but just a fantastic play call and execution all the way through on Mario's first touchdown of his career.
Point after attempt from Brett Lauther, a clean hold, and it goes wide to the left out the back of the end zone, so it's just a 6-point advantage for the Riders, who now lead 23-17. Back to the history that was made. Trevor Harris now with 201 passing yards on the afternoon has just passed Kent Austin for 13th all-time in passing yardage in the Canadian Football League.
Wow, it's not just the length of his career that's getting him to this milestone, right? Some guys, you can pass milestones simply by playing.
Yep.
You have to play at a high level at the quarterback position to be in the realm of a guy like Ken Austin, right? So it's a testament to not only the length of his career, but his ability as a quarterback in this league.
Nelson GM touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. A 7-play drive that the Riders started way back at their own 23-yard line. 4 first downs along the way and culminates with a 26-yard touchdown run officially for Mario Anderson. Nelson GM, the touchdown drive for the Riders. It puts them in front 23-17 with 3 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Lauther will put the ball on the tee on the 30-yard line on the far side hash. 87-yard drive, by the way, 4:56 off the clock for the Riders on that offensive possession. Lauther approaches. End over end kick will be taken by Peyton Logan back at his 9-yard line far side. Heads that way, then cuts back towards the middle. Going to be met there, and now he tries to reverse his field. Not going to work because he'll get tackled up at the 30. And with zeros on the clock at the end of the third quarter, it's Saskatchewan 23, Winnipeg 17 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The fourth quarter is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
redhead.ca. The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportsgates.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
34,000 plus on their feet after 3 quarters of play. Their Saskatchewan Roughriders. Oh, full credit to the Bomber fans that have made the drive to Regina. 23-17. The majority of fans, I think I can confidently say, are extremely excited with that effort.
Oh, completely. And again, the blocking that freed up Mario Anderson on that touchdown run was absolutely perfect.
When leading after 3 quarters this season, the Riders are a perfect 8-0. The Bombers, when trailing after 3, are an unperfect 0-3. As the Bombers will take over with the football to start the fourth quarter from their 31-yard line, 1st and 10.
Watch your screens and draws here. Probably screens.
Caleros, men in motion, drops back to pass, looking for the screen, and he finds Brady Oliveira at his 30 to the 35. Going to be met there just across the 35, near the 36 for a gain of about 5 yards on the play.
Yeah, and the reason why I said you got to watch the screens here is they're going to have to figure out a different way to get Oliveira the football, because on first down, running the football just hasn't been there for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. But more importantly, they're down 6 in the fourth quarter. They need to find ways to get into these manageable second downs, right? This is 2nd and 4, where you can now scheme up something for Dembski moving forward.
Well, Oliveira's only ran the ball 4 times for 16 yards, and he's in the backfield joined by Peyton Logan on this 2nd and 4 play from their own 37. Caleros calls out the cadence, hands it off to Ladrada. Oliveira gets across the 40, 45, up to the 50, still going, and is finally spun down there as Oliveira hammers his own helmet to say first down for Winnipeg.
I think this is going to come back, though. Yeah. They also could have gotten called for offside, so their best run of the evening just got canceled out.
So the Bombers will be backed up with 13:57 to go here in the fourth quarter. They'll spot the ball on the 32-yard line of Winnipeg.
Well, again, you really got to be wary of this being a Dembski down here, but also what does the screen game look like? Because leaving it up to the offensive front against these pass rushers, this is not a good idea at the moment. So you gotta find a way to work their ability against them.
2nd down and 9, Winnipeg. Dembski goes to the far side of the field. He is the 2nd interior lineman. As here comes the pressure, dumped underneath. That's complete to Dembski as the Bombers ran a pick in the secondary. No flags come down. The Riders can't believe it as DeMarcus Fields was picked before the ball got there, but it'll be a first down for Winnipeg as they're going to hustle to the ball to not allow Corey Mace to challenge this.
Well, the Riders, for the first time this game, go 0 blitz and try to get Zach moving. Mace is challenging the play, though, like you said.
Well, Coach Mace going to call challenge for offensive pass interference, I would presume. He's 2 of 5 in challenges thus far this season, and Andre Proulx is on the sidelines trying to communicate. Here comes the call.
Saskatchewan is challenging the previous play for offensive pass interference by Winnipeg number 10. The play will be reviewed by the replay center.
So the CFL Replay Center will get involved for Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. We'll find out the verdict when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Of course, Steffes Auctioneers selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. As well, the fans erupted as the ball has been marched backwards following what looks to be a successful challenge for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and head coach Corey Mace has mentioned Mace on the season 2 of 5 coming in for Mazank Fuels. And we'll wait for time to be blown in, and here we go downstairs to Andre Proulx with the result from the CFL replay room. Oh, I got excited. Here we go. No. Oh, yep. No, wait.
Review by the replay center. There was offensive pass interference on Winnipeg number 10. 10-yard penalty. It remains second down.
So it will be a second down and 19 for Winnipeg back at their 19-yard line. And not to be dramatic, Luke, how big is this second down play?
Wow. Gravity-wise, it's huge. But, I mean, right now the Riders are just going to drop back into sticks, play cover 3 or 4. I wouldn't be surprised to see a draw here or a screen just to get yourself ready to secure the punt.
So second and 19, the ball's on the Winnipeg 22-yard line. Riders with 4 down linemen, 4 receivers far side for Coleros. Flags are down, and I think the fans have got this one. Let's go to Andre Proulx.
Time count violation, Winnipeg number 8. 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
Chalk one up to Rider Nation as the ball will move back another 5. Second and 24 from the 17. And I don't know if it was possible, but the fans have just got louder. Bombers are trying to huddle closer to try to hear what Coleros is saying. Everyone leans their head in.
Well, at this point, you can just draw it up on your hand like old school football, schoolyard football, because it's an impossible down.
Hand off to Oliveira. Arm tackle, he breaks it now across the 20 to the 25. Going to be well short of the first down. Ball's out. Riders jump on it. The referees are going to talk, and the Riders scamper with the ball towards the end zone. Now we've got Carrick Wheatfall who comes in, and a flag comes out. The Riders pushed Wheatfall away from the pile, and a flag has come out.
Okay, and if this is on the Riders, this gives the Bombers a first down.
We'll wait and see as the officials huddle.
It'll be a unsportsmanlike call, which is an automatic.
And the ball was out.
The ball was out.
The ball was out. So this could be Rough Rider football. As Baldonado sails, we're in on the tackle, and yeah, the ball is out as they show it on the Maxtron. The Riders are pointing, so you know a challenge is coming. Mace might as well throw his flag now.
The ruling on the field is the ball carrier fumbled the football prior to his knee being on the ground. Therefore, Saskatchewan will have the ball. We also have an objectionable conduct penalty on Saskatchewan, number 42. We're going to go back 10 yards. Saskatchewan football.
A second Olympic RTM's turnover has Rider Nation on their feet.
Yeah, so the penalty happened after possession changed. So they only get hit with the yardage moving backwards when they get their first offensive play here. So that it doesn't end up being a first down for Winnipeg because the possession had changed prior. Outstanding job. And again, Brady Oliveira, man, when you came in here and you knew you had to stop the run, they've stopped Oliveira altogether. Even on the positive side of things, when Winnipeg has managed to do something good, they've shot themselves in the foot.
Jameer Thurman on the fumble recovery, 1st and 10 Saskatchewan at the Winnipeg 35. 5-receiver package for Harris on first down. Bombers load up the line, handoff goes to Ouellette. Time, space, gets up across the 30, down near the 26-yard line. Nice run for A.J. Ouellette of almost 8.
Yeah, and more importantly, you're going to start seeing the physical aspects of this football game start to play out because you're seeing defensive linemen getting walked back about 6 yards off the line of scrimmage. You're seeing defensive linemen getting pancaked at the end of the plays. The offensive front for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is starting to feel it, and that equals trouble for the Blue Bombers that are down 6.
2nd and 1 for the Riders on the Winnipeg 26-yard line. 11:45 and counting in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 6, 23-17. Backfield will empty for Tommy Stevens, who enters the Labor Day Classic. Lots of motion behind him, and he gets a push on the right side, still going inside the 20, up to the 17-yard line. First down, Tommy Stevens for Bazendowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
Well, these are almost guaranteed downs when number 17's in the game, but you do see a little bit of a variation here today, in that you're seeing the fullbacks, Awachi and also Ali Saad, essentially going from the backfield and getting to the edges late. And then Stevens follows Awachi for an easy conversion.
1st and 10 for the Riders inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. They're set up at the Bombers 18. Winnipeg, 6 on the line. A.J. Ouellette, little jump cut, now is room to the corner. 10, cuts back into the 5. First down, Saskatchewan, as A.J. Ouellette carries the ball down inside the 5.
As soon as A.J. Ouellette gets to the outside here, Dedrick Nichols has a chance to stop this and does not. A.J. Ouellette breaks Nichols' tackle with a little bit of a pseudo stiff arm at the end, and then finishes this run tough to the inside. And again, now you're just playing into the Riders' strength of being able to get on the ground with those big hoggies up front and let A.J. go to work.
1st and goal from the 5. A.J. Ouellette checks out. Mario Anderson back into the ball game. He'll get the handoff on first down, looking for a hole to the goal line. Touchdown, Riders! 2nd of the game for Mario Anderson Jr. as we've got a scrap in the end zone. Flags are everywhere, including one that came out prior to Anderson breaking the plane.
Anderson's first touchdown was a great job blocking up front, combined with him breaking a tackle. Here, he changes the script and just barrels forward into the pile and drives it. That's a good little run here and a good finish from number 24, making his name known on Labor Day.
Trevor Harris points towards the end zone, comes over with a call to his head coach, Corey Mace. This crowd's ready to explode. Let's hear what Andre Proulx says.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Both fouls occur after the touchdown. First one, misconduct 15-yard penalty on 62 Saskatchewan. Misconduct penalty on Winnipeg number 0. Both penalty offset each other. Convert.
There you go. Mario Anderson, 2nd of Labor Day Classic 60, is building a legend. 4:57 into the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan makes it a 2-score lead.
Yeah, and they're going to go for 2 here to make it like an official 2-score lead to 14, right? I don't look at this as I don't look at this as an indictment on Lauther and his ability to kick field goals. This will be the call regardless right now. You need to get up by 14 here.
Riders break huddle. Ball is scrimmaged on the left-hand hash. Two receivers go far side. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield as he's pointing for Neal to come in motion near the line. Harris gets the snap, back to pass, looking far side. A touchdown! Welcome back, Joe! As he dances in the corner of the end zone in front of Hill Country. And what a great pass and catch from Harris to Joe, and it's a 2-score lead. We'll tell you about it when we come back. For 31-17, Saskatchewan leads. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson GM touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. The Riders, after the fumble recovery, take it in from 35 yards out. A 5-yard touchdown run by Mario Anderson Jr., his second of the ball game, gives Saskatchewan a 31-17 lead thanks to a successful 2-point convert on a masterful route run by Joe, a little out to the flag, and Harris laid it on him perfectly. And the Riders have a 2-touchdown lead with 9:43 to go.
Well, essentially it was a pick route, and Mike O'Shea could have challenged it because Joe, they just ran a little bit of a wheel route on Joe's side and used one of the receivers to pick for Joe so he could get to the flat and then up to the corner. But Trevor Harris just on the money, and you missed the pick, but that's okay. It's a 2-point conversion. The refs aren't looking for that stuff apparently. This is, in my estimation, Dave, I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but I don't see how the Winnipeg Blue Bombers get back in this game.
Peyton Logan takes the kickoff, gets up across the 25 to this 27. Flags and bodies fly at the end of the play as emotions are starting to kick up a touch as we get set for the final 9:38 of the ball game. And Andre Prule's cool after a very quiet opening half have had to have the flags out here in this second half. 9:38 to go. We'll wait for the officials to sort it out. While they do, let's go down to the field side with Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Teagan?
You know, I got to admit, this crowd is something else. You can barely hear yourself think down here on field level. And I'm not just talking about the fans. I'm talking about all of the Rider players as well, even the O-linemen getting into it, firing up this crowd.
It is an awesome atmosphere. Tickets available for the September 13th game when Montreal's in town. Bring the noise, Rider Nation. That sideline report for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. No flags on the play. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 28.
We're manned up. You got to know where Nick Dembski is.
Caleros in the gun. Riders show blitz. They'll bring it as they'll pitch it out far side to Dembski. Gets across the 25. And not much more. He may have got the line of scrimmage, but the Riders were quick to get there. DeMarcus Fields on the tackle.
Yeah, DeMarcus Fields, and why this is not a successful play is the fact that your defensive backs just do a great job of walking through blocks. There's not really any room for Nick Dembski to run once he does catch this quick screen. And again, I think they're going to have to start bringing him into the backfield and then out into the flats. We got to figure something out. The run game's off the table. Again, I just don't see offensively how Winnipeg's going to do this, but there's 8:46 left, and we've seen bigger things.
Second and 11, ball in the Bombers' 27. Backfield empties for Collaros. Back to pass, flushed out of the pocket. Has the rush from behind, slings it near side, incomplete for Brady Oliveira. He heard Malik Carney come from behind, did but Collaros, and his throw was beyond the outstretched arms of Oliveira, incomplete.
Well, actually, I'm going to put this on Collaros. This is on him, and the reason why is he starts running, and he looks like he's going to run this ball. And Oliveira essentially gears down, getting ready to try to see if he can help out if Collaros does run the football. Collaros throws it at the last minute, and I don't think Oliveira was expecting it at all.
Sheehan punts it away. Spiraling kick that heads towards the sideline. Mario Alford on the Eberassa & Sons punt return allows it to bounce before stepping out of bounds at his own 44-yard line. Eberassa & Sons, everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa & Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at eberassa.com. 8:26 to go in the ball game. Riders lead 31-17 and have the ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA Regina Lakeview, leader of the official opposition Saskatchewan NDP. Back to school season. It's an exciting time, but it can also be expensive. Scott Moe and the Sask Party government aren't helping with that. In fact, they're hitting parents right in the pocketbook with a 6% PST on children's clothing, groceries, even tickets to the green and white. We should be focused on building a bright future in Saskatchewan that everyone can afford. Contact me 306-522-1333.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, the Stephens Auctioneers broadcast booth with 8:26 to go in the ball game. 31-17. Saskatchewan in front of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers here at Labor Day Classic 60. Trevor Harris and the offense have found a groove here in this second half after really going ahead and sputtering to start, dare I say, in the opening quarter, but then scoring 14 successive points to close out the second quarter. And then here in this second half, the Riders have been able to put 17 up on the board so far in the Winnipeg defense. Riders will start first and 10 at their 44 on the far side hash. Huddle breaks. A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield on this 5-receiver set for Saskatchewan. 2 receivers far side, 3 to the near. Crowd is quiet for the offense.
Starting with a 3-man front, it usually means both linebackers blitz, and they do.
As the handoff goes to Ouellette, finds a crease, somehow gets across the 45 up near the 49-yard line for a gain of almost 5 on. Boy, it's been tough slugging for A.J. Ouellette, but he continues to find yardage.
Well, and that's the thing. And if I'm Jordan Younger, listen, if you're gonna put 5 guys on the line of scrimmage, just do it at the beginning, because when you're not fooling anybody by putting 3 defensive linemen down when you're down 14, right?
Yep.
You're not fooling anybody at this point. You know you need to play. Just line them up on the line of scrimmage right away.
2nd and 5 for the Riders on their own 49-yard line, far hash. Harris to pass, looks near side flat, finds Ouellette, makes a man miss, spins up ahead to the 50, but he'll be about 4 yards shy of the first down as Ouellette was able to make the first man miss, but the cavalry came for the Blue Bomber defense, and here comes Joe Couch and the Rider punt team.
Well, I mean, how do you eat? What's the difference between eating a cookie and an elephant? There is no difference. You got to do it bite, 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 and that was the first thing the Winnipeg Blue Bombers needed to do, is get off the field, right, and put this offense and give them an opportunity. And you're looking at Trevi Val right now, and if I'm Mike O'Shea, I'm like, I need something from you. Let's go, Val. We need something from you.
He's standing back at his 8-yard line is Trevi Val. Awaiting this punt off the foot of Joe Couch, who stands back at his 37-yard line to receive. You hear the countdown to the play clock for Joe Couch to expend as much as he can. He gets this one away. It's going to be a backspin punt taken at the 11 by Vavel. Met there initially, gets out of the first hit, but then here comes big Aaron Patrick to wrap him up across the 21-yard line. And with 6:20 to go in the fourth quarter, Winnipeg will be starting deep just outside their 20-yard line for this drive, needing 2 scores to tie.
Yeah, it was big Aaron Patrick who started off this game with a monstrous hit on a fullback in their kickoff cover to start the first snap of the football game. This is not where this has been essentially to what feels like every starting point for the Bombers. Backed up. This time they're in pass-only mode.
1st and 10 Winnipeg at their 22.
Got to find Dembski.
Ball in the left-hand hash. Dembski's in the far side flat, 3rd receiver, now 4th receiver in. Caleros looks that way, throws it up, and it's batted down. Great coverage there by the Riders. Coming up to make the stop once again was DeMarcus Fields.
Well, more importantly, the Riders are blitzing here, and if you're a Blue Bomber fan, you're like, why are we throwing it low? But you really have no choice because of the blitz. You don't have time to give it to Dembski or give him a chance as he's streaking up the right hash, and now you're in 2nd and 10 again.
5:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Riders lead 31-17. Ball on the Winnipeg 22-yard line. 6 receivers go in formation. Now Oliveira comes in to block. Formed down lineman on this 2nd down play for Saskatchewan. Caleros to pass. Feels the pressure. Throws it up near side. Incomplete. Heck of an effort by Dalton Schoen to try to bring it in front of the Rider bench, but he couldn't haul it in before stepping out of bounds. And it's a 2-and-out for the Bomber offense.
Yeah, you're seeing another collapsing pocket. Zach Caleros has had his play clock in his mind sped up this entire game. It's no different here as he feels both edges starting to get a little bit closer. He's got to get it off to Schoen. Schoen can't bring it in, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in punting territory.
Whistle sounds, snap ball to Jamison Sheehan, and he'll punt it to this near side. Taken by Anderson at his 41. Curls to the 50, midfield, trying to get to the far side, cuts back in. Now going to cut back outside, ball's out. Bombers are going to jump on it. Winnipeg find the football as Mario Alford looked like he was going to break one, drops the ball, and it'll be Winnipeg football at their own 46 as Alford shakes his head in disgust as that's a tough one for the Riders who looked like they had something cooking.
Yeah, he does well here. He catches the ball, gets it in traffic, and then makes a couple key cuts, but again, just whether it's rust or just carelessness, gives up the football to Kyrie Wilson, who reaches in. And the Bombers have probably the last bit of life here right now. This is probably it. If they don't score here, you're going to start seeing people heading to the exits.
5-10 and counting. 1st and 10 Winnipeg at their 46 following the Olympic RTM's turnover. 2nd of the day for the Riders as Caleros is back to pass. Looks over the middle. That's complete. Wheatfall brings it in up across the Riders 45 down to the 43-yard line.
I'll tell you what, man. There's 4 defenders here. Wheatfall is running up just outside the left hash, and Zach Caleros puts it in a spot where only Wheatfall is going to catch it in amongst 4 Rough Rider jerseys. That's probably his best throw of the game. And again, they got a little bit of life here, Dave.
4.5 minutes in the fourth quarter to go. 1st and 10 for the Bombers on the Rider 42. Dembski in motion, far side. Riders will rush 5. Caleros, time, gets hit as he throws, completes it near side to Clarcius, and he's got it inside the 35, near the 33, as Caleros is being scraped up off the carpet by his offensive line.
Scraped up is right. And the Bombers are going to call a timeout here. I think that timeout too, Dave, is probably more to just get Zach Caleros' senses back about him, to be honest with you, because you really don't need to take it in the moment, right?
Well, the timeout is brought to you by Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So it's going to be a 2nd down and a little less than a yard for the Bombers at the Saskatchewan 33. Again, 4:11 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 31-17, but the Bombers will not go quietly, and nor should you expect them in a Labor Day Classic. Stop motion far side. Riders load up the line. It's 2nd and 1. Olivero the lone back in the backfield. Caleros back to pass. Pulls it down. Feels the pressure now. Looking corner of the end zone. It's up and it's caught. Touchdown pass. Zach Caleros into the corner of the end zone. What a catch coming down with it on that far sideline was Carrick Wheatfall to haul it in.
You know, I'm telling you, Dave, this team is on a ventilator right now. Your last gasp of life, you've got a 5-man pressure. Zach Caleros steps up and delivers a second dime here in this drive, this time to Clercius in the back of the end zone, running essentially what turns out to be a corner route. Wow. That was an impressive throw.
Points off turnovers.
Right.
As after the Mario Alford fumble, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers find the end zone on a 42-yard touchdown pass from Zach Caleros to Carrick Wheatfall. Caleros now 24 of 33 for 311 yards, and that touchdown pass puts him up over 35,000 passing yards in his career. This 37-year-old who celebrated his birthday back on Wednesday, Zach Caleros, has got the Bombers back within striking distance in Labor Day 60.
And those people that, like I said, Dave, this was the last gasp, and those people who were probably looking forward to heading to the parking lot a bit early, get ahead of traffic, they're not going anywhere now because the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with a stop are right back in it. So Mario Alford's going to get a reprieve here, though, right, Dave? I mean, life is about how you bounce back, and hopefully Mario can make a play now, knowing that he cost his team 6 last drive.
They say it's about the next play, and the next one's about to happen with Sergio Castillo counting off his approach. 3:57 to go in the ball game. Tons of time. It's now 31-24. Saskatchewan in the lead. Castillo back to kick it off. Puts the arm in the air and now puts his boot to the ball. End over ender. Going to be fielded by Dante Myers at his 16-yard line on the far side hash mark. Myers sees a bit of a seam and now has got a bit of a hole across the 35 up to the 37. That's where he's tackled, and here comes the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense and Trevor Harris.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see this first play, what Jordan Younger decides to do with his defensive unit. In my estimation, if I was him, I'd probably go into a double legal front early. That whole 3-man front into a 5-man front, that just wastes your time. Looks like he's coming out here. He's got a 4-3. Do they blitz? I would maybe think about sending pressure here from the short side of the field.
1st and 10 for the Riders at their 37. 4 down linemen for the Bombers. Handoff to Ouellette, goes to the left side, gets across the 40, backs his way to the 44 for a gain of about 7 on 1st down.
Well, this is a fantastic job by Zach Fry, the left guard, to give A.J. Ouellette the initial lane to run in here.
Well, A.J. Ouellette is complaining about a face mask, and we see it on the Maxtron, and yeah, it's a face mask and then some, as the officials and Andre Proulx will roll the play in, and Coach Mace is asking if he can challenge it. Clear and obvious, but it's not going to be called, and it'll be 2nd down Saskatchewan and 3 from their 44-yard line. Final play prior to the 3-minute warning.
The man defense from the Bombers. I send pressure here.
Riders.
Yeah, there you go.
Hand the ball off. Ouellette makes a man miss, stumbles ahead. He's going to be close to the 1st down before being driven back. He got near the 52, and that's where he needed to get for the 1st down. The conversation will be on as to whether or not it's a 1st down, but we do know it will be a timeout as the 3-minute warning has been issued to the benches. Saskatchewan leads 31-24. Hang on, Rider Nation. The finish is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3.5 yard.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaderstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaderstad dealer or visit vaderstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Warning for Brett Young seeds in the final minutes of the middle of the growing season. Performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. Already buzzing is the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. Where are you listening from? What do you think? Let us know. All for B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. We come back on 3rd and a half yard. It is a Moose Creek Red Angus third down gamble, first one of the day.
Yeah, and the strength of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers front is on the interior here, right? So you got Cam Lawson, Jake Thomas, you have Schmeckel probably in there as well. I'll grab my binoculars, see if I can. Yeah, I believe Schmeckel's in there as well.
We know that Tommy Stevens is in there for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
You got to get to the edges here.
Backfield empties. Awachi in motion. Stevens dives ahead. Yeah. Bazandowski Agency's first down. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
Yeah, that's exactly where Tommy Stevens goes to. He takes a large step to his right and dives at the edge of that defensive front.
So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan. There's 2:24 to go in the fourth quarter. The Riders in front 31-24. The ball is on their own 48-yard line. Harris has got the huddle.
I got to think you got to throw pressure here. This is an all-out attack in my mind with the Bombers here defensively. Riders are just going to sit back. They can hand it off.
5. Here comes 6 on the D-line for the Bombers. Handoff to Ouellette. Starts left, cuts back right. Nothing doing as Cam Allen from his safety spot came up to make the tackle after maybe a half yard.
Well, like I said, right, it's time to sell out if you're the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. You now give yourself a chance because you're 2nd and 9. But even at 2nd and 9 right now, I mean, if I'm the Riders and Mark Mueller, I can still run a draw here. I can still run a screen. You know what I mean? Just all depends on what type of confidence I have in my defense. And to be honest with you, I mean, I know that the last play was big, but this defense has managed to play well in these moments, right? So I think anything's on the table, even though this is a 2nd and 9.
Coach's timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Mike O'Shea uses his second and final timeout of the half. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. It's 2nd and 9 Saskatchewan. The ball is spotted on the 49-yard line.
So O'Shea basically stopping the clock so that the Riders, if they want to run the clock, they're going to have to run the football.
So 2nd and 9, 5 receiver set for Harris, who's back to pass. Looks to the near side. Keyshawn Johnson has it. First down Riders up to the Winnipeg 48-yard line. Unfortunately, momentum carries him out of bounds, but it don't matter. It's a first down with 1:57 to go.
And that's going to make it incredibly difficult on the Bombers to get back in this game, especially offensively. Man-on-man defense, it's Keyshawn Johnson, who, by the way, is the Riders version of Nick Dembski in this scenario, right? Whenever we need a big play from this offense, Trevor Harris is looking for Keyshawn Johnson, finds him towards the sideline here, who, after beating Diedrich Nichols in one-on-one coverage.
Couple of yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game, the place where friends meet. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan, ball on the Winnipeg 48. 3 receivers, 4 now to the far side of the formation for Harris, who hands it off to Ouellette, comes to the near side. Gets across the 45, up near the 44 for a gain of almost 4, and a 2nd down upcoming. 1:53 to go in the fourth. It'll be just a gain of 3. I thought it was more than that, but 2nd and 7 regardless.
The Riders are just going to take their time coming out onto the field here, and as soon as this whistle blows, the clock will be on. You got a full 20 seconds, so you can bring this down to about 1:30 before you snap the rock. And again, if you're Winnipeg, if you want to have any shot, you just throw the house at the line of scrimmage at the moment.
2nd down and 6. Bombers do load up the line with 4 down linemen, a 5th just standing to the left of the formation. Now creep in, do 2 more. Harris to pass, looks over the middle. Keyshawn Johnson dropped it. Johnson had it in his mitts, looked like he was going to haul it in, and the contact just jarred the ball loose, and it'll bring up a 3rd down.
Well, Johnson's in between the hash and the numbers to the right side, one-on-one with Dedrick Nichols again, and this time Nichols wins his one-on-one by playing off, and as soon as he recognizes Keyshawn Johnson's graduating to the middle of the field, he plants on that outside foot, drives towards the football, and gets a hand in on Johnson. So now the clock stops, right? That's the other bad part about this whole thing. 3rd and 6, normally you'd kick this to put this away, but as you can see, I don't think they have confidence in Brett Lauther anymore, and they're lining up.
3rd and 6. Riders going to go for it with an Olympic RTM.
Wow.
Or pardon me, a Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble.
Wow.
Bombers load up the line. Backfield's going to empty. Harris is going to punt it. It's an onside punt, and running back to get it is Dedrick Nichols. Gets it at his 1. Here comes the pressure, and the Riders tackle him in the end zone to make it an 8-point lead. Trevor Harris puts his hands up.
It should be a safety.
Saying it's a safety, and indeed it is. Nichols had brought it out, and it's a safety touch. What a huge break and a great play that the Riders had up their sleeve with the onside punt. Joe Robustelli, probably the best and biggest tackle of his career.
This is an outstanding job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders playing the situation. Keep the offense on the field. Trevor Harris using his leg. You're right. Nichols comes out of the end zone with this. Ill-advised. But he's trying to save the 1 point, right?
Well, the CFL Replay Review Center is involved for Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. What I can tell you is that there's 1:21 to go in the ball game, and it's either going to be an 8 or a 9-point Saskatchewan lead.
Yeah.
That's down to the Replay Review Center.
Well, more importantly, too, man, a great call from Corey Mace. Great call.
Wow. That's coaching right there, right?
Yeah, completely flummoxed the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Dedrick Nichols was shocked. He didn't know what to do. All he knew is he had to get it out of the end zone, and he couldn't do it.
Well, we're waiting Andre Proulx. The call on the field was a safety. So there has to be definite evidence for that play to be overturned.
On review by the replay center, the ball carrier momentum brought him into his own goal. By rule, this is a single point.
So the Bomber fans elated as they now only trail by 8. So a rouge accredited to Trevor Harris. And boy, I tell you, the replay center saw something that I didn't. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 40. They need to go 65 yards in a minute 21 and then get a 2-point convert.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Mace handles this. Do you throw some pressure in? I don't think that you can just sort of let Zach Caleros navigate and make his way around the pocket. Got to get some pass rush here. Yeah, here comes the pressure.
Blitz is on. Caleros sees it. Now he's wrapped up. It's another quarterback sack. The Riders get home. Hello, Jameer Thurman.
That's a great call from Corey Mace. You just couldn't let Zach dictate the pace and roll out of this series. You had to force it on him, and that's exactly what Mace did. That's a great call, and his second one of the day.
Quill Plains Chevrolet quarterback sack at 2nd and 14 for the Bombers. Caleros calls for the ball, back to pass, looking, running now to his left, gonna air it out near side, looking for Wheatfall, incomplete. Sails underneath, Roland Milligan Jr. over top, and it falls incomplete. Milligan Jr. a little shaken up as he leaves the Riders sideline, but he'll jog out okay. 3rd down, Winnipeg.
Yeah, the problem with this play for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers is when Zach Caleros gets out of the pocket, he's forced to only look one way, and it's down the sideline, and there's not really anything open. He also crossed the line of scrimmage, which they did not call. 3rd down, this is game.
3rd and 14, a minute 7 to go. Ball in the Bombers' 36. It's deafening in here. Bombers all leaning in, desperately trying to hear the call from their quarterback. Huddle breaks, 4 receivers far side. Brady Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. Receivers approach, Caleros back. Looking, has to scramble to the near side. Gonna load it up. Looking deep, has got Dembski over the top.
Oh, pass interference.
And pass interference flags fly as Jackson Ford was there with Dembski and Roland Milligan Jr. and Ford can't believe it.
Well, for as well as he's played in this game, this is on Malik Carney initially, because Malik Carney goes and does a spin move to the inside. But what it does is Stanley Bryant now is it takes away the edge of the defense, and that's what gives Zach Caleros the opportunity to roll out in the first place. And then it's a Dembski down, so they go to Nick. We get a pass interference call, and all of a sudden, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are sitting on our doorstep.
They're inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your interior and outdoor foam furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Riders 13, but they're going to remove the ball and respot it back at the 17. 58 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Riders lead by 8. It's 32-24. Fans on their feet.
You've got to stay disciplined here in your rush lanes. Don't give Zach Caleros the opportunity to extend this play with his feet. Where they've beaten him is when they've kept him inside the pocket. You can't let him get out.
Caleros calls for the ball. Low snap, he picks it up. Back to pass, dumps it underneath to Oliveira at the 15 to the 10. Drops the shoulder pads, he'll be wrapped up at about the 8. And then a big late hit delivered by Patrick Neufeld on Jameer Thurman, or pardon me, CJ Rivas, who's incensed.
Yeah, I'd be incensed too. That should have been a penalty. That was a really late hit by Patty Neufeld, the veteran, that could have cost his team all the momentum that they have.
50 seconds and counting. Quarterback under center, dive ahead, get a first down up to the Rider 5-yard line with 43 seconds left on the clock.
And the reason why they did that and didn't put Streveler in, Dave, is because they need to just be able to continue to call plays now. They can't take the time that it would take to switch out Streveler and Caleros. They need all the seconds they have.
Ball spotted on the 6-yard line of the Riders.
Despite it being an extreme risk making Caleros do that.
Backfield will be empty with 4 receivers far side of the formation. Riders don't have enough cover men on the 4 side of the field. Caleros back to pass, looks near side, slings it, touchdown. Inside the end zone is Dalton Schoen, 1 yard deep, and the Bombers need a 2-point convert to tie it.
Wow. Wow. Drama. This is awesome. Well, now you got to know where Nick Dembski goes. You got to bracket Dembski. If you're going to do anything, force a throw to the corner of the end zone. You can't just let guys settle down in soft spots 5 to 10 yards in the end zone. And do not, under any circumstance, let Zach Caleros get outside of this pocket.
2-point convert from the 3-yard line. Left-hand hash. Labor Day moments are made late in games. Can the Riders find one? Caleros in the gun. Back to pass. Pressure comes, throws it up far side, and it's intercepted. The Riders have it. It's going back the other way. Tavon Campbell to midfield. The 40, 30. No one will touch him. All the way home. The Riders make a moment on Labor Day. It's Tavon Campbell. 112-yard interception return for a 2-point convert.
Tavon Campbell sees this the whole way. They're trying to get Schoen into the flat near the sideline, 10 yards in, and Tavon Campbell, the fastest player on the field, breaks on it early and ends the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Outstanding defense. Right when you needed it the most.
34-30, the Riders lead, as no one was going to catch Tavon Campbell, who waltzed into the end zone after intercepting the ball 2 yards deep in his end zone. We're not done yet. Still 30 seconds to go on the clock, and you know an onside kick is upcoming from the Bombers. What a night. Labor Day magic only happens in Saskatchewan. 34-30, Saskatchewan leads. Listen to this crowd. As now the Riders got to send out the hands team to get prepared for an onside kick as Sergio Castillo is going to tee it off. He has 4 players standing behind him, 2 to the far side, another 5 to the near. Riders hand team is on.
You just gotta block the first wave here and free up the guys catching the football.
Castillo puts it up, but Riders and head coach Corey Mace called a timeout right before he kicked it. Timeout for Rethink BioClean, Regina Reuse Refill. Rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's expert. So you now know that Winnipeg was looking to come to the near side, their left side kick return or kick team. Do you do it again if you're Winnipeg, or do you change it up?
I mean, I'm not sure you change it up. Does it maybe change your mind in terms of how? Right? Like, are you going to try to fool them and then do it? You know what I mean? Do you go to the 2-man surface? Probably not.
Here we go. Keyshawn Johnson and Mario Alford are in the return spots, if you will, as Castillo is now going to change the play. Calls the team into huddle. He's picked up the tee. The officials, for some reason, haven't blown this thing in yet. Now they will, as Castillo will put the tee back where it was, and the Bombers go into the same formation that they were in. 30 seconds to go in the ball game. Saskatchewan in front by 4. Here we go again. Ball in the air, near side. It's fielded right away. The Riders. Roland Milligan Jr. has it. The ball didn't travel 10 yards, though. So it will be Riders football regardless of who's got it at the bottom of the pile.
Well, if the Riders, the ball didn't go 10 yards, but the Riders, if they touched it first, it's still eligible.
Well, you may, yeah.
Right, so.
Well, the Bombers say they have it.
Saying they have it. And again, it didn't go 10 yards, but if the Riders touched it first, the Bombers can claim the ball.
Nobody is moving. Everybody's got a piece of that leather, as Jackson Ford's going to be next to peel off. And the Riders have it, and indeed the officials confirm it. Riders football, as the Bombers do not like that call. With 28 seconds to go and no timeouts, it should be academic as Trevor Harris will toss the football back to the near sideline, and the Rider offense will come out looking to wrap this thing up and secure their 9th victory of the season. Indeed, it was a fumble, and the Riders just were able to outbattle Sergio Castillo and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for the ball. Points do not matter as far as this being a 3-game. Yeah, these two teams do it twice more in the regular season.
Man, the last thing anybody's thinking about in this building is the point differential. Trust me, that never, ever, ever is considered.
Ever?
Never.
Okay. 28 seconds to go. Andre Proulx blows the play in. Rider Nation is on their feet at Mosaic Stadium.
This was a really close game, closer than it probably could have been. Credit to the Bombers, and now obviously the focus then turns to the Labor Day rematch in Winnipeg on Saturday.
Tommy Neal, Joe Robustelli getting the fans up in a tizzy, and why not? Their team will be victorious at Mosaic Stadium on a record-breaking night for Labor Day Classic number 60. 11 seconds on the game clock, 5 on the play clock. The Riders wander to the line. Trevor Harris stands up, and the officials are going to make him do it one more time. 3, 2, 1, zeros on the clock. Harris heads under center one more time. Takes the snap from Logan Ferland, takes a knee, and the Riders take their 9th win of the season. 34-30 over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in Labor Day Classic number 60 here at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. So once again on the Quality Tire scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Winnipeg falls to Saskatchewan 34-30 as we go downstairs to Teagan Witko. Teagan?
I'm here with Mario Anderson Jr. Now, not only did you score your first touchdown tonight, but you got 2 of them. Walk us through that first one there. How did that feel?
Just being able to have Coach Mueller and the offensive guys trusting me to be able to go out there and make a play. Outside zone, follow Brammer to the end zone. He had a lead block, and, the rest was the rest after that.
And talk a little bit more about that offensive line. Maybe they don't get the love they deserve because they're doing their job, right? I saw you go right to Furlan to have that Sally. What can you say about those guys?
Man, I hang with those guys all the time. I hang with those guys all the time, man. I feel as though our team chemistry, the chemistry that we have as a unit together, man, it's unbreakable. The bond, love those guys to death, man. I'll do anything for those guys, man. I just appreciate them going hard every single day.
This is one incredible atmosphere here for the 60th annual Labor Day Classic. What do you want to say to the fans?
Thank y'all for coming out and showing out. We appreciate y'all for this province and for this team, and thank y'all so very much.
Mario Anderson Jr., first 2 CFL touchdowns tonight. Enjoy the win, buddy.
Yes, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Teagan Witko down at field level. Thank you so much. With that catch up with Mario Anderson, much more to come. We'll go inside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. We'll get to your heroes, Saskatchewan, when we get to our McBids Happy Honker Award. That and much more coming up. The Riders win 34-30 Labor Day Classic 60 here in Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Step inside the all-new Mack Pioneer, where 125 years of legendary innovation meets the future of trucking. The Pioneer is a long-haul highway tractor with the safest, most fuel-efficient, and smoothest ride on the road. With 515 horsepower and cutting-edge technology you can track with the Mack app. The Pioneer is aerodynamic, has new wind-reducing features, and a redesigned comfort cab. There's always a new frontier. With Mack Pioneer, we're here to lead the way. Mack Pioneer at Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out, or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow, it's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders get it done in the Labor Day Classic. What a finish it was. Unbelievable plays all over the place. Some possible stars that will go down in Labor Day Classic lore. Mario Anderson Jr., 2 touchdowns, his first 2 CFL touchdowns in the game, but at the end it was the defense that sealed it. Tavon Campbell intercepts a would-be 2-point try. Zach Collaros trying to find Dalton Schoen, but Campbell says, takes it all the way back for a big 2 points, and the Riders win 34-30. Welcome inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. And now it's time to hear how it all went down. Thanks to Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, who had the calls to Postgame Rewind. Brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Right on cue, we're set for kickoff with Brett Lauther putting his arm in the air. Marks off the approach. The kick's in the air, and we're underway in Labor Day Classic 60. Rider Nation comes to life. 5 receivers set for the Bombers as here comes the blitz from the Riders. Collaros feels it, wrapped up, sack! The Riders get home, and it's Malik Carney getting to the quarterback for his 5th sack of the season. Fake the handoff. Collaros scrambles near side, looks to load it up. Going downfield, it's up, and what a catch! Oh my! As Kevin Sklercius hauls it in down at the 8-yard line. What a catch for the Bomber receiver. Strebler in under center at second goal from the Riders 5. Handed off to Oliveira. Touchdown Bombers. As he'll get to the 1 and extends the football in to open the scoring in Labor Day Classic 60. Harris to pass. Rumps goes, and now the ball's out on the turf, and it's still loose. The Bombers are going to scoop it up. Trevor Harris couldn't find a receiver as he went through 3 different reads, and then the rush got home. 10-yard attempt for Castillo. Sheehan on the hold, and he'll knock it through. Makes the lead 10-0 at their 16. Collaros back to pass. Pumps once, feels the rush, and the quarterback gets home. He's down on the turf. The ball is out. Riders say they have it. Andre Poole digs deep and signals Rider football. Riders first and goal from the Bombers 7 after the fumble, recovery, and sack. 3 receivers near side. Hands it off. A.J. Ouellette dances to the end zone. You know it. Touchdown, Riders! Harris in the gun. Bombers rush 4. Harris has time. Looks over the middle. Has a man. It's caught. Tommy Neild to the 20, 15, 10. Tommy, take it home. It's Tommy Neild. Touchdown, Riders! 69-yard touchdown reception. Tempo offense. Collaros steps back, feels the pressure, gets wrapped out. 3rd sack of the day. The Riders get home. Nice play by Saskatchewan. It's Ali Saad with his first CFL sack. 5 receivers in this formation for Collaros, who's back to pass. Looking, doesn't see anything, steps up, gets wrapped up. Riders get home. Quarterback sack. Saskatchewan, it's Micah Johnson.
Lauther, crowd pops from 34.
Ball right hash. Coach with the hold, a clean snap. Lauther puts a foot into it and puts it right through the uprights. Robustelli isolated with Vavel one-on-one near side. Fake the handoff, now throw it. Robustelli, what a catch! Reaches behind him, pulls it towards him, and makes the catch in front of Dietrich Nichols for another Rider first down. It's 1st and 10, Saskatchewan to the Bombers 27. Bombers bring the blitz, handoff to Anderson, has room, 20, 15, puts his shoulders down, 10, 5, touchdown! Riders! Mario Anderson Anderson, 27 yards out, runs it in for his first CFL touchdown. Mario Anderson back into the ball game. He'll get the handoff on first down, looking for a hole to the goal line. Touchdown, Riders! Second of the game for Mario Anderson Jr.
Yeah, they're going to go for 2 here.
Harris gets the snap, back to pass, looking far side. Welcome back, Joe! Whistle sounds, snap ball to Jamison Sheehan, and he'll punt it to this near side. Taken by Anderson at his 41. Curls to the 50. Midfield trying to get to the far side. Cuts back in. Now going to cut back outside. No. Ball's out. Bombers are going to jump on it. Winnipeg find the football as Mario Alford looked like he was going to break one. Drops the ball. Caleros back to pass. Pulls it down. Feels the pressure now. Looking corner of the end zone. It's up. And it's caught. Touchdown pass. Zach Caleros into the corner of the end zone. What a catch coming down with it on that far sideline. 3rd and 6. Riders going to go for it. 3rd down gamble.
Wow.
Bombers load up the line. Backfield's going to empty. Harris is going to punt it. It's an onside punt, and running back to get it is Dietrich Nichols. Gets it at his 1. Here comes the pressure, and the Riders tackle him in the end zone to make it an 8-point lead. Now he's wrapped up. It's another quarterback sack. The Riders get home. Hello, Jameer Thurman. Caleros back to pass, looks near side, slings it, touchdown. Inside the end zone is Dalton Schoen, 1 yard deep, and the Bombers need a 2-point convert to tie it.
Wow.
Caleros in the gun, back to pass, pressure comes, throws it up far side, and it's intercepted. The Riders have it. It's going back the other way. Tavon Campbell to midfield, the 40, 30, no one will touch him. All the way home. The Riders make a moment on Labor Day. It's Tavon Campbell, 112-yard interception return for a 2-point convert. Zeros on the clock. Harris heads under center one more time, takes the snap from Logan Ferlin, takes a knee, and the Riders take their 9th win of the season, 34-30 over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in Labor Day Classic number 60.
Games in 2025, the Riders have already equaled their win total from a season ago. 9-2, the Riders improve to that mark on the season, sit first place in the West Division. Coming up on the postgame show, we have Game Star selections, Corey Mace outside the Roughriders locker room, unsung hero, and Dave Thomas's favorite segment, the Happy Honker. Don't you dare go anywhere. All the goods coming next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. Stream on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Ag West in Yorkton.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
34-30, the Saskatchewan Roughriders win Labor Day Classic number 60. They put up 34 points, Luke, with 34,000 in the house. And the three keys, they were bang on tonight.
Yeah, the biggest one in any Labor Day Classic, I don't care from 60 to 1, is always stop the run when it comes to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And they took Brady Oliveira completely out of this game, relegating him to late in the second half to essentially being a screen catcher, right? And that's exactly where he went. The Bombers were in 2nd and 10, just what it seemed all game, and that's exactly how you beat them, even though they made a run at it. But turnovers, as you know, they can change games, and obviously the turnovers are something that's going to have to be addressed for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You had to know the Dembski downs as well, right? There were possessions here that were big. Dembski got himself into the end zone. It was nice to see the additional focus on Dembski at times, but again, that's the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in a nutshell, right? The problem is that it seemed like they were in 2nd and 7 plus. That kind of takes Dembski out of that equation because you have to get long, right? Yep. And even when they did, again, he got relegated to essentially the screen game late in that third to the fourth quarter as well, right? Just because of the situations they were continually in. So after you get out of the Dembski down, you had Vavel and Super Mario. That matchup, I think that it was probably a push, but again, at least we weren't in bad field positions.
Well, there you go, Luke. Let's head downstairs. I believe head coach Corey Mace is joining us. And, Coach, heck of an effort to get your 9th win of the season. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was a good game. Good game.
Well, you just never know with adversity and everything that's going to happen in a Labor Day Classic. But, boy, your team, I thought, responded well when adversity hit.
Yeah, man, we talked about that. We talked about that this week. Like I said, these games, for whatever reason, the craziest things happen, and I don't think today was any different. But, the work for us, whether, adversity hit or we were in a great situation, we just wanted to make sure that the work looked the same. And I thought it did all night. The guys were just chomping at a bit, trying to execute each play. And ultimately, it worked out in our favor.
Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko, coach, at halftime, talked about Malik Carney changing the complexion of this game, and even the pressure you got as a front four. Was that really what turned things in your tide, if you will, their opportunity to seize some momentum? Early, Scoop got after him, and the rest of the guys did too, man. If you can, like we say, if you can make them feel uncomfortable rushing forward, then that allows you to kind of just cover down in the back end. And we just mixed up the fronts a little bit and mixed up the matchups up front, and we let those guys get after it, and it was excellent to see. I just thought I really appreciate the execution from the guys.
Coach, you did that specifically with Carney, kicking him inside there to defensive tackle, letting him going against the guards Pat Neufeld and Gabe Wallace. He beat easily for his 2 sacks in the football game, one of those a game-changing strip sack that he recovered. Was that a matchup that you liked and you game planned for coming into the game to kick Carney inside?
Yeah, you got the little trifecta there, did he? No, excellent. No, Coach Phil Daniels, they do, and the staff, we're always looking at different matchups and stuff like that, and seeing if we can get anything that we like. And certainly that's a matchup, Scoop, over guards, a little bit of speed mixed with power. He's got enough power, I think, to play, a 3 technique if need be. But it's a good matchup anytime we can get those guys isolated. And we can do it with other guys as well. Tonight was just Scoop's night, as it pertains to that. But, yeah, man, just pleased with everybody. The quarterback had to hold the ball a little bit for him to get back there. And certainly the guys rushing around him and people covering down behind him played in favor.
What was going through your mind on that 2-point convert when you see Devon Campbell step in front of it and run it 112 yards?
Yeah, again, I think, what do they call that, bingo card? It wasn't on mine, but I'll take it. They were doing such a good job, I thought, offensively, trying to force us into some things and moving the ball with the RPOs and stuff like that. I can't remember who it was. Maybe Baldonado got in his face a little bit, and he had to put a little bit of air on top of it. And man, what a play by TC! And once he touches it, I don't know who's going to catch him. So that was excellent to see.
I know your D-line liked the term bully ball. I'd suggest that your offensive line bought in too. They played real physical, I thought, tonight.
Yeah, man, that's that's kind of the mental makeup of the whole team. But certainly, it really did. It started at the offensive line, the bully ball term. Anyway, they did outstanding, man. I thought, they were moving people on the LOS. I thought AJ was excellent, being a patient runner, and finding the holes that they were opening up. And then obviously, what Mario was able to do, run the ball with and his yak, man, that was excellent. Big shout out to the offensive line receivers for blocking, and obviously the backs getting it done.
Coach, you mentioned Mario Anderson there. What's it like for you to see him score his first 2 CFL touchdowns, considering the road that he took? Was in training camp with you, is released, comes back after the Kadeem Carey injury, and now it looks like he's hitting his stride.
Yeah, man. You're just so proud of the kid, and if you have the chance to sit down with him, you'd understand. He's an excellent kid, man. And he's been waiting for his opportunities. And certainly when we talk about, how we respond versus adversity, he's one who's seen it, with his career and even with us. So just seeing him being able to celebrate that in front of this crowd with his teammates, I know he gave Big Furlan, I think, the ball to celebrate his first touchdown. That's the kind of people that's the kind of people you want around, man, celebrating each other's success. That was awesome.
My colleague here, Wes Cates, referred to Tommy Neal as possibly a baby Andy Fantus. Do you like that comparison, and how critical was that play in the turnaround for your team?
Tommy, they just saying that right now that they're comparing you to a baby Andy Fantus. What you think?
Does he like it?
Hey, I'll take it. Oh yeah, he said, "Wow." I don't know. Hey, look. We'll let Rider Nation decide that. But Tommy's been on a tear, man, ever since coming back off an injury. Wow, what an addition, man! And super happy. His parents are in town. Great people. So I'm happy the Neal family gets to celebrate together with Rider Nation.
Coach, I mean this respectfully, but on our YouTube stream, for the people that can see you, and I'm saying it for the people that can't, you look like you just went through a 12-round boxing match. What was that like? Labor Day Classic, the vibes, down to the wire, and all of it from your viewpoint.
Yeah, man. I drank some green tea. I think that's supposed to make you sweat. That was hours ago, though. Or I'm just fat. That's what I really think what it is. It's just my emotions were going crazy, man. And then, yeah, I guess when that happens, what movie was that? When the lady gets there with the armpits, I just sweat my ass off. So I'm just sweating. That's just the typical fat guy stuff.
But yet you look so calm, especially when you were challenging some key plays there that helped ultimately your football team win the game. I mean, there was a whole bunch of plays in this, but, the Nick Dembski pick comes to mind that you challenged there. How do you go through that process and stay so calm in a game like this with the magnitude that's on the line?
I think that's just always been the demeanor anyways, is trying to find the calm in the whole storm. But when it comes to things like challenging and stuff like that, we have a process that we do it as a team and as a staff, and certainly need confirmation. And then there's lots of guys that go into that, man. That's just trust and faith for the people that you work with, and those you have those kind of relationships. It's easy to easy to lean on one another. So I know they're saying that it's just me, man. This everybody. Everything we do is team oriented.
Were you able to make it out of the game healthy?
We'll see. I think so. I think so. I know a couple guys got dinged up. Dalkey left the game and then came back at the end of the game. Once I talk to the doctors here and the training staff, I'll have a better idea. But as of now, I think we made it out okay.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Enjoy your first career Labor Day Classic win as head coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Appreciate it. Hey, do we got a score in that Guelph game there, Dunker?
Man, I think the Western Mustangs got him.
All good. Well, hey, go Riders.
Javon Jacobson balling out, though, little brother.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks a lot, Coach. That's head coach Corey Mace with his post-game comments, and I believe we're going to stay right there outside the Roughriders locker room with our defensive game star coming up. Brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Malik Carney was an absolute beast for your Riders tonight. Changed the tide of this whole football game with his strip sack that he recovered himself. This dude was electric, got the crowd going. 3 defensive tackles in the game, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, and a tackle for loss. Carney doing it all. And Corey Mace kind of alluded to it, that they like that matchup there, kicking him to the inside. Said he could even play a little bit of 3 technique. Do we have Malik with us? Malik, do you think you could play some 3 technique, or do you like it out on the edge?
All right, put me anywhere. I'm going to play as best as I can. 3 tech, off the ball linebacker, dropping in coverage, rushing on the edge. I can do it.
You certainly showed that tonight. You beat Pat Neufeld for a sack, and then Gabe Wallace, I don't think he knew what to do when you lined up over him and then just beat him easily to the outside. Can you take us through that Labor Day Classic altering strip sack?
Oh, yeah, man. Well, first, giving a kudos to the fans. Without them, the energy was so electric, making it loud for the offense to get their cadence and everything. But just going back to that play, I was on what's his name, Wallace, and just simply working him inside, went back out to the B gap, got vertical, and just recovered myself. When I saw Caleros, I saw him, he had the ball high, so I just went for the ball, made sure I secured the sack, and ball popped out, and I just did my best to recover the ball.
Could you see the ball when you recover it, or did it just bounce right to you?
I saw it at the last second. It was just laying there. I said, oh, let me grab that, and I got it.
So you record the sack, get the fumble, recover it, and then Mosaic Stadium erupts. What's going through your veins and your body at that time?
I'm going, whoa, it's time to hit that celly. Lifted up that bike, started popping that wheelie, and I just saw everybody hitting it with me, and that was just an electric moment on Labor Day Classic.
We've seen you do that celebration a lot. What's the origin of popping the wheelie on the bike? And is it a motorbike? Is it just a bicycle? What is it?
Whatever you're able to ride. It could be a bike, a motorcycle, a dirt bike, a four-wheeler, whatever you want. You just got to lift it up and hit it.
I thought it was you revving them up on a motorbike, man. That's what I took away from it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Malik, what about your defense as a whole? So key in this game, kind of held the offense in there early while they were off to a slow start, and then Tavon Campbell at the end finishes it off with that long 2-point interception conversion, go back the other way to seal it.
We knew that it was going to be a dogfight, but I believe in my dogs. And, defensively all around, we know that we got a great front. We got great linebackers, and we also got great DBs. And that we have a phrase that we may bend, but we don't break. And, we showed that a few times and holding them out on a turnover with our offense, but we was able to keep them out and hold them to 3 points. So that was a good stop for us. And, just being relentless in our rush. As a defense, we preach on physicality and making a havoc for the offense to communicate and get their plays off. So that's what we focus on, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Malik, how hard is it to stay on assignment and within rules? Like, for example, let's face it, the intensity was ratcheted up a notch on that last drive from Winnipeg. How hard is it to stay in that moment?
It's not hard. We practice these moments, situational football all the time. So, those are the moments we live for, a tight game, coming down to the wire, what you going to do, and it's just simple. It's just executing the play. Don't do too much. We just do your 1/12 and everything will be all right.
Easier or harder to prepare for the same team a week from now?
There are going to be adjustments on both sides. So it's about just countering those adjustments and just, working on the fly. They're going to stay with their, most teams stay with their tendencies. Sometimes they go tendency breakers. but they're gonna always revert back to their tendencies and what they call, and we just got to do a better job of executing our plays because we know that they're going to make changes, and it's up to us to make it happen.
Malik, what is going on down there? I hear an air horn going off.
Oh, just celebrating, just enjoying the win, and then moving forward the next week. But I don't know. I might need to go down there and see what's going on. It's a little interesting right now.
It does sound interesting, Malik. We'll let you go enjoy the celebration with your teammates. And you had a heck of a game and a huge hand in it. 2 sacks on the day. One of those, a forced fumble strip sack that you recovered to change the entire complexion of the game. Enjoy the night, Malik.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's our defensive game star, Malik Carney. Absolutely balled out for the Riders. Had 2 sacks in this Labor Day Classic. Takes him up to 6 on the season in 11 games. Has 25 tackles as well. He has been a beast for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in 2025. I believe we do have our offensive game star. One more second. Okay, let's see. We'll kick it here with Wes Cates for a second. Wes, when you look at Malik Carney and the game that he was able to have from your vantage point, what stood out the most?
I think, one, that he was one of the only guys that actually got off to a hot start, right? He really impacted the game early and really often. So at the end of the day, I felt like, he basically was kind of the well, I guess because Coach referenced the tea earlier, he was the spoon stirring the tea today, getting the Riders going and helping them go ahead and get back into it after dropping 10 points early. So, it can't be overstated how important he was to this victory.
My man Wes, always ready when an audible is going to be called. We do have our offensive game star ready, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Fellas, who do we have for the game star? We got Tommy Neal, baby Fantus. How do you feel about that nickname, Tommy?
That's a crazy compliment. I know Andy's a legend around here, so that's
You're rocking the number, man. You gotta represent it
for sure.
How long you been wearing 83?
This is my first time wearing 83, so I know I got some big shoes to fill in Saskatchewan with it, so that's all I'm trying to do.
That's Wes Cates. He was the guy that said that comparison at first, baby Fantus. And I can see, there's little ways to go here, as I think you would agree, Tommy. But
absolutely.
Maybe touchdown Tommy is more apt because you have been getting into the end zone with regularity since getting into the lineup for the Riders. But what was it like to score a 69-yard TD in a Labor Day Classic?
Yeah, that was honestly, a play like that, something you dream about, especially on Labor Day. This is the biggest crowd I've probably played in front of, and just to hear the energy and just feel the energy in the stadium the whole night, it was amazing.
Touchdown Tommy getting into the end zone. You have 3 receiving touchdowns in your last 4 games. How have you been able to jump into the offense and have such a big impact so quickly?
I think it's just taking it one day at a time at practice. The coaches do a great job of teaching us the concepts and offense. We have a great group of receivers. We all work well together, try and lock in on the details, and come to work and every day just try and get a little bit better than the day before. So just being real process oriented, and on game day things just take care of themselves.
Tommy, take me through that 69-yard touchdown pass reception for a moment, if you will. Cam Allen, the safety, flashes in front of you, and then Dietrich Nilkels is coming up behind you. As I watch it live, I'm thinking, I hope you survive contact. You didn't need to worry about that. What did you see happening right around you during that play?
Yeah, it happened pretty fast. I didn't really even see zero after I caught the ball, but I knew Nichols was behind me, so just had to make sure I picked my knees up and not get caught because, you just want to finish a play like that.
Now, when you made the reception, you go into the end zone in Pill Country, and it looked like you were contemplating a similar to Lambeau leap. What deterred you from making that jump, or was that ever in your mind?
It did cross my mind, but I'm like, that wall's pretty high, so I'm just gonna stay on the ground here, give some high fives, and celebrate with the guys.
What about the first quarter? The offense had been shut out after the first quarter for 3 consecutive quarters, but some way you found some rhythm in the second quarter. What changed?
I think just going back to what we know we can do, focusing on what we do, and taking it one play at a time instead of, worrying too much about what they're showing and whatever. We just have to execute one play at a time.
Tommy, can you take us through the process of how you got to the Saskatchewan Roughriders? Because you had been with the Toronto Argonauts. You're born and raised Guelph boy, played high school football there in the city, but you were a free agent for a little while. So what led you to coming to the Riders? How did it happen?
So once free agency came around, I had been speaking with my agent and stuff, and it was my receiver coach, Marquet, had reached out to me and noticed that I was a free agent. So I think he had mentioned it to Mace. Mace FaceTimed me shortly after, and honestly just knew from there that this is where I wanted to be after having that one phone call with him. And I had some familiarity with some of the other coaches. I was with Coach Quay, our receiver coach at McMaster, for 1 year. I was with Mace in Toronto. So just after that phone call, I was like, you know what, Saskatchewan, like it's somewhere new. In the CFL, you think of, great teams and fan bases. Saskatchewan is the one, and it just felt like the right fit for me.
Certainly, and it led to you scoring a key touchdown in the Labor Day Classic. What was it like from an energy standpoint when you hit the end zone there and heard the crowd erupt?
Yeah, like you can't even put it into words, really. It's just, like I said, it's like a dream come true. And as a receiver, you dream of making a big play like that. And when you hear the crowd go crazy, that's all you can wish for.
Thanks for the time, Tommy. Enjoy the victory in the 60th Labor Day Classic in that 69-yard touchdown to put the Riders on top. That swung the momentum big time.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
That's Tommy Neild, our offensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire. Coming up on the other side, we're going to get to our unsung hero of the game, and then after that, it's the Happy Honker, presented by the one and only Dave Thomas, his favorite segment of the show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new Super Duty.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,835 in employee price adjustments on eligible 2025 Super Duty models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
We We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. It is the fifth quarter postgame show. The Saskatchewan Roughriders win the 60th Labor Day Classic 34-30. It is time for your unsung hero. Brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace. Get a union. Get service employees. International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click to join. And boy, there are so many different ways that you could go with this. I'd love the people downtown to help me out with this. I'm thinking Trevor Harris, 219 passing yards, moves into 13th all-time on the CFL passing yardage list, passing over Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, of course, Kent Austin. There's an opportunity there. You could also go down the road and look at a guy like A.J. Ouellette. 18 carries for 89 yards today, plus you throw in a catch for 2 yards. A.J. Ouellette had a heck of a day, but really the guy that salted it away was probably Teagan Campbell, 112-yard touchdown, or I guess 2-point convert return on an interception. So Teagan Campbell for SEIU West, the unsung hero of the day, as he just wasn't given a game star. But I tell you, 34,000 were on their feet as he scampered down the sideline to the end zone for tonight's unsung hero. Again, the final score, 34-30. We'll come back. The McBids Happy Honker Award is on the way. Plus, we'll take a look at the statistical story of Saskatchewan's 9th victory of this Canadian Football League season. It's all up ahead right here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscades.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscades.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious in the 60th Labor Day Classic, 34-30 in an instant classic, dare I say. Tavon Campbell caps it off, going the length of the field for a 2-point convert as the Riders win 34-30. Corey Mace gets his first win in a Labor Day Classic thanks to the defense closing it out. If you're watching on our live stream right now, you can see Tavon Campbell skying. As Wes Cates said, he almost jumped too early. Like, he's almost got too much bunnies in those shoes, showing off the hops, going up and getting it, and then that blazing speed down the sideline. Zach Caleros, Nick Dembski, you had no chance to catch this guy. Afterburners on, book it. The Riders win, improved to 9-2 on the season, first place in the West Division, and equaled their win total from all of last season. Corey Mace's first in the Canadian Football League. As you can see live on our YouTube stream, the West Division standings, the Riders 9-2. The Stampeders yet to play this week. On Monday, they'll take on the Edmonton Elks in that rivalry on Labor Day weekend. The Bombers fall to 6-5. The Lions 5-6, and the Elks 4-6, traveling to Calgary on Monday. Let's run down the statistics for you. Trevor Harris in this one, 17 of 27, 219 yards, 1 touchdown pass. The key stat for him, no interceptions. A.J. Ouellette, 18 carries for 89 yards with 1 touchdown, along with 13 in the ball game. Mario Anderson, 3 carries for 34 yards and 2 touchdowns, his first 2 career CFL touchdowns. Tommy Stevens, 2 carries for 10 yards in a couple short yardage situations. Receiving-wise, Tommy Neal, the Canadian, leads the way in terms of yardage. 3 receptions for 86 yards in that 69-yard touchdown to put the Riders ahead 14-10. Dante Myers had 3 receptions for 52 yards, and Keyshawn Johnson, 5 catches for 45 yards. Defensively, Jameer Thurman led the way. 5 tackles, 1 sack, 1 key fumble recovery. Roland Milligan Jr. had 5 tackles. C.J. Rivas had 4. Marcus Sales had 3. He was battling that hip injury, you could see. And Malik Carney, who was a defensive game star in this one, 3 defensive tackles, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, and a tackle for loss. And shout out to some of the other defensive linemen who got sacks. Micah Johnson had 1, and Ali Saad, the Canadian first-round pick, had his first career sack for the Saskatchewan Roughriders on Zach Caleros in this one, as that pass rush was absolutely fearless. From an overall team perspective, you look at some of the key metrics. The Riders, 6 penalties for 110 yards. They're going to want to clean up some of those extracurricular activities, but you can understand it. Tempers flaring in the Labor Day Classic. The Bombers had 8 penalties for 70 yards, in this one. The Riders had 2 giveaways, while the Bombers had 3, and that was really the tale of the tape. Coming up next, Dave Thomas with the Happy Honker Award. Rider Nation, get your horns ready. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
at the cabin or on the farm. Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
34-30. The Saskatchewan Roughriders win Labor Day Classic 60 tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. The field and stands have empty, but as I look over my right shoulder, there are a lot of brake lights over on Saskatchewan Drive. So for folks that are in the car, maybe you're in the combine, maybe you're taking that last load from the hopper over to the bin, whatever the case may be, get ready to honk your horn, Saskatchewan. It's all brought to you by McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction, at McBids.ca. And you know what? We got to go ahead and we got to give a shout out to the Hoggies tonight, I think. Mario Anderson gets his first 2 CFL careers. And if you thought that the offensive line for the Saskatchewan Roughriders set a physical tone tonight and played football the way we want to play it in Saskatchewan, let's give them our Happy Honker Award tonight for the Saskatchewan Roughriders offensive line. On the count of 3, Rider Nation, blare your horns no matter where you are, corner to corner to corner in the province. 1, 2, 3. Little delayed, but we got it. The Happy Honker Award for the offensive line of your Saskatchewan Roughriders following a 34-30 victory here on Labor Day Classic 60. Saskatchewan, it's time to turn things over to you. What do you think? Yes, it's the radio roundtable for Echo Sound coming up in a moment. Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates to take your calls. Hop on the phones now. It's going to be busy because your calls are next right here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Let's go, farmers. Time to huddle up. DeKalb's canola lineup just got deeper with our 800 series Liberty Link hybrids, bringing solid yield potential with Straight Cut Plus, club root resistance, and the Liberty Link herbicide system. DeKalb has a hybrid that fits every field. If you haven't scouted the 800 series yet, it's time to get it in your lineup. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to find your fit. Always read and follow label directions.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to hear from you after Labor Day Classic number 60 goes into the books. The Riders win 34-30 in dramatic fashion. If you didn't see head coach Corey Mace live on our YouTube stream, you're missing out, because how he looked was, I think, how a lot of Rider Nation is going to look. It looked like he went through a 10, 12-round championship boxing fight. But he stayed calm throughout it, man, throwing the challenge flag at key times. Some great defensive calls, especially on that two-point convert where Tavon Campbell gets an interception. Habakkuk Baldonado got in Caleros' face, forces the high throw, and Campbell takes it the distance for 2 and puts this one into the books for the Riders. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. Call or text the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Our overall Sports Cage Radio Roundtable sponsor is Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Wes Cates, we heard from you briefly, but overall, man, what a game. Yeah. What did you take away from it?
That was, JD, that was a Labor Day Classic, instant classic, almost. I would say if Winnipeg would have tied it up there at the end and we'd have saw some overtime, that would have for sure been instant classic. But you had everything. Seemed like every turnover was crucial. I mean, in the other team's end. Big plays, we got plenty of them, both sides scoring. When you thought one was out, then here they come roaring back. So it was just a classic Labor Day matchup between the Riders and the Bombers, and I don't think there was no disappointment out there. I think a lot of guys made an impact on the game. The fans clearly made an impact that helped decide it for the Riders. I think clearly there was a few communication problems that got Winnipeg kind of off of their square. So I was just excited that we had some new names. Tommy Neal with a big score. Mario Anderson gets in the end zone a couple times. It was just a lot of excitement, a lot of new excitement, and just a lot to be excited about as a Rider fan.
Mario Anderson scoring twice in a Labor Day Classic like one Wes Cates in 2010.
Yeah, I get a couple every now and then,
Mario Anderson looking nice. And Rider Nation, we're hoping you're feeling nice after that 34-30 win in the Labor Day Classic. We want to hear from you. Dial us up, 306-936-6262 or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. On the other side, Rider Nation, let's get after it. Bring the passion, okay? Be good, or you might not last too long. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 60th Labor Day Classic in the books. And a classic it was for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who come out on top 34-30 over the Bombers, of course. I'm Teagan Witko, alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, breaking down this game. So let's not waste any more time here, fellas. Let's get right to it. We're going to take Brett from Estevan. Hey, Brett, I understand you want to talk about a different Brett in Lauther.
Yep.
So what did you think?
Well, I'm kind of wow. Where do I start? Who do we have to replace him?
Well, they brought in Campbell Fair.
Okay, and are we using him or did we just bring him in? Like what are our options?
Those are the two main options. The sense I got with Campbell Fair coming in was that it was to have somebody there to push Brett Lauther a little bit, but probably more for the fact that Lauther's wife was near going into labor, and if he had to miss the game, Campbell Fair could step in there. But what's your point that you're getting at with Lauther?
Just what's the coaches thinking of keeping him in there? Like
They want to try to let him work through the funk, just like we saw last year.
It's not working. Like from your guys' seeing wise, what's the coaches thinking?
I think the coaches are thinking that Lauther is a veteran guy. He did make his one field goal attempt tonight from 34 yards. Yes, he did miss a key extra point, but the Riders were able to pick him up, as a team should do, with the Joe getting the 2-point convert. And Lauther's shown that he can make clutch kicks. Now, I understand Rider Nation potentially wanting to make a change, but if you make a change, you're going to a guy in Campbell Fair, potentially, that has never played in a CFL game before. Brett Lauther has made big-time kicks, and I think he's earned the right, I've said this multiple times already on the postgame show, to work through this funk. I thought he looked a little better tonight. You got to make those extra points, but he made the field goal when it mattered, and the Riders' offense picked him up there. So would you like them to make a change? Is that what you're getting at?
I mean, I would like them to give us, Rider Nation, some sort of guarantee. Well, not guarantee. Just he's not working. It's not working out. So bringing in people to maybe push him. Come on, bring someone in here that can actually kick a field goal, so we don't have to pick him up. Look at how many points we have left off the board this year. It's just frustrating. Yeah.
Understandable. So you'd like to see them switch to Campbell Fair?
Just something different, because this isn't working.
Got it.
Well, we still have a lot of football left to play this season, so we'll revisit this one, Brett. How about that? Thank you so much for the call. Why don't we chat now with Trevor from Regina? Hi, Trevor. What did you think of the game? Big win for the Riders.
Hi, guys. Well, thanks for having me on. I want to talk about the kicking game kind of to start. I look at Brett Lauther, he kind of worries me. I was watching the warm-up for Brett, and, I saw him, go for a kickoff, and I saw, he almost missed the ball. That was kind of crazy to me. And then, I watched him, obviously we saw, a missed extra point and things like that. And then, what I kind of think about is, we got to look at, going somewhere bigger, going somewhere, better than that. So, the thing I think about is, we should probably look at Justin Tucker, the Ravens guy. And the thing I think about Justin Tucker is, he might drill every massage therapist in town.
Trev,
did you call last week?
Right. I thought we was gonna get some love for Brett Lauther when the first caller's name was Brett. I thought he was gonna defend his namesake. But now, Trev, you talking about Justin Tucker? Would you go kick next week with $20 million in the bank?
$50 million, bro.
I'm saying after taxes, and he got a house and whatnot.
Okay.
I'm just being real about it. He probably, even if he's good with his money, he's working with 20 or 30. All right. So, would you go kick in the CFL with $20 million in the bank? Answer that question.
What you know about that? They have a love for the game. They just want to be a player, and they just want to be a part of a great franchise.
Okay, Justin Tucker's never coming up here. Respectfully, Rider Nation, that ain't happening. So give us another person that you would like to see. If you said Campbell Fair, who's actually in the building, I could understand that. So would you like to see Campbell Fair kick for the Riders, Trevor?
I think Justin. I think we gotta go big or we gotta go home.
Justin Tucker is not coming up here, and oh, by the way, he's suspended for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season due to violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Do you know anything about that story and what's been alleged against Tucker?
I just think he is the longest field goal in NFL history, and he's not active right now. And I think that we got to look at what we have to do to bring him in.
So you don't care about his personal conduct and what's been alleged?
I think we have to look at what has to happen.
That's wishful thinking. And, Trevor, I got to call you out on the pregame. You talking about he almost missed the ball completely. That sounds like a rumor. Don't be spreading rumors, bro. Come on now. Ain't no kicker going to be out there warming up and whiff on the ball. I mean, he might have shanked it, but almost missed it? Come on now.
You know what?
I'm messing with you, but that sounds a little far-fetched.
Appreciate the call, Trevor. Thank you so much. Again, big win for the Riders in the Labor Day Classic. Let's take a call from Shane here in Regina, wanting to talk about the game. That sure was a Labor Day Classic, wasn't it, Shane?
Oh, it was one heck of a Labor Day Classic.
And I understand it was an extra special day for you as well.
Yes. My wife and I became grandparents for the second time.
Well, congratulations.
My son Matthew and his wife Marina just had a baby girl.
Just like Brett Lauther. What's her name?
827, yes. And that's why I'm saying people get off his case.
Thank you, Shane.
I know how stressful having a baby is. My wife and I had 3. And this is our second grandchild now. And give him some time. Maybe he'll get back into the routine that he was in. One time he made, 35, 40 in a row?
It was close to 30 at the end of last year, yes.
So when your wife's in jeopardy of, having her baby born or there's complications, that can set anybody off.
Absolutely. This is going to be a memorable day for you, Shane, for many reasons. So I hope you enjoyed the game, and thank you so much for calling. Congratulations again.
60 Labor Days. I've been a season ticket holder for 53 or 4 of them since 1972.
It's a great run.
No kidding.
Yes.
Let's keep it going, Shane. Thanks again for calling in on the Echo Sound Hotline. You can do the same. Let us know what you think. Your calls, your texts, more of all that coming up. This is the point after, by the way, for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. Again, Rider Nation, more of your opinions and perspectives on the other side of the break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscates.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yeah, you heard the man. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Talking about this 34-30 win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in the Labor Day Classic. There was a couple contenders for this next piece here, the keg-size moment of the game, which is brought to you by the Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
2nd and 12 for the Bombers at their 16. Caleros back to pass. Pumps once, feels the rush, and the quarterback gets home. He's down on the turf. The ball is out. Riders say they have it. Andre Poole digs deep and signals Rider football. Caleros in the gun. Back to pass. Pressure comes, throws it up far side, and it's intercepted. The Riders have it. It's going back the other way. Teagan Campbell to midfield. The 40, 30. No one will touch him. All the way home. The Riders make a moment on Labor Day. It's Teagan Campbell. 112-yard interception return for a 2-point convert.
If there was a roof on that stadium, it would have blown off when Teagan Campbell was running down the stretch of the field. That was absolutely incredible. What an atmosphere at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, that was your keg-size moment of the game. Rider Nation, we want to hear more from you. Let us know what you thought. Give us a call, 306-936-6262, or toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Let's chat with Lynette, who's en route to Saskatoon.
Hi.
Hi, Lynette. What did you think of the game?
You know what? I have never, ever watched a game that was this good. That was so exciting from the very beginning to the very end. It was just amazing, I thought.
Anything specifically that you liked about it? What was your keg-size moment of the game, Lynette?
Interception. There was an interception at the end of the game.
Oh yeah, Teagan Campbell. That was our keg-size moment of the game.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
But in general, the Riders played a very good game. And as far as Brett Lauther goes, I mean, come on, give the guy a break. We have been. I think
we have been all year.
Lynette, who's your husband there?
I know.
We can hear him. What's his name?
He doesn't actually agree with me there. Okay, I'll pass it on to him.
Hi, I'm Peter here. Yeah, well, the positive thing was that Joe had a really good game. I mean, how many catches did he have? 3, 4? He had a really good game. And once again, we let the team back into it in the fourth quarter with a fumble by Alford. But, and stuff happens. But you can't let that happen for teams like Winnipeg, Calgary, maybe even Montreal. Eventually it will catch up with us, but the defense held us in it again. So all in all, it was a great game, I think. Brent Lauther, well, I let my feelings be known about him. Probably his third game of the season. But I'm not the coach, I'm just a fan. So that's about it for me.
Yeah.
Hello?
Joe had a pretty quiet night. 2 receptions for 8 yards. They put him to work early, though. I noticed on the very first play of the game, he came in and was in slot and had to go kick out the backside DN. So they were like, all right, it's your first week back, but we're going to make you earn it. That's Joe. He did have the two-point convert, though. That was big.
Well, Lynette, Peter, I do believe your name was. Drive safe to Saskatoon. Really appreciate the phone call here on the Echo Sound Hotline. You can give us a call as well, 306-936-6262. Let's chat with Leonard from Regina. Leonard, you wanted to talk about Mario Alford's game.
Oh, yes, indeed. I think all the drama started off with Mario Alford when he fumbled that ball. I know it's their natural instinct to always try to score, especially playing in this Labor Day game at home. But you got to be, you have 14 points, and you have less than, 4 minutes left in the football game. You have to be very, very smart just to stay down with the ball. And I think this team is talented, but I think the coach has to stress football IQ, intelligence. I always say this, if I was a coach, give me a team that is less talented, but give me the smartest athlete on the field, on the team, and I can win championship. And I think the drama started off when you didn't realize that, hey, we have 14 points, less than 4 minutes left in the game. Just hold on to the ball and go down, and that's it. So that's my response for tonight.
Well said.
Yeah, that was the breakdown right there. You called it. That was a pivotal point in the game. And really, you think about it, if he just catches it and then literally, like you said, just goes down. The Riders, 5 minutes left, actually, but they hold on to it for at least a series, run a minute and a half, maybe off the clock before they have to kick it back and, pin Winnipeg deep again. So, no, I think you're bang on with that analysis.
Yeah, so it was a good game. And I hope next week when we go to Winnipeg, if we really, really play really smart football and discipline, I think we should be able to pull out a win over there. Thank you guys for the everything tonight.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a call there, Leonard. Appreciate it. You can do the same thing. Do you agree with him? Do you have a different opinion? Give us a call, 306-936-6262. Or, of course, you can reach out us toll-free at 1-866-767-0620. Let's, you know what? I'm being told we need to take a quick break. More of your calls, your texts on the other side. So hang tight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders pulling off a big win in the Labor Day Classic, 34-30 over the Bombers. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, taking more of your calls and texts, Rider Nation. We want to hear what you have to say about this game. And up next, let's go to Matthew, who's in Regina. Matthew, you want to talk about Lauther?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what do you think?
I get it. He's having like a really bad year this year. You know, with all those missed field goals, that extra point that he missed in the game tonight. But he made his one field goal. And I'm just going to go back there to the very first caller. Again, I would rather have someone with CFL experience in a game over someone that we just brought in when his wife was going into labor or something. I mean, I tried playing place kicker in high school football. It's not as easy as I thought it was. And I immediately just said, no, I can't do this. I went back to being quarterback. So, yeah, he's having an off year. I think he's, you know, in that one game, I can't remember what game it was, when he kicked that, like, 50-some yard field goal or whatever, that there I thought for sure would have boosted up his confidence right there.
No, absolutely. I tend to agree. I mean, we're all allowed to have bad days at work, right, Matthew?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm a truck driver and I have bad days.
100%. Well, thank you so much for the call, Matthew from Regina. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Okay, let's take Ryan from Regina. Ryan, you're a big Tommy Neild fan, aren't you?
At the moment, I definitely am. I picked him with my Canadian Fantasy Football league just at the end. He was cheaper last week and even almost cheaper this week. But, man, the guy gave me the points. He had a great game. I think his folks were there. And he was behind, JoJo was behind him. So he was playing, because if he wasn't playing, boom, here comes the next guy who hasn't even played all year. So shout out to Neil. Shout out to him. He got 17.5 points, CFL Fantasy Football. Let's go.
It's a good night for you, Ryan.
He got 14 of them on that one play, though. Nah, he was doing his thing, though. I mean, he had a few catches, but that was a big play down the middle. I don't know if that was a seam or post. Kind of looked like he was just hanging out trying to find space deep. And, Trevor Harris let it go. And look what I got. All of a sudden, a couple guys fall over, and he's in the end zone. Wow, he's been playing big, though, I'd have to say. His first game he came in, didn't do much, but had a touchdown. So he's finding the end zone, and I think he's earning that moniker Touchdown Tommy for sure.
Touchdown on Labor Day. That's going to be on highlight reels for years to come. That's a big, fun play to have. And that was my other point, the atmosphere of the city, man. You know, shout out to my bud Alex and his dad Dennis. We were laying some bricks this morning, all day, yesterday. It's Labor Day. What do? We lay bricks and we listen to Riders. It's a super good thing to do.
Putting in the labor on Labor Day. I can appreciate that. No. Ryan, thanks so much for this. Sure appreciate it.
Hey, we're listening to the radio, and then we have a house 2 houses down scream, then you have another house scream, then you have another house scream. We're like, oh, what's going on? So we all stop. We huddle around the radio like, oh, what just happened? You're kind of hearing plays just for the happening, man. The atmosphere was fantastic. However, can I add one more point to this?
Sure.
I'm a pretty positive person. And for the most part, every time I call in with something that I want to be like, let's go Riders, let's have a good atmosphere, let's have a good attitude. But can I get these people, these Riderville little scummies off our backs of Lauther already? I'm telling you, if there's nothing to be upset about, we're going to find one thing as fans in this province to get mad about. So when we're winning this entire season, and we're having a guy who's actually going through some stuff, but that doesn't change. Like life and babies might change, maybe a few field goals and a missed kick here. But having 6-7 weeks of just fans calling in, hammer on the guy, when honestly, that is what we got. So if you don't start backing up a leader, and that's what our locker room is doing. Our locker room is actually surrounding this guy, and I think Lauther is building that locker room up. We're getting some good team bond and team moments out there. And it's actually going to make our team even stronger. And when we do need that kick, I'm just thinking that's going to happen. Trust me, I was laying bricks today and we missed the single. And I was like, man, I sure hope 620 tonight is not going to be a Lauther show. But it's a freaking Lauther show. And some of you people, some of our Rider fans, come on. When's the last time you had a baby? When's the last time you were in a pressure game, let alone a Labor Day game, I remember McCallum missed a BC field goal to get us into the playoffs by 13 yards. And, man, everyone's just hammered on him. But if all we have is a winning record, well, of course, what else is our province going to do? Our province is going to go and piss on the one guy who actually makes a mistake.
I'm assuming you got your Lauther jersey on back order right now, huh, Ryan? What you gonna go down with this ship? I take it. What you tell me? You got a Lauther jersey, please.
I've never put a name on my jersey, but if I'm going to put a name on my jersey, it's going to be him.
Okay. Fair enough.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Valid points there. Ryan from Regina giving us a call. You can do the same. Let us know your opinions, Rider Nation. That Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. And this is, of course, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. More of your opinions on the other side of the break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something, my yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman Concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural. Paving stones, retaining wall blocks, patio blocks, pretty up your yard. Come take a gander at Barkman Concrete products from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sport, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates talking about this Rider win, the Labor Day Classic, 34-30 over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, taking your calls to hear what you have to say, Rider Nation. Sandy, a.k.a. The Flame from Saskatoon, wants to talk about this one. Hey, Sandy, what do you want to talk about?
I was talking about one of the questions I had. It was for Wes about maybe like, I enjoyed the game. I thought the game was an awesome game. But it was one where the helmet was pulled off A.J. Ouellette by the face mask. Now, is that a reviewable, challengeable call, or can it be reviewed by the command center? That's the one question.
Yeah, I think a flag has to be thrown for him to go back and review it. That was kind of egregious. I'm surprised that the back judge. It was kind of wild that nobody saw that, but it was just kind of one of those where he's spinning in the pile. Maybe they didn't notice, but just the way his helmet came off and the fact that if you were behind the play, it should have been obvious. So I don't know what that ref was looking at, but yeah, I don't know if that's challengeable, but I don't think it is.
Okay, that was the other question, and then one of the other ones was, we got in a little bit of trouble there is when Alfred was running the ball back, and then we got out to about the 40, and then we got a holding call, and it brought it back to the 15, and that was where that's when Harris was sacked.
Yeah.
The ball was stripped, and then Winnipeg went in and got a touchdown, or got a field goal, one of the two. I can't remember for sure.
Field goal.
Yeah, that's so annoying to me. I don't think I ever got a holding when I was in special teams. It's like, if you lose the dude, just let him go by and go look for more work. Like, you just go block somebody else, essentially. But guys get to tussling and they want to grab jerseys, and it does nothing for you. You might as well not be out there if you're going to hold. Anyway, yeah.
I'm up in Saskatoon. I talk to you all the time at the games.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Flame.
Yeah, I know. What's up, man?
And so I've been in the hospital. I had major surgery, so I just got out a week ago. Whoa. And my wings are clipped till about, we get down till October 10th game, I guess it is. So
well, speedy recovery, bro. And, hope to see you at the next one.
Sandy from Saskatoon, a.k.a. The Flame. Thank you so much for calling in on the Echo Sound hotline. Let's chat with Andrew, who's driving back to Saskatoon. Hey, Andrew, you want to talk about the physicality of tonight's game and the atmosphere, right? It was hard to beat.
Yeah, I wanted to first just say, like, the fan atmosphere was truly just amazing to, have the flyover brought back and all those things. And then, I just went back and looked at, through Instagram, the highlights and stuff. You could not hear the commentators on the TSN broadcast and whatnot. The fans were truly amazing. And secondly, whenever you play Winnipeg, it's going to be a physical football game. And it was right from the opening kickoff. I think it was Patrick laid a guy out on the opening kickoff, and it just kind of set the tone. You look at the run game, everything like that. Mario Anderson's 2 touchdowns. The first one, he just ran through 3 guys. The last one, he got stuffed at a wall, and the whole team just moved the pile. Different stuff like that is what will win you football games, especially when you get into the playoffs and whatnot. So I just wanted to say, it was truly an awesome atmosphere and just one of the best physically sound football games I've seen from the Riders in a while.
And as a Rider fan, I'm sure it's that much sweeter when it's over the Bombers, hey?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was talking to my grandpa, and we were going back about, back in the day and stuff, and talking to players and stuff on fan day. And every time you talk to a player, it's always like, if you guys don't do anything all year, just beat these guys. And every player's like, oh, we've heard it 100 times already. It's just one of those things. It's you just got to beat these guys.
Well, I don't
tell them. Yeah, that's as simple as that. You can lose every other regular season game as long as you get this one. It'll be all forgiven. We'll do better next year. You drop this one with a great record, and they're talking about the whole season's blown up. So anyway, yeah, for sure, man. We appreciate the enthusiasm. Thanks for the call.
And here's hoping that we get even more of those sellout atmospheres at Mosaic Stadium, because holy, I know I'm going to be hard of hearing for the next couple of days. I'll tell you that much. But you know what? We are going to take a quick break. We're going to be back on the other side. This is the Echo Sound the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable call-in show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA Regina Lakeview, leader of the official opposition Saskatchewan NDP. Back to school season. It's an exciting time, but it can also be expensive. Scott Moe and the Sask Party government aren't helping with that. In fact, they're hitting parents right in the pocketbook with a 6% PST on children's clothing, groceries, even tickets to the green and white. We should be focused on building a bright future in Saskatchewan that everyone can afford. Contact me 306-522-1333.
Here at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, we want you to put the very best into your machine so that you can get the very best out of your machine. Choose to use Case IH genuine parts. Only Case IH genuine parts are specifically engineered to fit and function perfectly with your Case IH equipment. They deliver the performance your business demands while giving you the durability your schedule depends on. So when you want to maximize your performance, go with the original Case IH genuine parts. To find Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something. My yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural. Paving stones, retaining wall blocks, patio blocks, pretty up your yard. Come take a gander at Barkman concrete products from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscates.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. Hearing from you, Rider Nation, talking about the 34-30 win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in the Labor Day Classic, the 60th annual. Wes, Justin, I got to admit, that was the loudest I have ever heard that stadium, and damn, would it be nice to see that again a few more times this season.
I wish we had a decibel meter so we could try to get it up there on the list of loudest stadiums.
I don't know if we want that, because it definitely was breaking some rules tonight.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. No, that was, like I said earlier, it was an instant classic, Labor Day classic. I'll give it that. I still am partial to 07, but that was a great game, back and forth, down 10, come back up at half, looking like you're going to put it away. Winnipeg battles back, and then you get the pick 2 points for Campbell on that one. But, they had everything you wanted, and a Rider win was the most important. So it was a great day.
Yeah, that building was absolutely electric. Now, obviously, there's going to be some adjustments made ahead of next week. What do you think they're going to be looking at for next week, Justin, in terms of the Riders?
You got to be consistent on offense coming out of the gate. You know, I know one caller called in and said the whole game was great, but it was a 0-0 football game after the first quarter, and the offense did not look very good. I think they were trying to figure out this Jordan Younger scheme. He plays a lot of 3 pass rushers and drops to 9. It seemed like Trevor Harris was being patient, but they just weren't able to put it together until that second quarter and after that. So I think that's what you want to see from this team, and it's been something that's been consistent. You know, there's so much talk about Brett Lauther. I think he's going to get it figured out, like enough on that topic. I'd like to see this team come out and start faster. You go out there and win the Banjo Bowl, you can put the Bombers away, and then you're pretty much just battling with Calgary for that top spot in the West.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one next week, and that is when we will be back here. In the meantime, make sure that you pick the score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. As mentioned, yes, next weekend we will be back for the Labor Day rematch game between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and Winnipeg Blue Bombers. But for now, for Colson, Alan, Mosh, producer Dave, as well as Wes and Justin, good night from the Sports Cage studio on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something. My yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural.